and found out. Can we say fooled around?
Is that your new favorite expression?
I can't say the other one because it gets us demonetized. But they fooled around and found out what happens when you call one of the richest women in the world a Yahtzee. Looks like they're going to get sued. And I got to tell you the truth. As someone who's been on the receiving end of
S.W.Frost 1 is now live.
I think more people
streaming games plus demos, early bird and stones.
Well, it was clearly not being sued. It was the threatened. So basically, the way this probably worked is that J.K. Rowling had her lawyers send this person a scary message, and they said you have to retract your statements and say that you were totally wrong. So they retracted their statements and they said that they were totally wrong. I think this is a very good thing. I very much dislike the idea that people just like go absolutely apeshit with like calling you a Nazi and like a murderer and like this like right-wing extremist, especially Nazi, because Nazi is a very defined term. Like you shouldn't just be allowed to just go around and call people that whenever it can damage their reputation. You just shouldn't be able to do this. Oh, are we saved? Did we have a little F? Yeah, I did not see that coming. Yeah, exactly. Neither did he. Yeah, not without hard proof. Yeah, exactly. So, again, I find it to be very funny that these are the same people that start talking about consequences for what you're saying on the internet and how good that is, but now they're acting like victims whenever actual consequences happen. So no freedom of speech, interesting. Libel and slander have never been freedom of speech. I'm not sure if you knew that or not, but yes, libel and slander have never been freedom of speech. I don't support them being freedom of speech, and I don't support calling random people Nazis with no repercussions and no reason to be able to say that. Like, there's no reason to be able to do that. Legally, you shouldn't, because the law forbidding speech would be bad.
Like I said on Twitter, you know, and I've mentioned many times on our videos, these people have turned the word Nazi into being meaningless, which is really, really tragic because it used to mean something. There was like not much else you could think of that's worse than that. It was, you know, being called that was a massive insult. Now it just means you don't like the cartoon I liked, or you don't like the TV show I liked, or you didn't vote the way I thought you should vote, or something stupid like that. So they have already made the word meaningless.
Which does a huge disservice. I mean, for all the talk of the goblins in Harry Potter being anti-Semitic, which is only a recent thing, by the way. I mean, the movies have been around.
No, I don't really agree with that. I think that people made the correlation with the goblins being anti-Semitic by about the 4th or 5th movie. Somewhere around there, I think that a lot of people were talking about it. Like, whenever they actually went to Gringotts the first time. Yeah, no, I mean, like, we were a lot younger. I don't remember this happening. But, like, let's be real, okay? It was not even remotely as big as it is now. There were just a few people that were having commentary on this. But it's not like this was unknown.
Over 2 decades, and I have only recently heard accusations that J.K. Rowling made the goblins anti-Semitic.
People said that was going on before, but, you know, if you look at goblins and you think Jewish person, there's a problem with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with that either, because I think that to that extent, any single time, like, so for example, any sort of, you know, like black caricaturing or any sort of usage of stereotypes, being able to identify or see that this is a usage of this stereotype, I don't think this necessarily makes you a racist, because you can identify that somebody could be using negative racial stereotypes. It doesn't really logically make sense. Now, it doesn't mean that every single time that you see someone that has something that could be portrayed as a negative racial stereotype, that is what it is. I think that's also very true. But I don't like the logic of, if you see this, then you're the actual racist. I think that if you see this and you say this is for sure what it is, then yeah, for sure. But no, I think that it's fair to identify things. Does that make sense? It's not always a projection. Yeah, like there are actual anti-Semitic dog whistles. There are actual racist dog whistles that happen. And recognizing those things does not make you a racist for seeing them.
yeah, it's ridiculous. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But what happens is when somebody makes that accusation, or when they decide you are a certain kind of person, then they start looking for supporting evidence. So what their supporting evidence is going to be is like, well, she's a Yahtzee clearly because she wrote the goblins to be anti-Semitic, which every single commenter on that Microsoft article was like, yeah, no, that's not true.
Well, then I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that a lot of these people, you have to keep in mind that, what do you call it? You have to keep in mind that a lot of these people are just working backwards. They don't think about what they're saying at all. They just put this
Here's
label.
a little something for
it's
an
a
upgrade.
dehumanization label. And this is just what happens, is that you put a label on somebody like, oh, they're a Nazi, or they're a racist, or like Antifa, like far-right extremists, like alt-right, and you put this label on them, and this allows you to dehumanize them. This allows you to treat them as a no person because they fall inside a category of people that do not deserve to be treated the same because of their own actions. So I'm very much against this. Sometimes
rock and
it makes sense, but I think in most cases it doesn't.
For rock and stone!
They're Nazis because they've taken the
Rock
word
and
and make it,
stone
you know,
forever.
Nazis, so there's nothing to throw at them.
Bosco.
Yeah.
So before we get into any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news. Lance guys over what, 293, almost 294,000 subs. Thank you so much for the support. We have been talking a lot about Hogwarts Legacy lately because everybody's
Help
talking
me
about
with the
Hogwarts
minerals
Legacy.
here.
It is one of the most popular games released in the last couple of years, and of course,
Like that.
people are going to air their grievances with J.K. Rowling.
Nice.
You know, they're going to use the game to do it because headlines, right? But now she's going to sue people if they defame her. And look, normally I'd be like, turn the other cheek. You know, it's kind of ridiculous. Somebody just calls you names or whatever. No, what happens is...
I don't think that it's okay for people to defame you in a tangible way. I think it's okay if somebody criticizes and says that, you know, like their evaluation of your work is that it promotes anti-Semitic tropes. And also, she's not suing that person. She's suing the person specifically who called her a Nazi, which I think is totally fair. You shouldn't just be able to go around and say, hey, this person's a fucking Nazi, because why should you be able to do that? This can hurt their career, it can damage their credibility, it can make other people feel like it's okay to harass and attack them. And it's also not true. It's a very big accusation. You can't just go around throwing accusations out there with no evidence.
Is
That's
these people
defamation.
are usually part of networks, and it's usually some kind of like coordinated attack, and they think if they repeat the term enough times that their friends in the media will pick up on
But they're
it.
right. They did.
Yeah,
That's what
they did.
happens. That's exactly what happens. They try to form this narrative because they're mad about something. And make no mistake, that I believe in a lot of cases, it's a coordinated effort.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It is. There are discords and...
Oh yeah, definitely. There's groups of people that try to go out of their way to it's the same as like in classic WoW, whenever everybody would like report the same guy in like World Boss coalitions. Like my World Boss coalition did this. They would always like all right click the same person to report them to get them suspended. Like, of course people do this on Twitter. If they're doing this in classic WoW, I mean, yeah, of course that's what's happening.
Slacks and Facebook groups where journalists and Twitter activists collude to try to get people canceled, and J.K. Rowling is, of course, the biggest target because she's one of the most famous authors in the world right now. And
I also don't think that you need a formal conspiracy when interests converge and viewpoints converge. It's like, I don't sit around and talk, I don't have a group chat with like the Actman and the Quartering where we talk about, you know, like what videos we're gonna make about this topic. It's just that we have, in general, like kind of the same viewpoints on this, so we're all gonna make the same types of videos. Does that make sense?
And, you know, Hogwarts Legacy is a huge deal. And, yeah, of course, you know, they're just going to flip it and call people Nazis. We've been called Nazis. In fact, boy,
Just take your sweet
I
time,
would love to
old
sue
lady.
Alien News
Old
Network for that
time.
one. But, you know, we'll see. You mind your manners. We'll see where we're at. But the thing is you if you defame somebody and you run with this narrative that they are something they are not, and it actually hurts their career and hurts, their public persona,
Alacidra.
then yeah, you
Welcome
you
to
can
my
actually get
channel.
sued for it. This has happened on
01
multiple occasions.
Ella.
It happened with the CNN
Welcome
kid.
to my channel.
Even
The kid in the bucket in something Sandman, and he settled with CNN, and he probably got millions of dollars because they misrepresented him.
quartering, he got hit by a guy at Gen Con, and that guy in a dress, the guy had to, like Princess Matt or whatever his name was, he had to apologize. Now, weirdly, the quartering got banned from Gen Con permanently, but he still had to apologize and said, no, I do not think he is actually. No, they did not.
Of course not.
They did not.
See, I'd go after Gen Con for discrimination, but you know, like, and J.K. Rowling has so much money that she can easily drag you people to court and keep dragging you to court, and it can drag you out until you run out of money and pull a Disney on you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
God, I think more people need to do this so Twitter realizes that there are actually consequences. You can't just rant. You can fiercely disagree with somebody, but you can't just call them Nazis. So this is coming from Fox News. Rolling critic forced to publicly apologize for calling her a Nazi after a lawsuit threat. Self-professed drag queen and jazz hands enthusiast apologized to J.K. Rowling for causing potential upset.
Wait, you literally put in their bio, jazz hands enthusiast.
Yes.
What?
So
The fuck is jazz hands?
they talk about her controversy.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't need to go there again. Here we go. December 2022, Rowling responded to one of her detractors. The thing about the solicitor's game is everyone can play. JJ, I ignored your hyperbolic metaphor about burning me to death in 2020. I'm starting to think that was a mistake. What's your solicitor's view on this Nazi accusation? Would they advise you to defend it in court? This is what Jazz Hands JJ said. Wisely, she screen capped it, so we've got the whole thing.
Well, to be fair, the woman in question wasn't actually being threatened with being burned alive. Hyperbolic metaphor based on her original tweet. Oh,
Well, to
he's
be
gonna
fair,
read
the
it.
woman in
Never mind.
question wasn't actually being threatened with being
Damn,
burned alive.
players could need
Hyperbolic
an
metaphor
upgrade.
based on her original
Give
tweet.
me some
But you know
Lloyds.
that you're playing dumb intentionally for clout. And she also is a Nazi. Or at least has views that align
In
with
what
them.
way?
Oh, she actually is a Nazi. Okay, so he actually did go, or at least has views that align with them. Yeah, nice try.
It burns.
They never clarified in what way. I don't think you can understand what a Nazi actually is. I don't think they understand what fascism actually
My man
is.
doubled down.
Well, okay, so
Well,
that...
people, of course, double down because he's probably used to spending his entire life using this term
I got
as a
the
way
process.
to cow people into submission. So that's why he does it, is because it works.
that is the
One
fail-
like, oh no, it doesn't matter. The thing is that, and this is actually a very effective way of intimidation. This is my best advice. Is that if you want people to be intimidated by you,
You carry a load
never
well,
be fair.
Molly.
Always be unfair. Because fairness can be predicted, it can be calculated, and it can be expected.
Light it
But
up.
unfairness, maybe, you get one like and you just say something, that's like just kind of bad, and they take you to fucking court and you get a lawsuit from this person who's like a fucking billionaire, and like your entire life is like right in front of you, could happen, you're gonna have to go to court. And like, yeah, that's gonna scare the shit out of people. Because there's no way to predict what they're gonna do. And people are afraid of what they can't predict. Always be unpredictable.
Don't got room for
failure of the
more.
public school system because we've done videos on that. There were schools that won't teach about World War II because it hurts people's feelings.
I'm just like, yeah, I was just like, I mean, and then okay, so wait, so if someone threatens to hurt JJ here, can't they just say that, oh, that was this hyperbolic metaphor?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, they yell and scream if someone makes a comment
No
to them,
flares
like,
ready.
I'm going to slap you, 7 ways to Sunday.
Drafts
oh my
Nat.
God, they threatened to
Welcome to
hurt
my
me.
channel.
Well, maybe it's hyperbolic metaphor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you can make hyperbolic metaphors that don't have to do with physical violence. It's pretty simple. You just don't do it. Like, yeah, just that's it. Problem solved.
Yeah, you really have to be careful because here's the thing. Again, you know, 5 or 6 years ago, I would have been like, whatever, they're just calling you names. Now we know that these people will go out of their way to try to destroy your career. They'll try to drive you to suicide.
Don't put your address out there hoping somebody else harms you and they don't have the balls to do it.
Exactly it. Yeah.
Oh, of course, right? Because will they believe that you're an evil, bad person?
Molly.
And it's like, these are the people that think that it's okay to punch Nazis, and anybody who disagrees with them is a Nazi. I can see where this is going.
I should call for you.
Like the doxing and stuff, that's not, yeah, they'll say, well, I just posted publicly available information, but they'll put...
Somebody says, so it's not okay to punch Nazis. No, it's not okay to punch Nazis. I will go out there and I will say it. No, you don't get to just go ahead and just ignore the law because some person that you decided is a Nazi is a Nazi. No, it's not.
Got no
Like we have a rule of law in the country. We can't just have people going out like, you're not Batman. You're just a bitch, and you're not going to be punching anybody. You're chatting away at 2 in the morning. You're not going to be punching anybody. Stop it. No, it's not okay to hit anybody. Unless they hit you first, then you can do whatever you want.
All the information in one place with a bow tie on it, hoping, and put it in a place where they know crazy people congregate, hoping that somebody comes along and does what they fantasize about doing, but they won't actually do themselves.
Well, like they had those people talking about how there was the one feminist convention in, was it UK, and they had people coming in, women of color, Muslim women coming in, and they were like, someone should burn the hotel down.
It was a comic book artist. It was a
turfs.
Yeah, it was a guy who's been, look, the guy who's involved in that. This guy has been stalking comic book creators.
I think this is a this is an internet problem in general, that people feel way too comfortable saying psychotic things on the internet. And the problem is that these psychotic things, as the internet has evolved and changed, these psychotic things have real life outcomes. Because, like, who cared what somebody said in 2006? It didn't matter what they say on the internet. Because, like, your name on the internet was Pussy Slayer 420, and his name was, Halo Master, fucking 555. Well, that's as far as it's gonna go. Nobody's getting doxxed. Nobody, like, they don't even know what that is. Like, there's just, like, how are you gonna figure any of this shit out? Why should anybody care? So the problem now is, like, that's just simply not the way the internet is anymore. The world has changed, and you just can't have people popping off like that. It's just can't happen.
Creators on YouTube, YouTube comics creators for years, and he was like, yeah, we should burn the building down. What is wrong with you?
I don't think most people have problems with trans women. They have problems with the fact that this small group is not even representative of all the trans women.
I think people don't like anybody telling them what to do. It doesn't matter who it is. Somebody says in chat, if I ever see an actual Nazi with a swastika, I would in fact beat the shit out of them. Giga Chad, it's my goddamn right as an American. Actually, it's not. If you go into the law, you will see that there is actually there's not a little asterisk next to assault that if they have a swastika, it's okay to punch them. So it's very funny that you say that it's your right, because that's actually not true. And not only is it not true, it's the opposite of true. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. How about just don't punch people?
Really go for a
How about that?
right now.
Can you imagine that? Like, just like not punching people? Not starting violence?
And why is it always trans women and not trans men? But this small group is out there trying to say that somehow they're women and women that are born women are not.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
So sad.
You're a menstruating person. Or you use menstruating person because men, trans men aren't women now or whatever. But this small group of people are trying to force their viewpoints on a much larger group of people, and that larger group of people, who were a minority, were protected. They don't believe they should have any rights now because they should only have the rights, and that's why it's okay to threaten to burn down a hotel with a feminist group in it.
Well, I think the best part about this is most of the people that are threatening to burn down hotels aren't even part of this group. The people that are going out and making these psychotic posts are not even part of the protected group that they're trying to help.
Donkey!
These
come
are just
here.
psychos that are looking for a witch to burn. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, this is
Of course some
reached peak insanity. What is
Well, give him time. They'll probably find another.
the problem is you're actually hurting your cause. When you become militant like this, you're actually hurting your cause. It's like
Exactly.
the bans on Hogwarts Legacy and
Somebody said this in chat too. I'll read this one too. Like, it's so fucking unfair. Being trans is a death sentence to my social media because I'm automatically lumped in with psycho Twitter users who think they speak for all of us. Well, unfortunately, you have to deal with other psycho Twitter users that are the opposite.
Wait for flare charging.
That's the thing.
Molly, over here.
Is you're just dealing with another set of psycho Twitter users. No, everybody, nobody's blaming you. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, nobody here cares. We're just trying to watch the video. We're trying to play video games. But yes, there are people that are going to try to take their agenda and put it in everything.
harassing streamers and all that stuff. Even left-wingers, even Hassan Abi was like, "You've gone too far. This is crazy." I was actually.
Hassan managed to fucking. Oh god, I feel so bad for Hassan. He tried to say something that was like obviously true. And they're like, no, we're freedom fighters. We're gonna fight till the last one of us. We ain't gonna go down without trying. He gets caught in the crossfire. Yeah, he's getting hate from people for not playing it. And he's getting hate for people for saying that he's not gonna play it. And then he's getting hate from other people for not playing it. So it's just like everybody's mad at this guy. I don't know, I feel really bad. It wasn't fair at all. Yeah, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, literally, you can't win.
You gotta stream it and give the money to like the Trevor Project or something like some charity, and you screw that up.
All it's doing is creating more division,
Yes.
more hate, more distrust between people. And it doesn't need to be this way. And we keep saying, like, years ago, it wasn't like...
So, guys, please, can we not do this thing? He accommodates the punchy Nazi behavior. Okay, so fine, I disagree with him on that. Like, I have a lot of disagreements with a lot of people, and it doesn't bother me.
Attack here!
Bijem se sve neke bube.
Rocket here, Bosco! Killing something so pretty. Almost. Died honorably. Ah! Sweet. No survivors. Oh, I smell bacon. Eat it! Feeling much better now. Players, not ready yet.
Ti je ovako ran. Pite mladiće za
I
tebe.
need the mule right here, right now.
Concept onaj skam.
Šta?
Igram onaj skam, spum.
Igraš skam. Dobro.
Oh yeah!
Ono što mogu da kažem je da je meni lično bolji nego Rust, ali nema veze. To je moje mišljenje. I onaj DayZ. Vidio sam na šta liči DayZ. DayZ je kao na taj fazon, a uopšte nije.
DayZ ima sve. Da su pokušali da ispeglaju oni sa Livonijom i na ambicijom.
Šta, s drugom mapom?
DayZ. Mnogo koji ne radi moja superiornije sam.
Pa ne znam šta pokreće taj DayZ, ali znam da su par puta updateovali engine od ovoga skama.
Bosco! Resupply order!
Supply pod launched. Let us stand back.
Gdje se vladiš s njima?
I ordered a resupply!
Nitro has been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Resupply arrived! Go restock!
Što čudim se kako je Nene došao Koran.
Time to restock! Make it go boom! Not ready. There's reporting. Clearing the area. I need a rocket here. Rocket.
Moguće.
Bosco, you're the best. Zipline, the sweet. Flares, recharging. Blow it up, Bosco! Boom, boom! Right here, Bosco! Preparation time! Charging!
Ti rekao taj tip kad ti rekao da mi se čulo knjigu.
Could need a new canister. Getting tired of this old rust.
Kule ti se otkinuo.
Smooth.
Znaš šta, kada je, znaš neko šta je to tiskovina?
Shield charged. Yeah. Getting more
Kad
ammo.
šalješ knjigu, ti je upakuješ u neku solidnu foliju i platiš samo 150 kina. Tako da mu ja uplatim sve knjigu i tiskovinu i da mi pošalje na firmu.
Donkey, come here!
We're sending in the drop pod. Head for LZ.
O, može, bolje ne.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Recharging! Access provided.
The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence. Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes. One for the books. Retrieving escape pod.
I'll take it. Rock and stone, brother! That was a bargain.
Ej,
Kaži nešto.
ne pričajte, čovjek.
Mission selected. Powering up
Čekaj, kažeš da Vlada nije čovjek.
board team.
Jesi čuo? Čekaj, jesi čuo šta je rekao? Znači nisi čovjek.
Skull crushers for
Dobro, dobro,
everyone.
zapamtit ću ti ovo.
Nema to nikakav čovjek, samo ja i Snake.
Jeste, ja ti vidiš tu ljude, tu samo Vlada i Snake.
Cheers, Mike!
Nema tu. Znam.
Ti zapad izgineš u 100%.
Što sam uvijek mogli nešto mi
To PvP server.
Ne, on... zajedno. Ali na PvP serveru.
Imaš PvE servere gdje ste recimo zombi jači 300-400 puta, znaš. Da kad krene na tebe više od jednog zombija treba da bežiš, znaš. To po sve.
Leave no one behind!
Egg collection time, team. Alien eggs. The company wants them. Don't ask why. Find them, stow them in Molly, and return. Simple.
Gotta wait for the rate. Help me with the minerals here. Deep Rock seriously needs to invest in better equipment. I'll never get the smell out of my armor.
We've got a new miner inbound.
Rock and stone! Come on, guys! Rock and stone! Attack this enemy! Loot bug, open!
Cavalry's here. New miner inbound.
rock and stone in the heart. Everyone, can I get some attention? Sweet. If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. Gold!
Platforms placed.
Zip line ready. Yeah! You have a loot box. I need to get closer.
Line is up.
Zip line ready. I killed the loot bug, and I'm not so proud about it. Thanks for saving me. Rock solid. We've got a Betsy here. I die a little inside every time I have to take out a loot bug. Exit's not ready. Flares recharging. Attention! Look!
I was born ready. Machine booting. Get ready.
Ah! Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day. You shouldn't eat precious minerals. It will get you killed.
Ready to use.
Ah!
Weapon ready.
Molly, over here! Get this home safely, will you, Molly?
No more room. Wally is on the way.
Another day at the office. Come here. Want something? Bam!
I ordered a resupply. Wait, what is the difference? Rock, stone.
Heads up, your location is about to get hammered by meteor shower. Supplies are on the way.
Get it more ammo.
Smooth. Ow! Here, get into cover. Bam!
Interes je prodaš šta ima.
Evo ništa, sad došao iz mrtvu. Stop.
Got no flares ready.
Inače sinoć sam bio, brate, hitno. Nije mi neko sve.
Što ti je?
A?
Šta ti je? Umiraš?
Ovo je trovanje virus.
Trovanje?
Da bre, pa jebate 2 dana nisam bio tu, vidiš već.
Like that.
Čega si se otvorio?
Nisi bio na vestima. Od hrane?
Lighting up.
A, da.
Jes, vidi.
Da.
Let's get these lasers up and running.
Tu filmu je.
Ma, Bog zna da li je pljeskavica ili ga ruki nisam dao.
Ne biti da sekund.
Oj, ispovraćao sam jedno 6 puta, a u WC sam išao jedno 20 puta.
You're a stain on the floor.
nisam mogao ni da ustanem s kreveta. Jedno 28 sati sam samo ležao, brate. I onako skupljen, hladno, bole leđe, sve, brate. Evo sad sam bolje, sad ono, mogu da nešto radim, znaš, i da ono, ne mogu da ustanem s kreveta. Yes.
Get the lasers online so we can crack the trinolite deposit.
Grabbing ammo. Meet your maker, Crate.
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
Ready. Bug trap 2.0.
Getting supply.
We actually said
The resupply is here. Oh yeah.
Ready.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this.
Well, a tritolite deposit. We're sending in a nanite bomb dispenser for your team. If those things can't penetrate it, nothing will.
Šta ima novo na...
Da igramo jedno tisto jebiga. Zato što smo suviše žuti, a i nema ništa ni novo da se igra.
A nema bre na tržištu.
Nema ništa što bi mogo da je malo da igra.
I've got a sim more ready here. No players ready. So long, suckers!
Clear them out.
Well, I mean,
Get out the way.
That's it, lads! Rock and stone!
Come on, Lady Luck. Daddy needs a
Well
new
done.
kerosene.
Core infuser is active.
Oh yeah! Come on, I need some new gear!
Don't let him flank you.
Nice and all.
Here, I'm a fly away.
Eat land! Friendly fire is in action!
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
Friendlies! Friendlies! Smooth.
Smooth operator.
I just put up a signal.
Reloading. Now.
Pa nisi išao na posao, znači juče?
Nis. Da ti pa kažem ti, 2 brate danas...
Da, pa zato pitam. Zato pitam. Sam pitao bez veze.
I ono sad mi je relativno, sam svesniji, ali i dalje sam ono raspadnut.
Pa ste dali kakvu terapiju, ste rekli ostane kod kuće?
Da, rekao sam i špricali su me u brate bulju. Bolje od toga.
To si rekao, ja nisam.
Dobre, špricali me i 20.000 ovih tableta.
Infuzija.
I to isto. Da, ono danas ako mi ne bude bolje, ali bolje mi je trebao biti da dajem krv. A to radiš.
Sada mu puštaju krv. Što tako zove kod vas? Da puštaš pecu krv. Dobro si vas. Znači bio Nenad. Pričam evo Vlada s njim. Nenad počeo nešto. Kao pa ne pričam vama, pričam s ljudima. Ja rekao ja i Vlada nismo ljudi, ja. To je jedan kolega iz moje...
Bio bot.
Znam, moj kolega iz bivše firme ima običaj kaže ne znam, zdravo Stevan, ne zdravo ljudi. A Stevan je bio moj, to jest i dalje, nego ne radi još u istoj firmi, od mog zeta rođeni brat. I onda kad se njih dvojica vide, mu kaže zdravo Stevan, ne zdravo ljudi, ne znaš, svaki put, moj pizda od njega.
Dajte pažnju na ovo. Kako je dobro.
Like feeding a bottom.
Good work. Sending in the drop pod.
Like that. Yeah. What shit?
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Too steep. Zip line up.
Sa 27 godina su uspjeli da završiti kako malo ti je već bolje nego razumiju.
Red sugar.
Si šipala na jačku, sad ispod.
The mule is secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Red Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you. Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Shield placed. Flares recharging. We order supply drop. pod will supply you with ammo and health.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Shield recharged. Damn flares could need an upgrade. Shield boost.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Shield charged and ready. Rocket stone! You bumbling son of a mud golem! We're on the same team! Shield! Hate to wait there. Taste the pickaxe! Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Belated 1. Welcome to my channel.
Can't stop laughing.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 1 minute. Departing in 30 seconds.
Let's rock and stone!
Extraction
Sorry. Lik je pao 3 puta u istu rupu, 3 put ga dižem. I to rupa 50 metara duboke. Kakva je legenda, jebate. Ko King Kong. Never. Never. Tri puta u istu rupu. Ja ga dignem, krene da kopa gore, potrefi tačno u istu rupu. That was worth it.
Well done. We're getting closer.
Šta se radi?
Desi, kesi.
Oj, gdje si Peđo, šta ima?
Ništa, evo.
Konflikt.
Preživljavam.
To je.
A? Šta si rekao?
Kako je crno preživljavanje, jebote.
Pre 2 dana sam u vrate krevetu bio.
Šta je bilo?
Trovanje, brate, virus. Imao sam sinoć injekciju, brate, buljuje. Eto, koliko... I dobro.
Oooo.
Strašno, brate. Nego sad sam ajde bolje, sad mogu da nešto radim, mogu da sedim. Šta je ovo, 5. Anniversary Twitch drop za Hunt, opet Twitch drop?
Da.
Nema šta ličit.
5 godina Hunt, a ovaj moj drugar iz Amerike, ovaj Mezi, kaže 5 godina, kaže...
Gličovanje.
Ne, kaže 5 godina, kaže još niste, kaže popravili bugove.
Ne želimo.
Ja napišem kakvi bugovi, to su sve feature.
TNX for follow.
Ovo su stari noževi isto, stare stvari.
Take care, man.
스마일.
Nasanjo. Thanks for following.
Ovo su stari skinovi već.
Juče, ja mislim,
A imaš par novih.
bio neki update za ovaj jebeni kampo od 200, od 300 megabita. Ja nisam uredio.
A to imaš, to su hotfixovi. Znaš, to je malo čudno kod njih. A i nije čudno, i jest.
To su ogromni bre.
Si trebao da radiš
Zato što...
nisi.
Nisam, juče sam trebao, juče nisam radio.
Zato što nemaju načina da...
Pa da.
Sve je spakovano, razumeš, skidaš čitave arhive.
Nemaju načina.
Jel te zvao ovaj Džape, nije?
Da.
Milan?
To su arhive po 2 do 4 GB, razumeš, teksture.
Eno ga sa Makićem sad na kafu pa je rekao doći kući.
Aha, aha.
What was the name of the...
Hey, you there?
Hello there.
Hello
You there on the water? You wanna cooperate? Let's kill that.
Lik je pa 3 puta isto rupu.
Igra mi se Dark Tide.
What's up, man?
Never.
Dark Tide, Vermentin.
3 puta isto rupu. Ja ga dignem, mu krene da kopa gore, potrefi tačno isto rupu. Eto se. 3 puta. Pardon.
Je bio ovako prevaran da ih pobiju i oni krenu na Vanderu. Jo, majko moja. I ono ne znaš gdje može da bude.
Belated one. Welcome to my channel.
Da?
Kad si igrao recimo
Ciciban.
Civilizaciju.
Ciciban.
Šta radi Snake?
Jer može da se recimo nekako spreči kad krenu
do Kenjam, brate, po 50
Šta, može li da se...
Spreči nekako kad ti se sruše kuće i ove građevine da popraviš to nekako?
U čemu be?
Moš. Kupi ovoga... Workera. Ne, workera. Seljaka bre, onoga sa onim krampom. Seljak sa krampom to rešava. Mislim da si ti meni rekao da ti nisi igrao tu igru zato što... Ali Vlada, ne treba tebi... Ima opcija automatski da pravi to sam, znaš. Uopšte ne moraš ti da razmišljaš o tome. Imaš da ti igra sama to radi.
Ja bih volao ako bi mogao da kontrolišem samo vojsku.
Pa imaš ti opcije kad kupiš toga da ti on sam pravi sve. Ne možeš pošto se zamaraš.
Dobro.
Kakav je to update u Call of Duty Snake, šta je to?
01 Olivia. Welcome to my channel.
Call of Duty? No, mapa.
12-13 gigabajta, čini mi se.
No mapa. Ali... Ne znam kako ti objasnim.
Da.
To je mapa samo za Battle Royale. Toliko je mala, toliko je mala mapa. Kad uporediš sa onom prvom koja je izašla, da ne možeš si igrati DMZ na njemu. Imaš ti botove, ali imaš osjećaj kao da je zaseda, razumeš? Ti čim počneš da pucaš po botovima, iskoče ti 3 lika, razumeš, izbušate. Botovi te razbucuju sav Kevlar i na ivici si da umreš i dođe ti likovi samo to na jednom tapnu metku i mrtvi se. Toliko je mala mapa. Uzmeš da radiš misiju, razumeš, druga ekipa je uključila UAV 50 metara od tebe. Ne da li znaju da si tu.
Kako ti se čini Hogwarts Legacy?
Ne znam, nisam vidio.
Pa si gledao ove
recenzije i to?
recenzije
Ko streamuje tu igru, taj je nacista. I homofob i mrzi trans ljudi i tako to. Tako da, volio bi da ima da provode streamuje samo inat. Ne, izgleda interesantno. Ajmo tako da kažemo. Ne znam je li dobro, ali...
Pa to se uzme piraterija, to ne kupuješ takve vrste igara. To si Lija ne može igrat co-op, jel tako?
Ne znam da li ima co-op. Ne. Oj, ne.
For those about to rock and stone, we salute you. Rock on! Rock and stone! What have this? See here. Squashed one.
Heads up, new miner arriving.
Next is only you'll have lived and spawned on our tail forever.
Action time. We are unbreakable, hoist. Cliff and spawns here. There must be a group nexus nearby. Hold on. Preserve your bullets.
Watch between the arms. One down. You left with Cave Blade. I'm on your side.
Anyone needs ammo? There's nitro here. That one. Gotta wait for the recharge. I don't want to see what comes out when it's done cooking. I got the deposit. Right! That thing almost ate my pickaxe!
Rock and stone, brother! Watch and learn! No, I think I've shoot some spare pipe rails.
I think we actually have a chance to make it out alive. I ordered.
Supply plant requisitioned. Launching now.
Pow! That buzzing was getting on my nerves. Deposited. We've got company! Rock and roll!
Looky, looky! Weapon ready.
No survivors!
Not sure if you were truly alive.
Shield charged and ready. Stop shooting me! Shields placed.
Thank you. I hope that was not fun.
Shield charged. Yeah, some sugar.
Lava splatter. Getting destroyed.
Here, get into cover.
Shred and destroy.
It's finally dead. Oh yeah.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Sweet. Getting more ammo. Yeah.
Come on, guys. Rock and stone.
Rock and
on.
stone, you beautiful dwarf. Shield's ready again. Can't do it. The angle's too steep. It can't reach that far. Access provided.
Dig here.
Claire's not ready yet. It's full of worms. Destroy it.
Here we go. Like that.
Eat it.
Die, you pox noodle.
Send the cleansing pod, please.
Stand by. Cleansing pod is on its way.
Sentry armed.
Cleansing pod has arrived. Keep your exposure to a minimum. We don't want you growing extra limbs or something.
I'm getting sick. Rock, listen. Need to clean here.
Final contagion spike neutralized. Scanners show no remaining rock bugs in the area. Let's get on with the team.
Time to fill the air with lead.
I'm with
Rock bugs. Vegas, the worst.
If I get infected, quarantine me in the abyss hole.
Raise the pickaxe. Like the sound of that.
Kako je dobro? Pa dobro. Nick. Ako mogu ja da stavim ovdje, ja ću da šerem screen, a ti ako možeš da vidiš kako mogu da mi workeri automatski rade.
Aj, šer ekran.
Never felt better.
Čekaj. Ovako Discord, pa ćemo da idemo na...
Dole levo imaš ikonicu, da, to.
Znači, ja sam kliknuo na njih, ali nemam ovdje automatski ništa.
Lado, ti nemaš ništa da praviš tu, kako ja vidim. Ništa od to, ne, možeš samo bagerom da porušiš šumu. Nemaš ništa istraženo, tek si počeo meč. Nemaš da napraviš nikakvo napređenje, zato nema opciju ono da napravi sam. Vidiš dole levo one ikonice kad klikneš na seljaka. Ne.
To?
Da. Imaš samo bagerom da polomiš. Ništa nisi istražio. O tome se radi. Nisi istražio rudnike, nisi istražio one... Ne može da ti napravi napređenje kad ne postoji, nema šta da napravi. Može samo šumu da počisti. I možda može farmu. Ne znam da li si istražio farmu. Farma je... Ti si... Pa, moraš da nađeš podobno zemljište. To jest... Bila bi opcija za automatsko upravljanje, ali... Tako sam da sekundu.
A kako se putevi prepravaju?
Ima opciju da pravi puteve. Između resursa čini mi se C6. Moment samo.
Kod mene dolaze pacijenti koji se žale da osjećaju
People have been asking, how do you automate the builders? And I'm just going to say flat out, you can't and you shouldn't. You shouldn't even think about it. This is not like Civilization
Na ravnom zemljištu gdje je zelena trava možda staviš.
And 4 and all the other ones where you really shouldn't be automating builders anyway in those ones either. All right, so your builders really are upgrading everything, and there is no automate feature. Yeah, see, there's a builder right here. There's no automate feature. You can't make them build.
S koliko ti gradova inače igraš, ovako čisto da te pitam ja nešto?
Pa ne znam, sa 6-7.
Odmah ili kasnije napraviš 6-7 gradova?
Pa ne, pa dobro, gledam ni odmah ni kasnije, gledam u neko međuvreme bliže odmah nego kasnije.
I znaš li koliko tih 6-7 gradova zapravo ima blokova za unapređenje?
Ne.
Civilizacija 6 nije ista kao civilizacija 4 i 5, zato što u civilizaciji 6 imaš opciju da praviš, imaš ono da praviš gradske centre, imaš da praviš, to ne praviš sa seljakom, to praviš ti. Ti kao igrač staviš šta ćeš praviš. Da, ti stavljaš u gradu, napravi mi, ne znam, stambeni blok. To ne može da napravi seljak, worker, to moraš ti da staviš. Imaš da staviš da ti napravi branu. Ako grad se nalazi pored vode, to ne može, ni to ne može da napravi worker. Worker može da napravi, sad ću ti reći, u civilizaciji 6, nije ista civilizacija 4, 5 i 6. U civilizaciji 4 i 5 seljaci mogu sami da prave sve te gluposti i bez potrebe da ti šta radiš. U civilizaciji 6 seljak pravi cestu, ako baš ti treba, a ne moraš, zato što svaki karavan koji ide iz jednog tvojeg grada u drugi, ili svaki karavan koji dolazi u tvoj grad iz protivničke strane, automatski sam pravi cestu. Znao to?
Jesam, znao sam to, ali sam mislio da možeš da napraviš i sam.
Možeš, ali bez veze trošiš seljaka na to. Seljak košta dosta para ili ako stavljaš da se pravi seljak, taj worker, umjesto njega možda praviš vojsku ili da praviš neki gradski centar, ili možda praviš wonder, razumeš? Tako da... Vidio, auto walk mi uključio, moguće? Halo? Ne to, nego sami hode. Bože, sad ću ima neka opcija za automatsko trčanje ovdje. Jedino što možeš u civilizaciji 6 sa seljakom ti je da ovako, očistiš šumu sa bagerom, da zgradu koja je zapaljena, ako nećeš da je popraviš, možeš sa buldožderom opciju da je počistiš, ili imaš opciju čekića da popraviš zgradu koju su ti varvari ili protivnici zapalili. Imaš opciju da je repairuješ. Ako hoćeš. Ako nećeš, imaš opciju u gradskom centru da staviš da se automatski popravi. A većinu stvari ti, što kaže net, kao administrator stavljaš da pravi. Nema seljak toliko slobodu kao što ti misliš. Pa, to je istina. Ne znam da li imaš posle opciju da automatski pravi ceste, to nisam siguran, ali to je mnogo kasnije. Na početku ti putevi koje ti praviš, to ti je više ono što kažem ti, što karavan prolazi, uglavnom ti pravi između tvojih gradova, ti pravi putevnice.
Rock and roll and stone. Watch and learn. I'm taking some of the ammo. I feel more than lives.
Ne mogu da provalim koja ti je to nacija.
To je engleski.
Englesi, Englezi.
Ne, nego izgleda da Englezi nemaju te rane jedinice. Oni imaju konjicu kasnije, ali tako? A ne, kontam da bi trebalo da imaju barem one long bowmane ili da imaju vitezove kasnije možda, ali to tek kasnije, ne kao...
Ja sam napravio, sad sam krenuo...
Ti si tek počeo, nemaš to, to je... Ti si u ranom periodu.
Kažu ih Emljani malo pismeni.
Ja, već da kažeš da Englezi nisu bili pismeni, no? Prvi varvari. Kelti, najbičniji. Ona najgora sorta. Pikti, jel tako beš?
Pikti. Ne, Pikti su dobri. I Kelti su dobri. I Belije koji su Englezi ono, kao, plem.
A šta ti najčešće od ovih ovdje stvari, Snake?
Zavisi šta je oko tebe. Gde se nalaziš? Šta imaš oko sebe od resursa? Imaš dosta rudnika, oko tebe su brda. Onda uzmi bog tundre ili bog, imaš craftsman god. Bog zanatlija imaš. Daje ti jedan na sve rudnike, čini mi se da tako beš.
Da.
Možeš da gledaš ko imaš resurse oko sebe i onda na osnovu toga da odlučiš šta ćeš. A to ti je samo, to su ti panteoni, jel tako, kao ona prvobitna kao verovanje, kao u više bogova. Ali kad ustanoviš religiju, onda tu već ima da se razmišljaš šta želiš da radiš u toku, jel, A mi smo bili instalirali mod gdje možeš da biraš alternativnog vođu za Nemačku. Da staviš da ti Adolf, da, Adolf možda bude vođa. Nije animiran, samo ono statična slika, ali interesantno je ovako. Više kao štos, nego što stvarno. Isto imaš standardne jedinice kao što ima Nemačka, nije to problem, ništa specijalno. Imaš onaj U-boat koji je dosta dobar, to moram da priznam. U-boat je bolji dok ne iđeš na nuklearnu podmornicu. Tek nuklearna podmornica je bolja od njega, čini mi se. Što je malo čudno, bože moj. I da, imaš i pancere, ako se dobro sećam. Od pancera su jedino bolji ovi moderne, kao modern armor, tako zovu, moderni tenkovi. Jedino to.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
I got the deposits.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here. One ready. It's me, you arsewide.
Marker up.
Bam!
Don't crush out here. I'm volley. Not ready. Flares recharging.
Platform up. One platform ready to use.
Zip line ready.
Volley is on the way. Platform is flying.
Like that. Rock and stone.
All good things come to those who platform up. Dual flame. Here.
Where is it?
Reloading.
I found a gold vein.
Platform.
Zip line done.
Ready to be built.
So long, suckers. I really can't use this.
Supply drop has been ordered and is on the way.
Ready. Here we go. Ready to shoot. My call for volley. Heavy supply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Ready to kill some more crates. Get these lasers up and running.
Damn flares.
Draculazr. Welcome to my channel.
Bez badra.
Access provided. Sentry gun needs assembly. I was born ready. Rock and roll.
I ordered a resupply.
Oi.
Stand back. Supply car inbound.
Time to restock.
Platform.
Look at it go.
Well, a triffylite deposit. We're sending in a nanite bomb dispenser for you, team. If those things can't penetrate it, nothing will.
Platform. Make every bullet count. Sweet. I was born ready. Over here.
Shields ready again. Squash 'em.
Covering fire.
Let's see if the tail catches it.
You did it. Core infuser active.
Watch and learn. No flares ready. Right, let's pop this thing. There are bloody targets painted on my back. Ready to kill some more crates. I'm taking some of the ammo. Like that.
I needed that. Oh, what a shock.
Yeah.
On the mule and we'll send in the drop pod.
Weapon ready. Really much better. Shield boosting on.
Smooth.
Rock solid. That's it, lads. Rock and stone.
Sending in the drop pod. Starting the counter.
Ti obično biraš od
Za prvi grad.
Da.
Jel te napada neko na početak?
Varvari samo.
Jel ih ima mnogo ili misliš da možda se odbraniš? Ako ih ima mnogo, uzmi uvijek onoga levo. On ti je kao general. On je dobar za branjenje grad. Ako misliš da će te srediti varvari, pošto mogu da te srede, verujem. Ako hoćeš da praviš prvi grad, uzmi četvrtoga. On je dobar za razvijanje grada. Steward. On ti kao... Da, on ti je generalno dobar za razvijanje grada. A ako hoćeš da praviš setlare, onda uzmeš... koji beše ima jedan od tih kao nastojnika, šta su već kao tvoji guvernera. I ima opciju da kad praviš setlare, da ne gubiš populaciju. Samo što to nekad i nije dobra ideja. Ja nekad kupim recimo... Gdje odeš ovaj? Nekad kupim 4-5 setlara. Nekad kupim 4-5 setlara i onda s tim setlarima napravim 4-5 gradova, a glavni grad mi ima, umjesto da ima manje 5 setlara, on znači ima punu populaciju i stalno se razvija i dolazi do toga da je prenaseljena. Bukvalno. Bukvalno imam više stanovnika nego što mi treba. Tako da, koliko je dobra ideja, koliko je loša ideja.
You're my new best friend.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
Face the pickaxe!
Successfully retrieved. Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever. Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Shield charge.
escape pod.
Job done. Oh man, my bloody armor! I just had it refurbished.
Prvi grad ti je taj, jeli? Na jako loše mjesto. Koji? Taj gore?
Da.
To onda okej. A da ti je prvi grad taj dole, onda ne znam, nema hrane dovoljno, zato što je, možeš jedino hranu da iz mora izvlačiš, ono, pecanje. A za sad, pošto na početku nemaš istražene sve te tehnologije koje ti trebaju, da si okružen svuda sa ledom, to jedino valja za nauku. Imaš ono da boostuješ nauku sa tim tundrama i čudima. To može, čini mi se, Rusija. Za svako polje tundre koje imaš oko grada, mislim Rusija dobija po jedan na nauku i na proizvodnju. Tako nešto. Glupo do jaja. A ne pitaj me. Takav bonus ima kao država. Kao nacija, kako hoćeš. A nisu znali developeri šta da stave, pa stavili to. Pam 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 pam. To će biti svejedno. Bilo bi tvoje za 4-5 kruga, ne znam koliko je pisalo. Jedino ako ti treba odmah za nešto.
Pa treba mi da napravim nešto, a?
Ja obično kupujem teritorije za koje nema indikacija uopšte da će to varvari stižu kod tebe. Inače imaš sad opciju u civilizaciji 6 da kupuješ od varvara, ne znam, ti imaš legalnu verziju kupljenu, jel?
Da.
Stavili su kao, ako ti je uključeno u opcijama, imaš kao ono da se, ne znam koliko varvarskih plemena postaju vremenom kao gradovi države, znaš?
Da.
Recimo od startnih imaš recimo gradove države, recimo imaš u početku 5-6, a sve ostalo su ti varvarska plemena koja su se osamostalila.
unusual this eight. Have it. Back all unusual this eight. Have a safe journey.
Ovdje biraš nek.
Biraš na koji način želiš da dođeš do sljedećeg zlatnog doba. E sad, probaj, vidim samo šta piše, ne vidim, sitne su mi slova. Gain 1 era score each time you trigger Eureka. Kako ti ide nauka? Kojom brzinom ti ide nauka? Je li relativno brzo istražuješ nove nauke?
Da.
Onda stavi prvo. Svaki put kad budeš istražiti neku novu kao tehnologiju, dobit ćeš jedan taj kao era score. Kad napuniš, vidiš i u donjem desnom ćošku one kao, ima kao neki, piše ti 36 od 24, šta li? Skroz dole desno, ispod uzvičnika. To ti je era score. Kad ga napuniš do kraja, prelaziš u kao, da sam to dobro objasnio, ne prelaziš u sljedeću eru, već dobijaš novo zlatno doba. To je možda precizniji opis.
Hey!
A, ne treba, druže.
Koliko u drugi grad je dao pošalje sneg?
Pošalji u drugi grad, kako beše ono, 1, 2, 3, 4, ovu 5. A tebi fali bar 1. Ti nemaš sve ekspanzije, ti imaš onu free verziju što je bila, jel tako?
Nije, brati, imam i Gatling Storm i ovu drugu.
Onda si igrao po standardnim pravilima, pretpostavljam da je to. Je li moguće? Kapiram šta radi ovaj host, ali... Ne znam šta ćeš tim postići. Imaš kad startaš, ti stavio kao quick play ili tako nešto, ili custom game, nešto od ta dva. Imaš da staviš pod kojim ćeš pravilima da igraš. Imaš kao rule set da staviš. I zavisno s toga koji si stavio taj kao set pravila, imaš određene stvari uključene ili isključene. Jer ja gledam, ti sad kad si mi pokazao šta imaš kao Golden Age, taj bonus, ti nemaš stvari recimo koje su meni ponuđene. Recimo ja imam ponuđeno, to ti je, da li imaš kad startaš taj kao game, imaš da staviš kao rule, kao pravila pod kojima igraš. Imaš Gathering Storm i imaš taj standard i treći. Ima 2, 3 kao ta. I zavisno toga koji staviš... Bože, sad čujem. Nije isto. Znaš, čak ti ni ne da iste nacije, znaš. Mogu biti drugačije. A drugačije bude, znači, drugačiji izvor startnih nacija.
Kako beše da grupišem dve iste trupe ili tako nešto ili ne?
Kako da grupišeš?
Aha.
Na koji način?
Pa recimo imaš...
Da, možeš. Možda napraviš kao dve jedinice u četi. Možda napraviš 4 jedinice u četi. Ali ti pričaš o stvarima koje treba da istražiš. Da, nije ti dostupno ništa od toga odmah. To što ti pričaš, to je sve može, ali tek ne znam u kom dobu, to je srednji vek tipa. Možda napraviš, imaš armija i imaš brigade i tako neki đavo, zaboravio sam imena. Što, a? Dobro. Nebo ti pas mate. Pri obali. Nemoj ka unutrašnjosti. Vidiš taj zeleni pojas, ali pri obali uvijek.
A šta misliš recimo ovdje, a?
Da vidim. Možeš. Glupi medved. Pronto?
Lasciamo da spesa per un pezzettino, un bel
Niti 1/3 mozaka.
Dobro, fino si se razvukao. Do čitavog tog poluostrva, samo ćeš moći da braniš teritoriju. Ima Natanija, što neće se ubija.
Da T1.
A seterski, ne seterski nego workeri mogu da postanu i lopte na kitove, je tako ili moram da odradim nešto drugo?
Šta, mogu da postanu?
Lopte na
Da
kitove.
postavljaju.
Ne šalješ ti workera da lovi, ako si mislio da ti lovi životinje.
Kitove, a?
A, ne. Ako ga staviš u vodu, da, ako ga staviš u vodu, u čamac, ono, da kao plovi. Staviš ga na polje gdje ima riba, imaš opciju da sagradiš, ako si istražio navigaciju i to, šta li već, imaš opciju da ga pošalješ, da kao naprave, stavi par barki i na to polje se sad, ne znam, harvestuje riba ili kitovi, da. Sad uzem malo vode za kafu. I'm gonna pop something, I've got $20 in my pockets. Tu nemaš ništa, inače. Tu gdje je totalni led. Znaš?
Da?
Na tim poljima vlada. To može vremenom da se istopi kako valjda kako se povećava i doba i prelaziš u modernije i imaš zagađenja više, taj led tu to se istopi u vodu i onda može biti resurs, a za sad to je samo ledenice. Tu ništa ne raste bukvalno. what you did to me. I wish I knew if you do what you do to me. I'll do it for you. How do you do?
Yabba do.
What you did to me.
25, boys, what you gonna do? Tako?
Tako.
Bacili su foru,
Šta će Discord u pola gigabajta, ja ne mogu.
A treba, brate.
Povlači, jebote internet povlači 4 megabita.
da može grad da ti se osamostali, ako imaš grad koji nije, to tvoj grad nije.
Nije.
Ako ti grad nije povezan teritorijom, kao što taj nije povezan teritorijom, i ako dugo ostane tako samostalan, imaš šanse da se odcepi.
Da glubi šipce,
Ovako, ja sam rekao, ima šanse da se odcepi.
Bok the seamster ready to make... Is that thank you kind? May the spectre... Are you certain? Have foul Polly. I'll be now. Do you think that I'm as good as... Oh, I need to... Oh, please. You're beautiful. Bok this ready to...
Grad je recimo lag za napad, ali treba do njega doći opalji ali. Oh, please.
Bolje su za Americi.
Your fingers. Oh, what a pity it is to be without the right. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half crescents that wish to be whole. Before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead.
I disagree with them on that.
Kako, da li?
To find the coward's passage through
Naučnik.
the dim.
Treba ti univerzitet. Baci ga u to polje, vidiš da ti je označeno polje u koje može se stavi. Pošalji ga desni klik u to polje, to da. I onda imaš opciju da aktiviraš njegov efekat, onu glavu, vidiš, ne mrtvačku glavu, nego tu. A to. Eto. Nekad imaš po 2 puta ili nekad 3-4 tehnologije istraži, zavisi u kojem dobu se uzme.
find the...
Marš u pičku. Ne ti, nego ova babetina. Ružna. Babuskara. S tim smo završili. Howl of Shebibri.
Šta mi je ono? Što je dolazi?
Umro.
Gdje su on?
Ne vidim šta mi je ono, si bio do mjera.
Nema on vremena za sirotinju. On samo ako može da izvuče lovu, jel tako Milan, ili koristi neku za sebe.
Moj Milane. Razočaran sam u kuću. Ovaj prvo dosta džubrati. Nikola. Možda 5 miliona. Pogotovo sad nakon ovih povećanja pa. Zato što su oni sve te bonuse smaknuli na 1%. To se prebio 3%, 5%. Sve to ne ide. Zato što im sve malo. Imaju ovaj što je kao unuk ima, koji je tu moj godin. Sve mu je malo. Pogod pa malo. Ovo smane. Koliko god pada, malo. I ovog izgledaju još epizodu neku košta. Ja on izvede na neku špekulaciju, a glup je. I sad dajem u čovjeka ne znam za koliko pada. Ovaj nije mogu da uveze jatu. Imate što jatu. Kad se mali setio, kad se mali setio pošto ovaj duguje za koncentrate i to, da njega jebe da ga tuži za te pare ne morate da plati.
that. I disagreed with him on the cracker thing as well. There are things that I've said that he disagrees with. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't need to, like, in order to, like, appreciate what somebody does, I don't have to approve of every single thing that they've ever said. Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Like this. And for all their work come so far. No, you haven't. You've set us back decades with this bullshit.
God. So yeah, the Death Eaters here. So yeah, she responded with the threat of legal action in December. Okie dokie, JJ, Jazz Hands JJ, we'll play it your way. Give my regards to your solicitor. On Monday, 2 months after the Nazi accusation, Wells issued a retraction.
There
I would
it
like
is.
to publicly apologize for
Fucking
a previous
around
Twitter
and
thread where
finding
I
out.
interacted with J.K. Rowling on matters relating to the transgender community. I have now removed these tweets and would like to apologize to J.K. Rowling directly for causing potential upset. I would also like to retract my likening to J.K. Rowling to any far-right or Nazi organization and emphasize I do not wish any individual, inclusive of J.K. Rowling, to come to any harm. Yeah, lawyer wrote that. Lawyer wrote that.
So she must have followed through.
Yeah, this needs to happen more often. I'm going to tell you the truth. Like, you can call people names, whatever, but again, the intention isn't just to make them feel bad. The intention is to destroy their lives, get that label to stick, hopefully get them to kill themselves or something. I mean, these people are absolutely vicious and malicious.
Oh, yeah.
They're
absolutely.
not going to do anything, but they're going to try to weaponize other people to do stuff.
Right, that's exactly what they try to do. Like, don't make the bullets want somebody else to fire them.
No, I agree with that. I think that if somebody like this killed themselves, there'd be a ton of people celebrating it. Absolutely. As ghoulish as that sounds, as with most things in life, I'm taking the black pill. I think that's what would happen.
Okay, oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I got a little upset. I went out literally to upset people to get them riled up, and then I said,
No
"Oh, there they are.
No
Yeah,
pun
yeah.
intended.
There they are. Go, there they live. Go get them." And then something happens, but I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
Yeah. So I mean, this is ridiculous. You know, and the thing is she's got more money now because of people like you, JJ. Because you threatened her, you dogpiled her. All these people are calling for a boycott of Hogwarts Legacy because of all the backlash, because of her being targeted, and she was one of the most beloved authors of the last century. Because of all this, you actually guaranteed that she's going to make Hogwarts money for years to come. She's going to make Wizarding World money for years to come. And if she has to use a little bit of that to smack a bitch here and there, you do what you got to do.
Well, I just think it's funny because then there's the other news site talking about how her grandkids are going to have money, and they should come to just punch her. You know?
God, this is ridiculous. Well, yeah,
I haven't seen that, so I don't know what that is.
Talk with Barry Weiss, I think, about it, and they're kind of promoting that right now. But yeah, she's been canceled harder than anybody I can think of, but it's actually backfired tremendously. I mean, it's and a lot of companies now are like, yeah, she really. I mean, even if they don't agree with her, they're like, can we agree that Harry Potter's pretty good and we're gonna all make money on Harry Potter?
That's why the companies like her. You see the money part? There we go. That's the big part.
Let's just keep making Harry Potter, but to get the stick, of course.
All these companies will post flags on Pride Month.
Welcome to my channel.
Every year, every single time. But if it comes between money and doing that, then, this is a different situation. We're going to have to look at people's freedom of speech. We're going to have to see what they have to say. People have their rights. And, we're not entirely sure what she says. Bro, you're being played if any of that marketing is effective to you. You are being absolutely fucking hoodwinked.
You're trying to play this goblin card now. And again, I didn't hear anything about this when the movie first came out.
Apparently it was a thing, but it was a very little thing. And yeah.
So for almost 20 years, nobody really mentioned it until they decided they didn't like her. Now they're going to dig this up.
Here's the thing: when I look at the characters, I don't think, oh, it's a Jewish person. I think it's a goblin. Just like orcs. I don't think, oh my God, it's a black person. I'm just like, oh, it's an orc.
Yeah, people said orcs were black people. This is pretty popular like maybe 2 years ago. A lot of people aren't saying this anymore because there's not really much of a foundation on it. No, like what she's saying is, I understand that like it might seem like a big diversion, but yes, this did happen.
You know, because it's not real.
God, this is ridiculous. Yeah, so they're really...
I think that the goblin thing, like, you can... I think you can make a very strong argument that the way goblins are portrayed in most forms of traditional fantasy media does have massive overlaps with Jewish stereotypes. I think you can absolutely say that. I think you're right. But I think that what goblins are and the, like, lore and everything about that has transcended so far from what that looks on a surface level that you can say that, but it is disingenuous to say that because of that, they are anti-Semitic fundamentally. Does that make sense?
I haven't seen, other than these media, okay, it's coming from Game Pure, it's not like, it's
The ones are Mexican? No, they're Scottish.
Other than some of these journals on these outlets, I haven't seen a lot of real people mentioning this, talking about it.
No, because they're trying to create a controversy.
She's 100% right about this. The anti-Semitic plot controversy thing, like this is, they're creating controversy and creating drama so they can make videos and make, you know, like do articles about this. Like, how could I possibly?
To cancel.
Right. Not to fix that or anything. They need news, they need clicks,
yeah.
And they want to get their own way. So they're just gonna make up shit and generate stuff just to cause an issue. Just to try to do whatever they can. And it's like, but then they look like they're, how istophobic are they? Because they're perpetuating this idea that goblins are stand-ins for Jewish people. How anti-Semitic of you?
I find that to be such an intellectually dishonest argument. I think that to an extent that is true, but I find it to be an intellectually dishonest argument, even though I agree with the conclusion that she has. I think that's a bad way to get at it.
I think at this point, this is gonna pass.
They're onto this shit.
They're onto it.
You're welcome.
I think that the J.K. Rowling situation, the Harry Potter situation, is gonna be a massive tipping point. Because even people that are, you know, on the left, that are down with trans rights and all that, are even like, this has gone too far. It's insane. You know, you shouldn't be harassing people for playing a game that she barely had anything to do with. And yeah, you're gonna fool around. You're gonna get yourself sued. And it needs to happen more often. More people should get sued for trying to destroy other people's careers intentionally with lies. Now, if you're saying, hey, this person did that or whatever, but I mean, you're flat out saying she is a Nazi, which is patently untrue, and you're repeating it again and again and again.
You figure if you all say it in lockstep, it'll make it true.
Yeah.
Just because you repeat a lie 100 times doesn't make it the truth.
You're reading too much Harry Potter. It's not like a spell where you can all just like make it happen by wanting it to happen. We gotta wrap this up. Okay, so please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Yep, there it is. I pretty much agree with this. Absolutely. I think more people need to be held accountable whenever they're saying something that is just so, like, blatantly untrue, like calling somebody a Nazi. Like, that is just fucking crazy to say that. Like, I mean, if you looked into, like, what Nazis really did, bro, like, that was some disgusting, horrible shit. It's not even remotely close. It was much worse. Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, the Schindler's List. Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff like, I mean, there was like some, like, this wasn't a very common thing, but like they would make skin with people's, or make furniture, like lamps with people's skin. It was obviously like, you know, gassing all of them, having them sell each other out, human experiments, like everything, man. It was nuts. Experiment on twins, yeah. Carpets with hair. I didn't hear about the carpets with hair. That could have been it. They killed pregnant women? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they did. You know why? Because they were fucking Nazis. They're not tweeting. They're going out and they're killing people systematically. Yeah, Nazis killed over 6 million civilians. They killed a lot of people, man. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, there's the video. I think this is a great video. I hope that more people get held accountable for spreading lies with no foundation whatsoever. I think that saying that the, you know, providing, just again for context, I also think that saying that the the game has anti-Semitic tropes, I also think it's totally fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that, because it's critical. It's critical review. Even though I disagree with it and I think it's stupid, it is critical review.
Isebe. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Hello there.
Amazon spent millions beefing up its Crown Twitch channel and says it's among the top 10, but a Bloomberg investigation shows many of its views are junk. In one show, 30,000 people apparently watched Crown play Candy Crush Saga. So this is something that I saw a little bit ago, and I did want to make some comments on this because it is something that I talked about a lot, and I'll read some of her tweets about it first before I get into anything from the article, etc. But let's see here. Amazon's Crown channel inflated viewership has repercussions for advertisers. Bro, oh, look at that. Inflated viewership has repercussions for advertisers who have been pitched on sponsorship packages between $150,000 to $500,000. Documents showed Crown has attracted advertisers as notable as progressive. Man, we'd love to be an investigation like this into esports leagues as well. Thanks, I wrote about hollow traffic here in esports in 2019, specifically regarding Magic and Overwatch League. Let's go ahead and see what she said in 2019. Overwatch League finals sold out 1,900 seat venue, or 19,000. Overwatch League Grand Finals live stream was embedded across the internet. A source familiar with Curse Sales operation told Kotaku that the company was behind it. We never had done a tournament that size. When we turned that on, and this is Excuse me. Apparently I had a hot dog earlier. Apparently I'm having it again. All right, we did some tournaments, etc. When we turn that on, and that is of course referring to the embedding, we went from 100,000 to 300,000. He noted that it was on one of the most heavily promoted events in esports, even airing on ESPN. Blizzard did not comment on the story. So look at that. I don't know if this is a surprise for really anybody here, but it looks like embedding streams and then giving them fake viewers, the advertisers and the people that are journalists here are finally starting to see this. We will investigate. Yep, there we go. And I think this is so funny because if you go back 2 months ago, 3 weeks ago, and I think there's one from quite a while ago also, I was talking about this then.
Oh, madness.
Thank fucking God we finally have it. This is being published on Bloomberg. People are finally starting to realize this. You talked about this over a year ago. Yeah, because it's obvious. Like, yeah. Asmongold wishes he was gay. I remember that. Yeah, that shit was funny. Okay, embedded viewers are not real viewers. Yeah. Anyway, so it looks like Twitch might have to actually be accountable for, you know, like misrepresenting this. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Is like, let's say you're an advertiser and you pay somebody to advertise your product to 10,000 people. And then the person advertises your product to 1,000 people and then basically fakes the other 9,000. Are you getting your money's worth? Or are you getting scammed? Use the right term, viewership inflation. Yes, I am using the actual term scamming and view botting. That's what it is. That's what they're doing, and they're getting called out for it, and advertisers will see through it. It is bad for everyone. This is why I said Twitch should not allow people to do this. This is why I said the embedded views should not count towards any sort of analytics on the website. I knew this was bad, I knew this would happen, and they had to push it. They had to try, and guess what? Now it's getting mainstream attention, and every fucking streamer is gonna suffer because of this, because advertising companies are gonna see this, and they're gonna lower their rates. Now, I said this shit would happen, and now it's happening. God fucking damn it. Streamers are doing it themselves also. Never fault a person acting in self-interest. Never fault a person. Like, I understand that, yes, obviously they are doing it because it will make them more money as a streamer. However, it should be Twitch's responsibility to see their greater self-interest in allowing people to misrepresent viewership on their platform, and how that will create a long-term negative effect with the relationships they have with advertisers and what their CPM rate is going to be for those advertisers paying them. This was Twitch not understanding what their best interest was and not managing this problem ahead of time. So +3? Oh shit. Wow. And oh fucking host. Oh, thank you. So thank you very much. Let's see here. What do you think the fallout will be when people are exposed for view botting, if any? No, everybody knows there's view botters. Like, let me see. I'll go on Twitch right now. We'll see if we can find any view botters. Here, let's do it. Okay. Are there any big channels that are view botting? Let's look at this one, for example. We'll see if Rainbow Six is view botting or not. Okay, got it. /chatters. It says 55,000, so it's about 10,000 different than the actual viewership. It's hard really to say. Let's see. Maybe that one is view botted slightly. I don't really know. Let's see, what else do we have here? It looks like there's no real bad ones right now. There's no bad ones. Let's see here. There's actually more chatters than I would expect. Yeah. And let's see here. Where are we else gonna look at? There are certain sections that have a lot more view botting than other sections. So, for example, the New World section does. Where's New World? There's New World right there. I'm not sure if these guys have view bots on or not, or embedding, but there's not too many of them. Check the Tower Fantasy directory. Well, the Tower Fantasy directory is so small, it's hard for me to tell whether somebody's view botting in there or not. New World botters are offline at the moment. It seems that way. You type Akira Chatter. I don't know what that is. Is that a command only verified streamers can type? No, it's not. What's this here? Have you seen the new Core Punk video? No, I haven't.
Marvelous. Welcome to my
Some
channel.
people full screen and aren't included in chatter count? Yeah, sure. Well, anyway, the point is that whenever somebody gets broadcast on, like, let's say the main page here, like, let's just look at C and see like who pops up here. Look at it. Like, these people have 10,000 viewers, okay? So let's go ahead and we're gonna look and we're gonna see how many people are typing in their chat. Let's see. Current chatters, 209. There you go. So there are two different outcomes for this. So number one, and it's ad content. You see this right here? Do you think Hellman's mayonnaise is getting their money's worth whenever they advertise in front of an amount of people that is sold as 10,000? Do you think that's fair to Hellman's mayonnaise? Or do you think they're getting taken for a ride? Do you think they're getting hoodwinked? Do you think they're being bamboozled? 100% bamboozle. Yeah. Absolute tomfoolery. Yeah, they're getting scammed. And it's happening right here. It's obvious. 100% best ROI they've ever had. Well, they got their 10,000 viewers now. Yeah, they better pay Twitch extra. Oh my god, don't forget Led Astray. Yeah, that's another one. I'll add some more of those to the list. Holy fuck, man. So yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very harmful thing for these brands. Because I know that a lot of people don't like advertisers. I get it. This channel isn't monetized. I don't run a bunch of ads either. So I also have ad block. Look at this. Ad guard, ad blocker. I have ad block too, okay? I get it. But they're being scammed. And they shouldn't be getting scammed. Because they paid their money. They went into it and they said, we want this many viewers and we're spending this much money. And this is what's fair.
Without one. Oh,
is this fair to them?
Thank you. May the blessing of the finger.
No, it's not.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be.
How much just got their money's worth thanks to you? Where's your cut? I don't know, but please don't send me any mayonnaise. I hate mayonnaise. Okay, my mom used to get this mayonnaise. It would make me so mad. Like, I remember sometimes, like, I would get... There was one time I got a burger at Burger King, and it had mayonnaise on it, and it ruined my entire week. Yeah, I'm not about mayonnaise, bro. I get ketchup and mustard. That's it, bro. Like, it's mainly just ketchup. Yeah, I don't do no mayonnaise. Well, anyway, what I'm saying is, like, you look at this number, and this is, they're getting taken for a ride, bro. and that's a fact. Let's look at some of these other ones, all right? And I have no problem with this kind of stuff. Let's see, what about the Valorant one? Valorant's pretty popular, so, you know, we'll probably see a good amount of chatters in here. Well, let's go ahead and take a look.
All right,
got it. Yeah, we got it. All right, that's about right. It's 35,000, so this is an actual popular show. And most of the time, like, the main one here is going to get the majority of viewership. This has 66 viewers.
I don't really.
This has got 479. That seems pretty much fine.
It's bro.
Let's see here. Yeah, all the rest of these are much smaller, but it's the one on the main one. I don't think this is really that big of a fucking deal. The problem when it's a big deal is whenever it's sold through advertisers. That's what makes it problematic. There's a tax exemption for ad spending that was passed a few years ago. Advertisers don't really care if the money is wasted on fake engagement. They incur no risk running ads through tax exemptions. Okay, well then why doesn't every advertiser just pay everybody $1 million? Yeah, why don't they just pay every streamer $1 million? Because that's too much? That's too much for what? What do you mean it's too much? I thought you said they could just write it off the taxes. How would it matter how much it is? Oh, God. Click it? No, we're not going to click it, guys. Chill out. Okay, where can I sign up? Yeah, room temperature IQ. Yeah, sorry, guys. That's not how it works, all right? And, yeah, anyway, overall, big W with this one. Huge W. Very happy to see this. More people talking about it. Embedding should not count as a live viewer. I do not hold it against anybody except for Twitch that embedding counts as live viewers. It is actively deceptive. It is sold on a lie, and it hurts the platform in the long run. People that don't see that either have their self-interest aligned with embedding or are naive and or stupid. That's about it. The idea of business does not care as it can be written off is ridiculous. Of course it is. Of course it is. And that's what I was saying about paying people $1 million. Like any sort of like logical extrapolation of this mindset would make no sense. Of course it's stupid. Is Kick still embedding Twitch streams? I have no idea. It's allowed by Twitch. Why don't they just disallow it then? Because they're selling it and they're using it to make money. That's why. They think the money for selling slots on their carousel is probably better than not making that money. Yeah, that's probably why. And also they can sell the website traffic is higher. So it's a benefit for them whenever you don't contextualize any advertiser realizing what's happening. Does that make sense? Let's see here. Why would Ab and Breach put ads on scared? What am I scared of? But it is the reality. We know big companies don't pay any taxes. They use business expenses for tax write-offs. Advertising is one of the methods they use to avoid paying tax. We know companies don't pay any taxes. No, we don't know that. Of course they pay taxes. Do we think that maybe they should spend more taxes? Yes, sure. The people that say that companies don't pay any taxes at all are people that have not even taken one accounting class in their entire life. There are 1,000 different loopholes that they use, but they do actually pay money. It's not like they're paying $0. You can say, yes, they should pay more. Absolutely, I probably agree with you. But to say that they don't pay any taxes is crazy. That's not even true. Yeah, they think write-offs are a scam. Exactly. I don't know. Like, again, we could talk about this for an hour, but I just figured I would bring that up. Do you think Twitch is paying the advertisers, playing the advertisers on purpose to allow embedding? I think that they are just simply, excuse me, they are just simply doing what is beneficial to them at the time, without thinking about the long-term effects that it could have. I think that's actually what's happening. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of nuance to this. They're doing what's best for them at the current time. Let's see here. Did you know men and women are not meant to pay taxes? It was meant for companies, but they won't, so it was put on the people. Yeah, I remember that was actually, if you remember right, that was God's 11th commandment, but Walmart took that commandment off in 1950. So that's why we have 10 commandments instead of 11 commandments. Is because it was unprofitable for Walmart, so they teamed up with Burger King, and they removed the 11th amendment, or sorry, commandment that was written by God. What's your opinion on Kick? I think that Kick will be a competitor to Twitch to the extent that they can invest money in getting streamers to go over to the platform. Also, if Kick can guarantee streamers the same audience, the viewers, so okay, here's basically why Kick is a viable alternative for streamers like Aiden and Kai, and why it's not a viable alternative for streamers like me or Soda Poppin', okay? So basically, this is Aiden, this is, I think, who's like mainly Miz, let's say Miz, right? And, or Soda, or like any other streamer, like, I don't want to put somebody's name out there, but we're just gonna put Miz, okay? So Aiden, this is, his viewers come mainly from Insta, TikTok, slash, let's see, what else? Fucking Twitter. Twitter, right? So this is where his viewers come from. And Miz's viewers come from Twitch. And then also like TikTok and Twitter. TikTok, and then probably in Twitch, Twitter. And so what they have to do here is, it'll take a little bit of time. What's that? I don't think so, but that's not the point. Okay, so you have Twitch. Oh, I missed a circle. Excuse me, gentlemen. There we go. And so let's make sure we get all this done. I apologize. This is problematic. Okay. So this is the way that viewership for Aiden goes. Okay? So Aiden Ross gets viewers on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. And then instead of sending them to Twitch, he sends them to Kick instead. Okay?
George _ Gaming Channel.
Like Soda and
welcome
any
to
other
my channel.
centric streamer, they go and they have their their viewer base is on Twitch. So they have to get their viewer base from Twitch to go over to Kick. So they're like, basically a Twitch-centric streamer is going to have to make their viewers take an extra step. And that's why it's better for somebody like Aiden or Kai to go over to Kick, because their audience exists outside of Twitch. Yeah, it's 4 steps instead of 3. Nobody likes extra steps, exactly. That's just how it is. Platform migration is harder than introducing a new platform. Yes, it is.
praise the praise the grass. Oh boy. Oh, fuck. So no, and then
like I caught like 30 bodies when I moved to LA, so that was like my big thing. They were like, oh, like American horror.
She belongs to the streets.
Put her in
30? In
Yeah.
how long a period of time?
Is that 3 months?
Do you ever think before you speak?
No, I don't actually. I like to be just as surprised as everybody else.
It's crazy because I really don't like men that are good for me, but as soon as you bring a little, oh, I'm gonna ignore you, I'm gonna give you a little trauma, I'm gonna give you a little sprinkle of I'm here and then I'm not, I'm in love with you. And that's so backwards.
Stop it. Get some help.
You guys think that women can handle the truth?
Yeah, dude, yeah. A man can handle the truth. Yeah, can a man handle the truth?
Tell me the truth. I'm ready for it right now.
The truth is, you wanna pay me $500, I'll suck your now.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
yo.
the truth. So can you handle it?
Got a little back in there.
So here's why nightclubs are shit. Alright, so now that I've got your attention, I'm gonna tell you why clubs are pretty much the biggest waste of time. Alright, so last weekend, me and the boys were celebrating Big Don's birthday, and on the very rare occasion, we went out to the city and we went to the club. And let me tell you, it was the quickest refresher of how garbage these places really are. I mean, the entrance to these places speaks for itself. You've got women passing out on the gutter as 3 men fill them up while they're practically unconscious. You've got men literally fighting over who can get in there first. You go in there, it smells like ciggy butts and sweat. I know a lot of club goers are gonna get angry at me right now for my opinion. They're gonna call me a flog or whatever, but you can't tell me that this isn't the biggest waste of your money. You literally pay $18 for a standard drink. Clubs are for girls to have their ego inflated and your wallet depleted.
To marry a girl, okay? And you love her so much. Would you make her sign a prenup with the abundance of money you do have?
Yeah, of course.
You would make her sign a prenup?
Yeah, like, if she was like, she's not comfortable with that, then it's like,
But she might get offended by that.
well, if she's offended by that, then she's not the one. She's offended by it. Is she like, is that why she's there then?
Your money? What if she also made a lot of money? Like,
Well, the laws, specifically in California, are really not in favor of men. So it's like a woman you could break up, they could take like half your shit, and she could do it and be like, peace.
okay. So you would make her sign a prenup?
Yeah, and vice versa. He was like,
Okay, how much money should your wedding ring cost?
Oh, look at hers.
How much was that?
I would say 30K at least.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Jeez, okay. That's how much-
30K? That was how much less than my first wedding ring.
That was your first wedding ring?
This is my second wedding ring.
How much was that?
Mine was like 27, I think.
How much was it?
137.
Whoa, $137,000.
This is gonna sound bad, but I would hate when I would tell a guy like, oh, I really want flowers, and he would only just give me flowers.
What?
I know that sounds bad. I know exactly how it sounds, but in my mind and in my thinking, it's like, I don't want to just tell you exactly what to do. I'm not trying to mother you. I would like the flowers. I'm not saying the flowers is what's wrong, but it's, why couldn't you give me flowers and chocolate? Why couldn't you just go the extra mile to think outside the box rather than just following in my exact footsteps of what I'm telling you that I like?
I know a lot of you guys are probably wondering after watching that clip, why are women so unsatisfied? Why are they so ungrateful?
they want a psychic? Do they want a mind reader? Why are they like this? It's because so many women are unsatisfied. They have a black hole within. So they get in these relationships, they get these boyfriends, and they want all these different things for them. Buy me chocolate. When he buys me chocolate, you didn't give me flowers. You didn't give me the teddy bear. You didn't give me the shoes. You didn't give me the lingerie. Then when you do all these different things, she's still gonna continue to complain because most of these women have no hobbies, they have no life, they don't have anything outside of themselves and makeup that they enjoy. So what they do is they get in these temporary relationships and they make the man do all these different things. They punish him. They say, well, you didn't do this for me. My friend got this. You didn't pay for my car. You didn't do this. Because so many women don't like themselves. Also, if a guy does all these different things for her, let's say he pays her car note, he buys her shoes, he takes her around the world, he does all these different things, she'll be frustrated and mad at him still and want more because that's not the type of guy that she wants to be. She doesn't find him all that attractive. So she's gonna make him pay the price. And when he does, she's still gonna complain about something.
I wonder why we're about to go over to this man's bitch ass place, all fucking dressed up for what? For what? What has he ever fucking done for me? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this?
What's something that makes a guy instantly unattractive?
His height.
What height is instantly unattractive?
Anything under 6 foot. Get the fuck out.
Yo, kill me with this.
Marine, men versus women.
Round 1.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
All women are queens.
Most excellent hit of my life. Next thing I knew, I was on the beach, taking in some cosmic rays, getting hit by Mother Nature.
Round 2.
If she breathes, she's a god! Bonk!
Round 3.
Bang! I make it look easy. Ping! Sorry! Eat my dust! Hey, look at me, ma! Ah, fellas!
Because I have kids. So my value...
Talk to the mic, Andy.
My value isn't lesser because I have kids. Like...
Stop the cap!
Talk to the mic, talk to the mic.
Like he said, men look at you for what you bring to the table. They're not looking at you for what your kids play a part. Like, a real man's gonna step up to the plate and love you and your kids.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me chime. There we go.
Hold up.
Oh shit!
Because I know that's fine. I do have a daughter. No, you hold on. I do have a daughter. No, you gonna let me speak at the end? No,
because it's my turn. So plain and simple.
No, because I've been waiting, so it's my turn.
Okay,
like I said, it is. It is. No. That's not. No, we ain't gonna do that.
No, this how it's gonna go.
No disrespect, but we ain't gonna do that.
No,
like I said.
It's not.
No.
It's not how it's gonna
go. No, it is.
Let her talk.
It is. I let you talk. I let the men
Let's
talk.
get some structure. Let's get some structure. Let's get some structure.
We're not gonna do that because I let the men talk.
Okay.
So you need to let the females talk.
Understood. He's
responding.
Okay.
No, honestly,
he's responding to.
And I'm responding to her though.
You can roll.
We ain't doing it like that.
You can roll.
I can roll.
Okay, go ahead.
It's nothing.
Okay,
Relax. Let's get some structure.
What we waiting on?
Let's see what I look like.
I like what you look like. That's what I'm trying. What's up?
So, do I want to be in a hoopty?
Oh, where are we going?
You want to go, you know?
Yeah.
So, hold on.
I'll fuck you in this car.
No, you wouldn't.
I'll give you the pussy because of this car.
There's a football player, Brian Banks. He spent 5 years in jail. The woman who accused him of lied about it. She got $2 million in some sort of settlement or something, blah, or whatever. Then she was found out to be lying. Video evidence proof her confessing that she made the entire thing up. Has she served 1 day in jail? Nope. So when they lock your son up, take his rights, ruin his life, not his, because once that's out there, it's there forever. It never goes away. No. And
I
then
raised my son right. I don't think my son would ever be in that situation. I'm just saying.
I want you guys to understand what she just said. I raised my son right. I don't think he'd ever be involved in that situation. You mean involved with a vindictive, lying woman?
Yeah.
Do you live in the United States of America?
Yes, I do.
Let's see.
I would say that my biggest flaw right now in this present
boy.
moment is that I want a fucking boyfriend. Boys are stinky. Boys are annoying. Boys take up space, but I want one. I want one so I can cook it dinner and buy it cool clothes and shoes and do cool things with it. This is the first time in my life that I've actually been like, you know, a boyfriend sounds nice.
Everyone else's kid is paying attention to the game. Mine is hitting on the photographer.
This is really sad. That dude is going viral all because he was thirsty. He couldn't control himself. This is what happens when you simp for women. He has a purpose. His teammates are out there warming up, they're getting ready for the game, and he's on the sideline trying to talk to some chick. And you can tell by her body language, she's turned this way, she's not really trying to talk to him. You know, that's just number one telltale sign that a woman is not into you. And he's trying to do everything he can. He's getting up, put his helmet on. Guys, let this be a lesson for you. Number one, if she's not into you, she's going to make it hard for you. And number two, you should be focusing on your goals, your purpose, your mission, and let these women come to you. This is why you need to have something greater in life than women that you want. Even if you're in a relationship or married, when you focus on yourself, when you focus on your goals, when you're not chasing women, when you're not trying to get her attention, what's going to happen is she's going to eventually just come around to you, because women want guys who are mysterious, number one, and number two, have a greater purpose in life. Every time you make a woman your number one focus and you try to make her happy, you're trying to spend all this time with her and do all these different things, you know what she's going to do? She's going to get tired of you. This is just how women are. They want guys who are aloof. They want guys who have a greater vision. They want guys who have goals and everything, so then they can just tag along with that guy and say, okay, well, he has something greater, so he must be cool. And on top of that, he's on his knee and it looked like he's, in a way, about to profess his feelings to her and trying to get up and talk to her. And she must have said something that caused him to pop up and stand up and then put his helmet on. I don't know what was said, but she said something that kind of got him frustrated or whatever the case may be. So guys, love yourself. Your goals and passions and your focus would never leave you. He should be out there with his team. He should be vibing with his buddies and everything, because women are gonna come and go.
You get hit. Get hit. Y'all check. Make sure we good. Make sure she's still in. We in? 1, 2, 3. Last warning. One, two, three. Is that it? All right, y'all shake hands. Shake hands.
Diablo Immortal is about to change forever. Uh-oh. The new $110,000 grind.
Breaking down all of the normal gyms. The numbers are actually insane. You're going to want to watch all of this one, because by the end of it, you're not going to believe all the steps I've walked you through. It'll probably blow your mind if you've never actually taken a look at some of these numbers. But that being said, let's get going with it. There's a significant change coming to Diablo Immortal that will shift the power in this game. I'm going to fully explain it, including the math breakdown for you in this video.
Okay.
So by the end of the video, you're going to know everything you need to know for this upcoming change. Normal gyms are about to shift how powerful they are. In the most recent patch update, they stated on the 22nd, they're going to be adjusting normal gyms. These gyms will receive an additional attribute which modifies the base stats of the item they're socketed into. This is similar to Resonance, how Resonance actually modifies the equipment base stat as well.
Right.
Normal gyms will only be modifying the set items they're socketed into, as legendary items can only have legendary gym sockets, not normal sockets. Because of the variability in the number of gyms that both gloves, belts, boots, and necklaces can have, this means 3 gym spots are now even more of a priority than they were before. Because there is a total of 14 normal gym sockets you can have at a max, and because the maximum gym rank at 10 costs 19,683, this would give you a grand total of 275,562 normal gyms which you need to acquire in order.
What? That's how many normal gyms you need? Over 250,000.
To max out your character with the new system.
Oh my
now,
God.
If we safely assume that you can get each normal gym for only 300 platinum each, on my server they're actually maximum price for everything, but let's just assume that you could infinitely buy the supply of these at 300 platinum at a cheaper price. This would give you a total of 82 million platinum.
So you only need 82 million platinum to buy everything you need.
If you buy Eternal Orbs in the amounts of $200 each, it's the cheapest amount possible, meaning you can get 7,500 Eternal Orbs per $100. So let's figure out how much actual money this would cost.
Okay.
Now, 10 platinum is 1 Eternal Orb, so if we divide this by 10, we'll get the cost in Eternal Orbs, then we'll divide it by 7,500, and we'll get the cost in how many $100.
So that's 7,500. By the way, what he did is it, you know, again, like you guys understand what he just did, right? Do I have to explain this? Yes, he did. Oh, okay. All right, so just we can't math. All right, so basically platinum, every 1 Eternal Orb gives you 10 platinum. Okay? So it's 1 to 10. So then you could divide that 82, basically take a 0 off of it, right? Because then it would be 8.2. Because it's 1 to 10 if you're trying to get Eternal Orbs. Then, after you do that, you take 7,500, which is the most, that is the amount of Eternal Orbs you get for $100, which is the highest return on investment. Highest return on money spent. So that means for every $100, you would get 7,500 Eternal Orbs. And because you need 8.2 million Eternal Orbs, because that's what would give you 82 million platinum, that's what he's doing. You guys get it?
We would actually need. Now we're going to times this by 100 in order to get the dollar amount, and we have 110.
Okay, so what he just did is he divided again the 8.2 million by 7.5, and that was, so how many times do you need to buy $100 worth of Eternal Orbs in order to buy every single gem at this price that is even lower than what it actually is? You would need to buy Eternal Orbs for $100 1,102 times. So that is over 1,100 times you are swiping the credit card for $100 of Eternal Orbs.
We need. Now we're going to times this by 100 in order to get the dollar amount, and we have $110,224 in order to max out the normal gym.
I love how he just can't even say it without laughing.
Now this is just all assuming napkin, I mean not really napkin math, we're using a calculator, but just some philosophy behind how much it would cost if you could.
Well also, like, you've got to keep in mind, probably the ceiling for gems is probably 500 to 600. So like really you're talking about probably 140 to 150,000. Because like he was using a lower price, and then also because these items are going to be in higher value, that will also drive up the price because, you know, like more demand, same value, same supply, higher price. That's the way it goes. So yeah, it's going to be even more than that. Like 110,000 is like, that's very, very low.
Just infinitely purchase these gems. Obviously, people aren't going to spend $110,000 in normal gyms, so how do we get them normally for free? Now, there's such a thing as a bound and an unbound gym. For instance,
Well, if you get them normally for free, it will take you 733 years, 6 months, 5 days, and 3 hours to farm half of them.
this one has the market icon on it, and the one next to it does not. If it has the market icon, it is an unbound gem, meaning it is tradable and sellable. If it does not, it is a bound gem. Currently in the game, you can farm 12 unbound gems plus 6 bound gems per day. You can get the unbound gems by doing things like 4-player party grouping or running dungeons, fairly simple, and you can get the the bound gems through 6 of them through a hidden layer every day. So you get a cap currently of 18 that are farmable before we talk about things like vendors.
Okay.
The occasional event will throw some normal gems out.
Right.
And of course the battle pass has some, and you can purchase some directly from the shop. And of course you can buy 10 of them weekly, basically increasing the amount of normal gems you're getting by a few on average per day.
Okay.
It's fairly safe to add an average of 2 more on per day through things like the events, the free battle
Yeah,
pass,
we're gonna average it out.
Host Trader, etc. So let's say you can get an average of 20 gems per day at a maximum if you're farming every day. Now, it has been 253 days since the launch of the game, so let's say you've realistically been farming free, you could get 5,060 normal gems, approximately. Again, it's napkin math, but decently accurate. You could have farmed about 5,000 normal gems by now free.
Yes.
That's assuming playing in max.
Every single day.
All of the things,
Yes.
all of the events, all of the purchasing,
All the
never
time.
missing a day,
That's
and
right.
playing since launch.
Casual
We have
player.
yet to address the market, and let's just assume that no matter what, you can always get the gem you wanted for only 300 platinum, even though they're always sold
again,
out
this
on my
is a
server,
theoretical.
and they go for 400. Let's just say you could always buy the
So
gems.
again, like, keep in mind, a 300 to 400 differential, whenever you have 110,000, divide 110,000 by 3, that's like what? About, like 35, 33? Yeah, 33,000. So then you add 33,000 on top of 110,000. That's 143,000. That's a lot of fucking money. Oh, it's actually more than that. Excuse me. Because 33 would have been for 100. It's 110. So it'd be 36 or 30, 37, 38.
The person
So it'd be
I'm
close
most
to
acutely aware
150,000.
of that has been free to play that said they have farmed platinum would be Apollyon Gaming. I believe he was quoted to have farmed 3.5 million, but don't put me to the court law that I just think that's
So
what
he's farmed. So this guy is he's farmed the most platinum, and he's farmed 3.5 million. So then, if platinum to Eternal Orbs is the same, so you would divide that by 10. So that would only be 350,000. So he basically farmed like maybe like a few $1,000s worth of platinum by playing all day, every single day.
Said that's what the data mine is. So 3.5 million platinum, let's say you have farmed since launch. Now let's divide that by 300. Let's say not only have you played since launch, but you put every single piece of platinum you've ever got only in the normal gems, not legendary gems, not expanding your stash tab storage, nothing else. You only put it in there. That would give you another
We're gonna need a lot of those to be able to afford this.
1,666 gems. If we add on the 5,060 that you could have grinded free to play as well, we still only have a rank 9 gem. We take the total amount of gems needed to have maxed out one gem. Again, there's 14 gem spots, but we're just talking about one here.
Wait, so if he played every single day, all day, without missing a single day, with maximizing the events, he would almost be able to max out one gem out of 14 gems?
Move that by the amount that it would have been physically possible, and even give him one extra just so we don't have any roundings. We can see we're still short 2,956 normal gems in order to have maxed out one of the spots. However, let's do that math again. So we still need 2,956. All right, no problem. Now let's take the normal amount of gems that you need in total to max out your character and remove it by the total amount of gems that would have been possible to have free to play at the moment. And we are looking at still need another 250,000 gems. There's another.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So let me get this straight. So you've got 275,000. Let's actually do some math here. So he said 253 days, right? So you take 275. Let's see here. 275. Oh fuck. Let me see. How can I actually do this? Because I want to see how long it would take to actually farm every single one of these. So divided by, we're just going to do 16,727. Okay. And then you multiply this, so because obviously this is the amount of times that it would be divisible for. So then you use this number right here as a metric for each instance of 253 days. So then we're going to multiply this by 250 and 253. So this is 253. So you would need to spend a little bit more than 4,000 days playing the game. And so let's go ahead and divide that by years. We'll go ahead and divide that by 365. And so we're talking 11. Okay, so I quoted you guys at 700 years. Turns out you're going to get off light. It's only going to be 11.4 years to farm, and you'll get all the gems that you need. What if they add more?
Still need another 250,000 gems. There's another problem that we aren't really even addressing, which is the market flow, meaning there are more whales purchasing up these gems quicker than there are free-to-play people basically exporting these gems onto the market. This is because the free-to-play people need the gems also. It's not like
Those are the slaves, by the way. I refer to them by their true name, not free-to-play, slaves.
Play people who are playing the game just don't want to progress in the game. They also want the power. So some of them are selling gems. For this reason, it makes it even harder to actually get your hands on them, even if you wanted to. There's also further ignoring the fact that with free-to-play do sell the gems, to be able to buy the other part of the game off with the legend. Exactly. Sacrifice one of their arms to buff the other.
That's right.
Well, that was trying to find
selling a kid,
but if you need both like equally as much, it's going to create a larger gap in my own opinion. You want to see some really depressing math. That's the amount of total gems, or days, I should say, that it would take you to farm the amount of gems you need. 13,778 days, also known as 37 years, just about 4 years.
Oh, did he do the math differently than me? Oh, maybe he might have. I'm not sure. He divided it by 20. That's for Max. Okay, you did it wrong. Maybe I did. He understands the game better than me, so I'll assume that he was right. 37 years.
Obviously, there's not enough gems. However, I think that's about to change because this is a very obvious math problem, and I know they're aware of that, especially if they're trying to start some kind of economy. This also doesn't really address the problem of like 15% tax is being taken when you buy and sell stuff in the market, so we're losing a little bit of value. So none of that additional math is in it. I'm looking at this from the most like gracious way I can. I even calculated some of the gems at 300 platinum each. So if anything, the numbers are going to be worse, and we need more normal gems in the game. However, that does seem to be what's about to happen.
You gotta sell that cat for the gems.
And not just because it states it right here, where they're going to modify hidden layers to provide players with additional ways to obtain tradable gems. There's actually some more information as well. Now, I'm not going to go into full like detail because it's pretty rough information at the moment. But basically, I was talking to the data miner, and what he's saying is that the fishing minigame seems to have a way to reward players with normal gems. And currently in the game, I don't really know what the point of fishing would be if it's not to acquire resources that we need. I'm talking set items, I'm talking normal gems, hopefully things like legendary crests, etc.
Thank God.
You're fishing for some goodies. I could see them adding like you get 3, 4, 5 additional normal gems per day if you go and max out your fishing.
That makes sense.
But I want to take you on a darker path and show you how much none of that actually matters.
Okay.
Remember how many gems you can get free to play per day? 20 gems, let's say, is the amount what we mathed out, right? Okay. Let's say that Blizzard goes absolutely crazy and decides we're going to 10 times the amount of normal gems you get per day. You can now farm 200 normal gems, and everyone is singing their...
That means it would only take you 3 years, right? 3.7 years?
Phrases about how great of a change this is. To max out one normal gem, that would be still 98 days.
That's pretty good.
3 months to max out one gem.
Yeah.
To complete this set, that would be 1,377 days to complete all of the gems you need. I mean, this math seems obvious, but also known as just about 4 years, 3.78 years there, basically. So even if Blizzard right now
fine.
10 times how many normal gems you could get as free to play in the game, it would still take you 4 years to max. But wait, that's not all of it. There's actually still another problem. You guys remember these things? The Echoing Crystal? You actually need these when you're upgrading your normal gems. For instance, if I wanted to go from rank 7 to rank 8, it would cost me 15 of these. Don't forget though, you need the duplicates of the other ones in order for it to work. So going from 8 to 9 is 35.
It's like a pyramid, right?
But you need 3 of them, so I would have had to have done this 3 times. So I need 3 more rank 8 to get this exponentially cost. Right. And to give you the number, it's 531. You need 531 Echoing Crystals times 500 in order to max out 1 gem. That's 265,000 platinum to max out 1 gem times 14.
That's really not that much platinum. I mean, really, like, this is probably only a few $1,000.
This is pretty good. That's 3.7.
Yeah, it's not even that much.
Otherwise known as more than all of the platinum, the most known free-to-play guy has farmed. 3.5 million that I was able to find. Still that's over 7 months platinum farming in order to just pay
7 months farming probably every day diligently for hours and hours and hours, and he just gets leapfrogged over by an oil prince that's just bored on a Tuesday.
Only for the Echoing Crystals before we even talk about the gems you need. So for me, the current system has a few key failures. First and foremost, the amount of gems you need, 275,000 plus, seems to me like one thing. An infinite goalpost that is ever moving that is impossible to achieve. I don't think they actually expect anyone to max out all the normal gems. Instead,
I think they absolutely do. They put these goals out there in video games in order to entice people that are OCD and, you know, compulsive, that also have a bunch of money. Yeah, there are people that are out there that will spend this much money.
what they do is make it an impossible grind, so people just have progression they can always make, even if that progression is so low. Right. This does two things. It makes it easy for the game to always have something to do, I suppose, but unfortunately it also gives the carrot on stick appeal, where you chasing the carrot for a bit, and then you're like, I can never grab this damn carrot, and you're going to get annoyed and sick of it.
Of course.
I also think adding more importance to normal gems that we're doing on the 22nd, even if we're addressing the problem of normal gems, I've done the math in this video, even if Blizzard decides on the 22nd to add 10 times the normal gem income, which I would put money on it, they're not going to do. Yeah. It still would take basically 4 years in order to farm enough of the gems.
I sure hope they don't make another rank. I mean, imagine if they went up to rank 11 or rank 12 before that 4 years were over. I mean, that would be awful.
People are going to play 4 years in order to
rank 20
gems. This also doesn't include the fact that people need normal gems as free to play in order to sell them to be able to buy the legendary gems. Right. Because the legendary gems are not really farmable. As it stands currently in the game, it would take you 37.7 years to be able to farm enough normal gems to level with them as free to play. It does not even include the platinum required with the Echo Crystals. So, for my own personal opinion, we need more ways to get normal gems quicker and, most importantly, for free. Otherwise, the new system will be dead on arrival, as normal gems are currently already a problem in the game.
Wow. People play this? Yes. There are people who are, like, they take pride in being able to beat whales in video games because it's some sort of, like, inferiority complex where they're like, oh, I can still compete against these guys. They're still not as good as me. I can outwork them. And, like, they're working so hard, playing 10 hours a day, and then some, you know, like, fucking Wall Street stock trader plays the game, and he's like, oh, I lost to this guy. Well, that's weird. Okay, I'll just have to buy another one. Okay, all right. Now my gear's better. Okay, I beat him now. All right, cool. No, anyway, so yeah, let's go out for drinks. And that's it, right? And like then this guy's like, oh my god, he fucking beat me. God fucking damn it. Shit, okay, I've got to farm. All right, let me think. So I'm going to do it for 10 hours, 7 days a week, and I'll only have to do this for 33 hours, and then I can finally get up to this level and I can beat that loser again and show him that I'm the real winner and I'm the best. That's what it is. I cannot imagine living a life like that. So 7 years later. Don't forget it's seasonal. Yeah, that's right. It's 37. Yeah, 37 years later it's seasonal. They need to let normal gems drop at higher ranks. That's actually true. That would help out a lot. With the absolute scarcity of set items, drops, and acquisition in general, we're now not only looking at triple stat of the exact same set that we need, probably the best modifiers, but we also need to roll it with max sockets. Wow, what a surprise. Who could have ever expected this? Man, Diablo Immortal. It is a video game. Or so they say. There's the video right there. This is fucking amazing. Give it a like. Holy fuck.
Well, that was interesting. Oh! Oh.
Hey.
Arcane do, or some kind of synthesis using the plant as an ingredient. It wouldn't surprise me if the reason Albinaurics cast sorceries using their inner arcaneness is because they're effectively crafted out of residual glintstone or something adjacent to it, since glintstone sorceries scale with intelligence and not arcane. However, there is another kind of sorcery related to dew droplets in the arcane, oracle bubbles. Just like the astrologers search for the fate written in the night skies, the claimant of the lost ancient dynasty sought oracles or divine messages within the bubbles they cast. At first, the two may seem completely unrelated, but if we take a closer look within their bubbles, we can see what appears to be a kind of cosmic mist filled with stars. While the kinds of stars within the Oracle's bubbles might not literally come from the night sky, I think it's possible that through darkness, one can come into contact with the primeval current and allow its powers to seep into the lands between. When Azor glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness. He was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss. The glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the star's amber rained down on this land. As I mentioned before in my video about Estelle and the primeval current, one aspect of the primeval current's translation that doesn't come across as well in English is that while primeval current is a great way to literally break down Genryu, another way to understand it is that it can be the ongoing source or origin of something. This can still be inferred from the English, but there's a stronger implication in Japanese that the primeval current could be a cosmic source of life or souls, especially with the way celestial bodies govern fate. The nature of fate in Elden Ring remains a mystery, but there's a decent chance it's meant to coincide with death and death since both come from Unmei in Japanese. The Black Moon of Naxxtella was also said to be the guide of countless stars which govern fate, and I've since wondered if the moon that can eclipse the sun and keep death and death at bay is meant to coincide with the Black Moon of Naxxtella since the moon appears black during an eclipse. The moon and the night in general may play a larger role in death than I would have initially expected. When the moon eclipses the sun becomes drained of color, becoming the protective star of soulless demigods and keeps death and death at bay. Additionally, the corpses crucified throughout the lands between wake up and scream at night, so it may be that the sun is supposed to tie into death and death some way. There is the line in Warming Stones, who say the Erd Tree was once as warm as the gentle sun, and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. It's possible this could be referring to the Erd Tree before the Shattering, but since the Golden Order incantations don't restore HP, I think it's more likely this refers to the Erd Tree during the time of Godfrey, before Destined Death was sealed to create the Golden Order. Meaning, when Destined Death was part of the Elden Ring, the Erd Tree was like the sun. Sadly, there isn't much iconography for the sun in Elden Ring to flesh these ideas out completely, but what little there is extremely impactful. In Castle Sol, the ghost before the Eclipse Hotel prays for the frigid sun of Sol to be eclipsed so that life may be granted to the soulless bones. The general idea is still there, but the Japanese differs by saying grant rebirth to the soulless corpse or husk. Again, while these are extremely similar, there's enough ambiguity in the Japanese to suggest that the ghosts of Castle Sol could be referring to Godwyn, or that soulless corpses can be used for rebirth. This might be meant to tie into how the corpses of soulless demigods can be used to duplicate remembrances, or the way Fia can lie with Godwyn to birth a mending room. I don't want to get too tinfoily, but it is awfully convenient that the mending rune of the Death Prince resembles the eclipse, and that Ranni, who represents the Dark Moon, is responsible for killing her brother Godwyn the Golden, who is associated with the sun in the Eclipse Hotel. I've mentioned before the mausoleums cradling the soulless demigods are of Nox design, and the Nox have an exceptionally complex relationship with death, so forgive me if I jump between topics a bit. Despite protecting the soulless demigods, Mausoleum Knights themselves are not soulless, and their armor says, "The wing-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the Deathbreak, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so they may serve their masters in death." I think the reason these knights beheaded themselves is to symbolize that they've been drained of life in their blood, but I realize without context that's quite a leap. To make a long story short, in previous FromSoft games like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, being beheaded or cutting off one's own head allows their blood or life force to flow freely and be drained out of them. Thus, if the Mausoleum Knights drain themselves of their life, they might be protected from destined death much in the same way the moon drains the sun of its color during an eclipse. It's unknown why the Nox would shelter soulless demigods, but if they have the potential to revive or harbor life, the Nox may have tried to avoid destined death by swapping bodies, or potentially using their moon and night to block the sun. We don't have direct evidence of either claim, but there may be circumstantial evidence in the Talisman of the Moon of Naxxtella. It's fairly small, the two jewel-encrusted cuckoo adorn the top of the talisman, and hint at the guiding philosophy of the Raya Lucarian Cuckoo Knights predate them. To a glintstone sorcerer, the body is a transient thing. The cuckoo alone knows its insignificance, yet watches over it all the same. I don't necessarily think the Ryo-Lucarian cuckoos perform body swaps or anything like that, but with cuckoos in real life being known for laying their eggs in nests of other birds and killing their young, it's curious how far the symbolism is meant to extend to Elden Ring. One other aspect of the cuckoos which fascinates me is that they're typically shown in pairs and may suggest a connection to the twin bird who is depicted as the mother of deathbirds. Of course, this could just be a coincidence, but the main point is with Nox mausoleums blocking dust and death, the symbols of the cuckoo and their talisman, and their use of puppets that can act as vessels for souls, it seems likely the Nox tried various rebirthing rituals to circumvent death. If they truly did end up becoming Albinaurics, perhaps there's hubris to their actions in being unable to reproduce naturally, or having bodies that break down and evolve in subsequent generations. The Nox practices may have even been carried over somewhat by the Carians as well. When we first meet Roger, he says the Academy of Ryo-Lucaria obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Other than studying sorcery, we're not given much information about what those Ryo-Lucarian practices were. Based on Sullen's dialogue about the terrestrial taboos of studying the primeval current, and the way she switches bodies and is ultimately reborn into a seed of stars, I think Roger could be talking about rebirth.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Ryo-Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos, no matter what we give in return.
You wish to know more of Lady Renala? She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Ryo-Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radican left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library. In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radican bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
We're not told why reincarnation is forbidden, and there could be multiple reasons for it. One could be that reincarnation would allow one to avoid the cycle of Erdtree burial and rebirth, hence why Albinaurics are considered untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Another reason could be that nothing good can come of it. In studying the primeval current, Sullen becomes catatonic after she transforms into a seed of stars. Rykard's rebirth in the Great Serpent turns him into an inhuman monster, and when Vaka is reborn, he also becomes catatonic and dies shortly after. Children born anew by Renala are all frail and short-lived, imperfect beings, each and all. Part of the reason I think Carian rebirthing rituals were inspired by the Nox comes from the way larval silver tears are consumed in the process, and how Renala's juvenile scholars are unable to use their legs, similar to Albinaurics. Unlike her other children, the Tarnished is able to undergo a perfect rebirth, and I've wondered if it's due to the Rune of the Unborn. Yet if it were the rune's power alone, then Renala's juvenile scholars should have been born perfect since she still had the rune when they were born. Instead, I think the reason the Tarnished can still have a perfect rebirth is because they've been drained of gold and can be molded into any form, which can be paralleled to the way smithing stones work. Smithing stones 5 and 6 make it clear they're tinged with gold, and they can be used to upgrade normal weapons, yet somber smithing stones say, special armaments with unique characteristics cannot be strengthened with colored smithing stones. Unlike normal weapons, unique weapons can still be upgraded, but they're unable to change affinities in Ashes of War. Ashes of War are memories of the affinities and skills imbued in armaments wielded long ago. In other words, special weapons already have memories, making them gold in a way, and they can't hold any more memories from Ashes of War, or have their unique characteristics overwritten by the gold in regular smithing stones. To be fair, Not all somber smithing stone weapons have unique skills, and the silver mirror shield doesn't have a skill at all. Instead, the weapons themselves have unique identities or can be crafted from memories in the form of remembrances. So why can somber smithing stones upgrade these special weapons, whereas regular smithing stones can't? I think the answer comes from somber smithing stones being drained of gold. For quite a while, I thought somber smithing stones being drained of color meant they were colorless. I mean, it seems pretty obvious, right? However, in a conversation with Sinister Stromboli, he brought up something pretty interesting. Somber smithing stones 5 and 6 are goldsmithing stones drained of color. So even though somber smithing stones have been drained of color, they're still gold. They're just not golden, if that makes sense. The way somber smithing stones are drained of color is reminiscent of the way the tarnished have been drained of grace, and tarnished gold and sunflowers further support the idea by saying they retain their holy essence even though they're wilted and faded. If golden gold has unique characteristics or contains memories, then the reason unique weapons need somber smithing stones may be because they won't overwrite the memories of the weapon. This may also be why Sullivan's Amber Starlight Potion fails to captivate Ronnie, though there's also the chance she never drank it to begin with. Just like standard weapons, the tarnished can be infused with gold, which is why runes can be used to imbue them with strength. I don't want to come across as saying that runes and gold are just memories, particularly since Milan asks us to share our thoughts, ambitions, and the principles we would follow when leveling up with her.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
However, it is worth mentioning that memories are interchangeable with runes to some degree, since remembrances can be used to grant runes in addition to creating powerful weapons and spells. Another way runes might hold the identities or memories of their owners might be found in silver tears. While not all silver tears transform, the ones who do on Noxtella carry tier 7 golden runes only when they're not transformed. Part of the reason I think they assume the identities of the deceased is because rather than transforming into the player like a mimic tier, they transform into members of the Band of Fallen Hawks. After they change, they no longer drop golden runes, implying they've been consumed for their transformation. The Nox may have tried imbuing silver tears with a variety of materials in an attempt to either clone things or create the perfect being. One of the tears, a Night Sacred Ground, can turn into a troll, and the Nox may have even gone so far as to attempt to clone ancient dragons. The electrified silver tears in Noxtella drop gravel stones, implying the Nox tried filling them with gold, and the reason they have lightning is because it comes from the gravel stones within them. These silver tears may not turn into dragons, but that doesn't mean the Nox didn't have some modicum of success. The Dragonkin soldiers have similar heads and limbs to the ancient dragons, and the Dragonkin soldier of Noxtella can even grow 4 wings like an ancient dragon and fly. There's a pretty big discrepancy in the Dragon Scale Blade and Dragon Helper descriptions, in that one of their lines seems to have been omitted. The Japanese for it says something like, "The Dragonkin soldiers were born as those who would be dragons, yet were unable to become them, so they were destroyed as ancient dragon imitations." It's possible to take this to mean that the Dragonkin soldiers were literally imitations of ancient dragons. In other words, silver tears. I'm not the biggest fan of this idea since we don't see the Dragonkin soldiers actually transform from silver tears, but like Albanoryx, they can't seem to use their feet and can use ice magic similarly to how second generations use frost breath. Dragonkin soldiers also seem to have roots growing out of them and have exposed abdomens like trolls, so it might be possible the Nox had silver tears transform into trolls, who then transformed into Dragonkin soldiers, perhaps after partaking in Dragon Communion. However, even though we can see trolls like Theodorix who have transformed into magma worms, none of the drakes which drop dragon hearts look like ancient dragons either, so Dragonkin soldiers remain unique and distinct. What may interest me the most about them is their use of ice lightning. Frozen Lightning Spear says, "The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon." The Dragon Scale Blade, on the other hand, says it was made out of a gravelstone scale that was polished into being unclouded, so it's questionable whether the power of ice lightning comes from the gold being drained from gravel stones, or from another connection to the false night sky. It's also possible that, like Rani's servants in the Dark Moon, the Dragon King soldiers were granted the power of ice through the Black Moon of Noxtella, but I'm skeptical of this claim. Ice lightning isn't the only lightning of a different color though. Compared to the dragon cultists of Langdale's yellow lightning, the ancient dragon's lightning is red lightning. I believe the reason for this is that red lightning is infused more strongly with the power of life in a way that coincides with how gold during the time of the Crucible was tinged with red and was said to be closer in nature to life itself. Golden runes reinforce this, with tiers 3, 4, and 5 saying even now they're still imbued with the power of life, and as their power gets more and more concentrated, their colors deepen until red and orange suddenly appear in Newman and Heroes runes. There's a discrepancy in the Regalia of Eocade's description that might give more context as to how life is mixed into red-tinted gold. The English version says the blade's copper coloration is not to be confused for rust, but is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. The issue here is that copper can be read multiple ways in Japanese, and in this particular instance, the characters akakin for red and gold or metal were used. While it can be read as copper, this is a bit of an archaic term for it, and a different character, do, is typically used instead. So while akakin can be read as akagane to mean copper, akakin could just literally mean red gold. So to give a similar yet alternative translation, I have, it's the treasured sword of Eocade, a small ruined kingdom. Its red gold never degrades, and moves freely within the wielder's ki. Because gold can move through the user's ki or will, it may be that gold acts as a conduit for the user's emotions, and the power of lightning can be channeled through one's desire to slay an enemy. This could be why ancient dragons can use lightning as a weapon, or summon it through their roars alone, and why the Regalia of Eocade and the Ray Executioner swords can dance through the air. In the past, I've wondered whether the dragon's red lightning and primordial gold should be thought of as unalloyed gold, and trying to comb through everything related to unalloyed gold has been a little vexing due to conflicting information. For instance, Loretta's Warsickle's glintstone says it's supposed to have been replaced with unalloyed gold, and it looks like a red gemstone in-game, yet the Halig Tree helm, Millennia's armor, Mikola's lily, and the unalloyed gold needles don't look red at all. This might have been a mistake on the developer's part, since the gem in her concept art falls in line with the other depictions of unalloyed gold, but I digress. The conclusion I came to in regard to whether primordial gold and the ancient dragon's red lightning come from unalloyed gold is that they're probably not the same. If we take Radigan's Rings of Light at face value, that unalloyed gold began with Mikola, then the ancient dragon's gold shouldn't be considered unalloyed despite it being said their power is pure and overwhelming. Ironically, it may be that being infused with life is precisely why it's not unalloyed. Although Mikola's lily is made of unalloyed gold, it being wilted and faded hints that gold may not sustain life quite the same way it's commonly portrayed. Heroes runes support this, saying, "There were once heroes who walked the battlefields, abundantly blessed by the Erd Tree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died." Of course, we don't know the circumstances surrounding their deaths, but they still died despite being blessed by gold, meaning it shouldn't be intrinsically linked to life. So what is unalloyed gold then? We're not given a direct answer, so treat the following with skepticism, but I think unalloyed gold comes from one's will or willpower, which is often associated with life or the will to live in FromSoft games. There are a few things relating to Fia, Roger, and Millicent that lead me to this conclusion. When we first meet Fia, she says that holding the Tarnished will allow them to share their lively vigor and stout-heartedness with her and grant her the warmth of a champion. The Japanese used for stout-heartedness comes from Ishi, which means will or volition, and is the same term used in the Greater Will. By accepting our will, Fia is able to take our lively vigor and transform it into a blessing, or even a mending rune at the end of her quest, so runes and willpower may be interchangeable to some degree. When Roger says those who live in death have committed no offense, they have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order, Roger's Japanese dialogue differs by saying those who live in death are just eagerly trying to live, and that's why they've touched upon a flaw in the Golden Order. What this shows to me is that the will to live transcends death, and it's why those who live in death can sickeningly refuse the call to return to the Erdtree. This ties back into how Fia says Roger possesses great mental fortitude that anchors his will and sustains him despite his grievous wounds. I don't want to get too off track, but I think it's possible the soul acts as the mind, and by lashing onto the will, it can remain alive, even without a body in death. At first, I thought those who live in death were soulless like Godwin, but since Spirit Ashes can summon those who live in death, I've had to rethink this position. My current thoughts are that although Godwin is soulless, the will to live lingers within his body and is spread throughout the lands between and Deathroot. When the souls of the deceased come into contact with it, they become infected by Godwin's will and try desperately clinging to life like Roger says. Their unquenchable desire to live makes them effectively cursed to exist in a limbo between life and death. Millicent can befall a similar fate to those who live in death, even though she's alive. After we give her the unalloyed gold needle that's been repaired by Gowry with befouled blood, she regains the will to repel the meddling of the Outer God of Rot, and embarks upon a journey retracing the path millennia took through the lands between.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. It allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
The language used is a little flowery, but the pride Melania abandoned was the restraint she used to combat the Scarlet Rot. She knew she wouldn't be able to meet Radahn, the strongest of all the demigods' measure, while holding back, so she abandoned her pride in humanity by snapping the unalloyed gold needle given to her by Mikola to fight Radahn utilizing the Scarlet Flower of Aeonia. Like her great rune, Melania's unalloyed gold needle was infused with her rebellious Ishir will, and by taking it in, Millicent inherited Melania's will to repel the Scarlet Rot. For whatever reason, Millicent sought to return Melania her will, but Gowry schemed to overwrite Millicent's will with her mother's by making her fall into despair.
Oh, it's just... I realized that I'd soon be saying my goodbyes to Millicent, and my eyes began to well. She is to meet them very soon, her sisters, and when she does, she'll be defeated, surely, and begin to flower. Which is why, if you happen to be present for the girl's fight with her sisters, I ask that you side with the sisters and kill Millicent. It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her heart will flower most vividly. When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a Scarlet Valkyrie.
By betraying Millicent and killing her, she would fall into despair and lose the will to carry on, leaving only Melania's will and the unalloyed gold needle to flower within her. If Millicent doesn't fall into despair, she'll still have the willpower to resist her transformation.
Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am.
Something similar happens when Dung Eater is given Celavis's potion.
No. I am the Dung Eater. I am.
Though the English description of the Dung Eater puppet says, "The Dung Eater despaired at how he met his end," and yet, its utter despair invites one to care for it, the Japanese version is worded a little more strongly and says something to the effect of, "It's precisely because of its despair that it's worth loving." While Celavis's potion may not cause despair directly, despair seems to be a critical component in erasing one's consciousness or allowing external possession. Dung-Eater fell into despair when he saw the order he envisioned being stripped away from him. Likewise, Nefeli Lu won't even drink Celavis's potion unless she feels hopeless after the massacre of the Alban Orc village. When the nomadic merchants were imprisoned underneath Lindell, they fell into despair and summoned the Flame of Frenzy, and Yura falls into despair and under the control of Shabriri once he realizes Eleonora won't be freed from her madness. Irina's Hayata seems to be the exception to the rule, but we'll leave that story for another time. Something similar happens when Dung-Eater is given Celavis's potion.
No. I am the Dung-Eater. I am.
Though the English description of the Dung-Eater puppet says, "The Dung-Eater despaired at how he met his end, and yet, its utter despair invites one to care for it," the Japanese version is worded a little more strongly and says something to the effect of, "It's precisely because of its despair that it's worth loving." While Celavis's potion may not cause despair directly, despair seems to be a critical component in erasing one's consciousness or allowing external possession. Dung-Eater fell into despair when he saw the order he envisioned being stripped away from him. Likewise, Nefeli Lu won't even drink Celavis's potion unless she feels hopeless after the massacre of the Alban Orc village. When the nomadic merchants were imprisoned underneath Lindell, they fell into despair and summoned the Flame of Frenzy, and Yura falls into despair and under the control of Shabriri once he realizes Eleonora won't be freed from her madness. Irina's Hayata seems to be the exception to the rule, but we'll leave that story for another time. Like with those who live in death, I originally thought puppets became puppets by having their souls stripped away from them, but Celavis says the soul of every puppet has its own ambience, and we summon their spirits, not their bodies when we call them.
Be sure to try. I'm quite certain.
So while puppets still have spirits or souls, they seem to lack a will of their own and move when someone else pulls their strings. Hence the reason they're called puppets. If Millicent rejects Gowry and removes the unalloyed gold needle, choosing instead to die as herself, instead of being held together by befouled blood, it'll be faintly moist with a spiritual kind of dew. It can then be returned to Millennia Scarlet Ionia, where it will transform into Miquella's needle and become capable of averting the fate of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Although it's unfinished and can only be used in the heart of the storm beyond time in Fair Missoula, I think the reason Miquella's needle allows us to stave off the Frenzied Flame is because we inherit the will of Millennia and gain the power to resist the influence of the outer gods. It may not even be Millennia's will specifically, just a needle that's been infused with an incredible amount of willpower. Either way, if the unalloyed gold is supposed to be pure, would this mean that the truest essence of gold comes from the will? Maybe. There is probably something more to it we can't fully pin down, but it would be poetic if the truest essence of gold came from the will, when the greater will is supposedly the arbiter of all things gold. With Miquella's needle being unfinished, it's also possible to conclude that gold merely has the power to contain the will, and that unalloyed gold isn't synonymous with willpower. As is tradition in a FromSoft game, everything comes down to individual interpretation, but I think it should also be noted that Miquella's unalloyed gold lilies can craft bewitching branches, which can be used to compel the wills of others, and the Regalia of Eocade moves freely through the will of its user, so there is reason to believe in a connection between gold and the will beyond what we see with Millicent's needle. Because blood can be used to repair the unalloyed gold needle, it also suggests one's will or their gold can be contained within blood, which is partially confirmed in how beast blood and gold-tinged excrement are tinged with gold. This also goes a long way in explaining why bleed is such a debilitating status effect, or how blood can be used to beguile beasts and agitate the spirits of the dead with beast lure pots and curse blood pots. Likewise, Alban Orc blood clots can be used in alluring pots to beguile humans and demi-humans, But what may be the most interesting aspect of these pots is that the two-finger sigil appears on them. While most of the Two Fingers incantations deal with either healing or protecting players, there is a darker side to the Two Fingers, and in addition to spells like Darkness and Assassin's Approach, the Two Fingers are able to bestow Shadowhound Beasts onto Empyreans, and use pale gold shadows to beguile humans with shadow bait. I've mentioned before in my video about Estelle and the Primeval Current that I've wondered if the Two Fingers tried to take control over Ronnie like a literal puppet. As it turns out, in Iji's dialogue about Baleful Shadows, where he says if Ronnie resists being an instrument of the Two Fingers, life will go mad, his Japanese dialogue says Ronnie resists being a puppet of the Two Fingers. It's probably meant figuratively, but if there's even the slightest chance it's not, it does cast the Two Fingers in a much darker light. This is complete headcanon, so take it as you will, but one thing that stood out to me about Ronnie compared to a character like Selin is that although both characters lose their original bodies and use puppets, instead of using someone else's body, Ronnie chooses to inhabit the body of a doll, even if it has serious drawbacks. Could the reason for it be Ronnie refuses to take away the will of someone else like the Two Fingers would do to her? There's not much to support it, but I really like this idea because it would help characterize the way Sullivan says Ronnie's still a frail, gentle girl at heart. Going back to Iji's dialogue, instead of saying Blythe's thoughts hold no weight in the matter of his destiny, Iji's Japanese dialogue says Blythe's will holds no weight in the matter. If the Two Fingers are able to override Blythe's will to turn him into a baleful shadow, it would lend more weight to the idea that they may have also tried to control Ronnie.
Halo, što ima?
Ništa bio. Što da kupim se?
Otkud ti?
Evo. Što nije me dugo bilo, a?
Pa ne, neko vreme.
Bio neko.
Nemam pojma.
Не знаю, я не знаю.
Brale. Jedi ga ono. And we solved that problem. Freaking hell. Bam, 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 bam. Sisat ću ja vam sutra, samo molim te, nemoj da štiraš taj tepih okolo. Da. Dobro, pa neću nositi se odjednom, samo to stavi tu na taj stol. Nema više. Where is my... Ne znam gdje mi je.
A što se čini?
Pokušam da nađem save od igre. Save. Yeah, sure, buddy. Is the name up data roaming? Važi. Au, brale. Up data roaming. Wow. Never would have guessed it. Ok, to smo našli. Ljudi baš nemaju pametnija posla, bez da trole. Si vidio ovaj screenshot? A? Nice. Da vidimo. Si vidio? Nije tu Drakula, nema veze. Yeah, there you go. Bum, bum. Oh!
Šta si rekao bio, nisam bio tu. Si nešto rekao sam.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum to the elite space marines of the Adeptus Astartes, keep humanity safe from alien threats and cosmic horrors beyond imagining. But there is another war. It is the one in which I serve. Our war is not one of battlefields and fleet engagements. It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought in the cities and hives of the Imperium. In the back streets and the forgotten
Da,
sunlands.
nego sam video screenshot dobar.
A vidio sam one kad sam...
Gledao sam. Znaš na šta je to podsjetilo? Jesi gledao onaj film parodije na Star Wars, kako zove, Svemirske lopte? Kada kako nisi gledao? Kada lik ima, onako kao, izgleda kao Darth Vader, ali glumac je, taj glumac što ga glumi, on je glumio ono, 80-ih, 90-ih kao u tim komedijama. On ti je tako 1,70 m, možda razumeš, 1,65 m. Nizak. I oni napravi veliku kacigu, razumeš, crnu. I ono kad dolazi u sobu, znaš, ono kao, znaš, kao zajeban. I kao spušta se kaciga, ono, razumeš, njegova glava niže, recimo pola, ono, 3 cm.
Što se redi?
I to isto kao na toj slici. Ne znam. Neurotik mi poslao neki glitch za onaj Modern Warfare, ja mu kažem šta si ti to? Kaže za XP, ja rekao i šta onda? I šta onda kad uzmeš sam XP, šta se onda dešava? Ništa, onda ne igraš igru, to je to. Uzmeš samo mogući XP s glitchom.
It's a trick. Get an axe.
For Dark Helmet. Wait. Make way for Dark Helmet. All rise in the presence of Dark Helmet.
Invite šalj. Čekaj sekund, ja to mi odmah, nemoj da se...
Viš nos. Šta je s njim glube veze? Seri, Michael the Bailey. Inspect.
We may proceed whenever you are ready.
Možeš startiti slobodno. Izvijeni, ja, alo.
Ništa, alo.
Alo.
I will be here upon your return.
From the forge cometh miracles. From miracles cometh deliverance.
Da malo pucam. Čekaj, ne mora da startiš. Ovdje imaš.
A new marvel is awoken.
A neću.
And from the forge
Jesi li... Kakav si danas?
Bolje kao. To svesniji što bi se rekao, mogu da sedi biti.
Šta si bio u krevetu?
2 dana. Da ti je trovanje virus neki. Ali ja sam pojao pljeskavicu, nisam oprao ruke, nešto je to bilo, ušao virus i tako. Znači, sranje u glavu. Peglo je baco i ono 6.
To odmah ili kasnije?
Kasnije.
We're approaching Planet Druid, yes, sir. Good. I'll call Spaceball City and notify President Scroob immediately. I already called him, sir. He knows everything.
Vermintide, Vermintide.
You went over my helmet? Well, not exactly over, sir. But more to the side. I'll always call you first. It'll never happen again. Never, ever. Oh, shit. No. Please. No, not that.
Yes. That.
There's always pressure on our special ammo reserves. You're going to alleviate it. The scabs are clearing their ammo supplies through the Chasm Station Logistratum. Once you're inside, you can grab the crates and prep them for extraction. Shouldn't be hard.
We don't have visual contact yet, sir, but we have it on the radar, sir. Shall I press it up? Never mind, I'll do it myself. Yes, sir. What's the matter with this thing? What's all that churning? You call that a radar screen? No, sir. We call it Mysticar. Yes!
Da mi sono due salsa, cazzo.
Rock and Stone.
Rock and Stone.
I guess we're not seeing the sides today.
Oddly, Miss Sophie didn't fancy flying into the Logistratum sky by the fences.
This is the front line for tertium.
Frontal assault isn't going to work, but you can get in through maintenance.
Another glorious
Mada...
day beckons.
Ne. To što ima na sebi te gaće i taj armor, to ti nije premium, to ti samo, ono, 50.000, 100.000, znaš košta. A glava ne znam. Možda.
Fitting end to the foul ring.
The entire hot club has been healed.
Hoćeš knjigu da nađemo?
Ono, opcijeno, znaš. Evo je. Garim.
They found cover!
So many voices.
Lost you 220 combat stunts!
Nice.
Time to be stoic, just as repulsive in death. Kill that bloody bastard!
Vidiš, ljudi dosta puta restartuju samo da bi ovdje ono, probali da cepnu hordu. To sam ja pokušao sa Psykerom, nikako na ovu mapu da potrefu hordu.
Horde ispred nas.
Lobbing grenade! Psycho does good work. Occasionally.
You should take notes, Neck.
Behind us.
Look out! Range ahead! Incoming!
I still can't get over how lifeless this place looks now.
Grenade out!
Bashchalik 973. Welcome to my channel.
I think they upset the veteran.
That's why you don't cross me yet! Agent dead and gone! Ready in kill shot! Let it gang!
Tik-tak.
O, dus!
With a grenade over there! I am one with the wall! Siphoning! Engaging!
Trios Rager. Thank you. 3 Rager. Znači muka mora biti.
Morrow is mired in the past, ID. Old voices and old faces.
Guilty conscience? Or is he just a big old softy?
Don't you worry about Morrow. Steel Legionnaires don't know how to quit.
Си забравя. Behind us, behind us.
Another glorious day in Rendel's service, ain't it?
I'm not sure you know what glorious means.
Aha, this.
Bomber's gone!
Is that a main station?
Ammo! Just what I needed. Ammo!
Moram ja dole da budem ili?
Ne moraš. Ja ćeš pasti s liftom kada ja aktiviram ovo. Evo ga sad kako padaš.
Worth it. Nothing.
The interrogator refuses to work. Commence.
Nije ti što da pustiš da me bio da bi ti uzeo da hakuješ, znaš? To si ti prošli na put napravio. Oh, bravo.
Kill that major! Hellshot inbound! Initiating crowd control!
Pokušavam da pucam u njih. Ne mogu. Ti. Bolje da mu pomogneš.
Fix yourself up, no one likes a whiner.
Give me some cover! That psycho needs cover!
You have somehow succeeded in resolving the issue.
A, stepenice su roknula dole. Više ne možeš dole da ideš. Super. Kapiram.
Iterative phase nearing completion.
Requesting your aid, cover! Come away!
Nemaš frke. Znaš, ide direkt na tebe. Znači, bukvalno taj koji to radi na njega ide direkt. Znaš. Tako skriptano. Uje.
Engaging priority target!
Very well. I'll update your crypt key. Are you now content?
Getting dizzy!
Some Xenos possess knowledge that could be invaluable in the fight against chaos, and yet out of ignorance we deny it.
Reckon there's more alien tech in the Imperium than you might think. Wouldn't mind getting me hands on a Hrud Fusil rifle, though. A soldier can dream. Intruders! Precision fire underway!
Gunner! Gunner!
Dread gunner! And that great strike! It'll be hard fighting before we're done, but the Emperor stands with us. I hope you're correct, Roughneck. Eliminating Alpha target!
Vidi, vidi.
Who wants a grenade?
I need that!
True detection. Kroz teksturu mu darim.
Dobro, samo uđi unutra.
True da bom. Ne mogu da se pomerim. Znači, već sam bio iza ćoška. Znači, dekno me melija taknu kroz zid. Behind us.
Hogsbest is gone.
Ovo je Killing Floor 2. Ne, nego imaš jednog, u njemu stoje onako dvojicu, znaš, štekanje.
Can't miss, won't miss.
book.
Scriptures!
To je to. Ti. Gle. Sviđa?
Associates that the markets are closed. The things our vendors can do with starch slabs, quite unparalleled.
Aye, and look what Cody's done them.
Captain Station's subrails are as smart as dreams. Some things never change.
A providential discovery.
You got
I'm gonna get ya!
Yeah. All good.
I'm gonna get ya!
What's the deal
My voice changes.
anyway? You don't hear much traffic stations.
It's a damn great warp scar of immeasurable proportions.
Tu se neki jekov, znaš.
A disturbance in the exterior. No wonder we psychos feel a rising darkness.
Prazna mi soba. Znaš da sam menjao, imam praznu sobu, već moram da kupim nek krevet.
Get down onto the supply track. It'll take you to the luggage charter.
Ammo! How gratifying!
Yes, they're all very impressed. I shall sweep all before me.
Ne mogu ni da provjerim jer.
Let him back down.
Imaš heal nazad.
Engage in precision fire!
Leži. Good.
Bastion 220 engaged!
Sibling, ammunition here. Ammo crate!
Uskrenuli ste super na meni.
Grab that ammo!
Yes!
Dajte municiju od...
Preskači jebe.
On the side you're doing that! Stop me! Rock justice, veteran!
Behind us.
Trapper!
And now the trapper is gone.
Fox burster behind us.
Have a 315 bullet!
Son of a... Really?
Sighting it!
Ma šta kažeš?
Forward!
Well, insect.
Copy that! All that nose!
Under?
Grenade out!
Gdje je? Ne vidim ga. Moguće da je bacio granatu, nikoga vidio nije. I think sniper, watch it. Vidio sam da neko nišan je laserom pa ne. A, ubravo.
We better take you back sharpish then. shot.
Nice.
Headhunting.
Our Imperial Guard commissars guided by protocol.
Tamo za to.
With the Strike-Fire defenses operational.
Ammo! How gratifying!
Jebate, skinuo mi armor insta.
Engaging war protocols.
Nešto u heal.
This ammo serves a great
Teper. Slađe doš.
Engaging critical target! They're charging!
Svi svi. Watch for the Ragers.
Point and shoot, militarum style.
Nije Rager, ali onaj Molo. Isti kurac.
Note about FA. Welcome to my channel.
To je jedan, imamo li još koji? Just one. Nosiš tako, jedan. Nosi rodu. Vidit ću onako za tobom.
One down! Down, shotgunner! Trapper's dead! Down, shotgunner!
Može sam preletati preko glave, dole.
Eliminating primary target! Down, shotgunner!
Pazi. Ajde, otvore.
Ще си код играм пети.
Šta da radim? Pustim.
Lost you 220 combat stunts!
Po nogama.
Daj staj.
Icon guard! Yes! Reaching the Empyrean! Pound!
Šta radi ovi goli?
Shoot that hound! Prophet!
Ajmo gore, vidiš da nisu normalni. Yo, guys, what the fuck?
Not supposed to do that.
Šta rade? Šta rade ovi debili, bre? Jebem li vam familiju?
Precision fire on the way!
Vidi debile, bre!
Znaš ti šta ide na nas sve?
Target cancel! Readying kill shot!
Ma kako? Mogu da te pokrivam, ali to da pucam. Bolje nosi sve 3 bacaj. Znaš da imaš 3 shotgunera. 4. Ušao. Trapper sleđe. Si dao. Pojmer. Mislim da imamo i snajpera. Ne može, fale 2 čovjeka. Izađite iz meča. Či kick vote. Kick vote jebeni. Oni stoje gore kao 2 degenerika. Zašto stoje gore? Strašno. Kako si ti level 30, objasni mi. Znači, jebeni objekt, jel čovjek igrao samo jedan tip misije, šta je to u pitanju?
Ne znaju šta im je objekt.
Kako je došao do levela 30? Šta, kupio je booster. Čark je počeo da prodaje booster levele, je li to? Platiš 30 evra, odmah si 30 level, yeah! Čak ne znaš šta mu je objektiv. Moguće to. Stoje tamo kao 2 degenerika, ne mogu da verujem.
Kako mi ovako retardi zgadi igru?
Prošli put me jedan lik napušio, stvarno igra dobro sa Psykerom, ja ga gledam. Ali, napušio me kao, ej, ti si sharpshooter, ti si treba da ubiješ snajpera. A snajper me je one shotovo između teksture provukao metak. Znači, jedan jedini metak. Znači, odmah me insta downo. Insta. A on kaže, you have an ulti, you should have taken care of him. Ja rekao, mrš u pičku u materiju.
Da, što se?
Na triggera bez veze, razumiješ? Moram.
Strašno, brate, na sam kraj ti ja jedini igram. Bolest. Malo reći bolest.
Kako ste me nabili tamo, onaj ćošak nije mjesto? Pokušaj.
Ih je previše, ne možemo, pa kako? Čabe. Pucujemo me kroz teksture iza onih...
Nemaš kavera.
Onih kutije. Ma imam kavera nego što igrica je dobra.
Pa to.
Igrica je do jaja.
Što je lights out? Ne ti to previše?
Može bre.
Može.
Samo da je dobar tim.
Očigledno da su ljudi operisani od igranja.
Ja ne mogu sa 25. levela bre da pređem već danima bre. Svaki meč nam je skoro zbog ovih retarda izgubljen. Likovi ne znaju šta je objektiv, šta su oni radili gore pola sata dok smo mi ovamo otvorali sanduke da uzemo baterije, ja ne znam. Meni nije jasno. Šta je u njihovom mozgu? Či mi objasniti neko to? Ovaj će bolje igrati nego ovaj oni, baš zato što je taj drugi. Reinhardt će više.
Very well. Now we can devour God together. Together. Now we can devour together.
All right, this one's a kill mission. Down in the bowels of the torrent. You're heading to the enforcer station. We'll be fighting all the way. Navigate the sewers, reach the streets, go knocking on the front door. No legs to be pressed.
Stone.
Tis barely a fitting environ for the Master's faithful servants. Lots of corridors and turns in this place. Stay sharp.
Can't do anything from down here. Find an ascender and take it from there.
What a glorious frigging day. Got a present for you. Off. Nice surging in.
We need him.
Okay. All good.
Thanks, boys.
Behind us.
I'm gonna get you.
Behind us.
Press on through maintenance. There's nothing worth having in here.
I've got you now. Fuckers are ducking.
Oh, we got a boss. Oh my lord. And another one. And another one.
Neutralized.
Okay. And another. Why are you running? Why are you running? Сил? Сил? Zgradio. Odakle naš? What was that?
Welcome to my channel.
Kidapao jebo.
Zealot's rather overactive. I do as the Master bids me.
I see rages. See rages behind.
That rock is nothing when set against fate.
Bravo, как će puknu nas dvoje gleda.
Grenade! Eliminating primary target!
Kako ima ovih što gađaju? Bar 10. I think there is yeah, demon there. Right there. No. I can't see, sorry.
Don't leave me hanging. One step wrong, and damnation calls thee. Morrow cannot have been at Hades' time some day, though. He is too young.
Got the first grandma move.
Yeah, we noticed.
Sniper! Gunner!
And another one.
Can't pull me own fraggy self, but can I?
Anyone else hear that?
Stay alert! A demon host! Stairs! Praise the master! An apothecarian! For those in need!
Oh. Vidim. Imamo bacaš plamen. Sniper behind us. Somewhere.
Don't mess with the Emperor's hammer!
I hope you intend to share that ammo.
Well.
Pieces of my mind.
Bot, don't shoot. Bot. Čini se da je bot pucao u Demon Hosta, znaš? Bar je probao.
Duty! Engaging critical target!
Želim.
Here they come. Hold out till the ascendan's down.
Evo ti mec. Već suzi, nis?
Check that! Mania makes for poor Thou dost not understand the power of faith!
Power of bullets.
Flying them into the open! Engaging precision fire!
Vale, zaglavio se, znaš. Skočio bio među nas, nego je udario glavom u... Toliko se je zaglavio, ima onu animaciju kad pokušava da dodžuje, znaš. Pokušao je da dodžuje u cev.
The Emperor's strength was in me. Lost you 220 combat stunts. Job is done. Run, Raiders. You're bleeding out. Watch it, sharpshooter.
Ne vidim ga da je. He's somewhere behind.
Ascendan's down. Time to move.
Go, go, go.
Reloading. Got Medicaid for you.
Find your way through the house.
Son of a... Son of a bitch.
I praise thee, beloved Emperor, for this bounty.
Sve osto gore, majke ti. Kako sad?
Enough wheeling, Psyche! Duty! Almost on no break! Cover me! I am reloading! It's a mercy!
Kako ga ne vidiš, krv ti jebem. Ovo je slep.
Precision fire! Thou art a vessel of divine fury!
Što ne reče da te čuvaju raidžeri. Pušta.
Pušta, kao ono. Za malo crkvu.
You need this ammo, zealot! Made a K station! Kill some drills engaged! Looks like we've hit a market! Shame it's out of hours! A demon host warpath chills my mind!
Demon host.
I sense
Wait,
a
wait,
demon
wait.
host!
Don't shoot him, dude.
Ready back! A providential discovery! Ammunition! I need that!
Got him.
Ne, poludeći jebote.
Just run past him.
Da, polako sam dođe.
Uzmi kuci s municijom, majke. Dođi nazad. Nećeš, vrati se samo nazad. Ammo box. Yeah. Thank you.
Ready and kill Shamon Crags!
Kako hoćete, meni ne treba municija. Trebamo više nego mi.
The snarling ceases! Guard Bonner! Sighting! Engaging! Guard Bonner!
You're looking for the blocks. Ironically enough, your target's using them as his bolt.
Bonner! You're in cover! Pick your shots! We fight in his holy light!
Evo ti korda.
Never thought the zealot had it in him. Here's a killing. Follow me! Head hunting! So much for all that wrong! Strike ahead! judged your skill. Can't miss, won't miss.
Ne. Super, dobro. Što ima samo jedno.
Hello here, witch. You need it.
Skontam da mu treba knjige, ali nigde ne piše da mora da ima. Vratno radi onaj... kako se zove? Na švikli taj. Ne moraš ti odjednom to da uradiš. Oh, nice. Nice.
Once we're down for good.
Brale, i vidim ga, on mota iza ćoška, opa! Dobro. Šta uradi? Godan. Oh no, 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 no.
Eliminating alpha target.
Bravo, nisi ja. I didn't do it. Ne mogu. Bacio sam ti heal, ovaj da te ne one shotuje, ali... Gle. Touched. Zimmerhorst. Moguće. Pa kad ćeš to da radiš, bar reci. Mislim, nisam to stenu se... Ne.
Katastrofa.
Vidi, nisam normalni.
Ništa kak je retadi sve igre u ovu igru. Budem ti se kad maksujem ovog Psykera, ne igram prelazima, verujete. Ne, ovdje su ljudi preglupi.
A tamo su pametniji, misliš?
Pa jesu. Tamo ih više ima.
Eto, to je to. Sad si bar rekao. Ne, nisu pametniji ništa, razumeš, nego imaš veći populacije, razumeš, pa onda kao random idiot. Ili random čovjek koji zna da igra.
Kaži bi moguće ovo drugi meč za random ovaj retard. Aguro je Demon Host.
Ne, prvi put nije bio Demon Host, samo su poginuli na...
Strašno. Ja nemam komentara. Ćemo danas dobiti jedan meč.
Aiden. Welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Jedan meč danas dobijemo. Hoću danas jedan.
You tell me. Moći ako nas je voz pregazio.
Arte quick play, trojku i četiri.
Good morrow.
No, hoćeš tako, no?
I have a good feeling about this.
Jel ti kad da uopšte ljubičasto oružje u prodavnici? Ja mislim da ne.
Jest.
Da?
U ovoj prodavnici ne znam.
Ne, nisam ni mislio. To sam pitao.
A mislim da na 30 levelu se ne. Ako
Loše misliš.
Znači
ti ja
to je
kažem.
retko, moraš da kraftaš to.
Košta te 150 materijala, nije to ne znam kolika cifra, znaš, ali jest, ako nemaš jest. Kaže, nisu to neke pare.
Trebaš zaraditi te materijale, ali ne možeš da ih
kako ćemo da zaradimo? Kako ćemo mi to da zaradimo?
I started this journey on my own, but it didn't take me long to meet you guys. And now I'm in the place where I belong. I found my friend.
I to
Seriously though, if you do ever need a hand,
ne, 7.
It's a simple enough mission. Proceed to archive and Sycorax and use the complex disk to transmit an encrypted report. This isn't exactly by the book.
On my left hand, my little finger is now an even littler finger. What happened, Martina? Well, as much as I enjoy reading all your weird theories on what happened, what actually happened was that 6 years ago we were doing some home renovations, and I was just gonna make this nice little shelf thing. It was gonna be the last thing we did for the day, and then table saw accident. And no, I'm not gonna get into all the little details. I'm trying to keep it PG here. We've tried to dirt of the table. Hold on, I have to actually. There now, I'll leave a link down there if you want to have a look. And now
To the bone.
Where is it?
Once you reach the Skylink Bridge, you'll be clear to proceed to archive and Sycorax.
Time to earn our pay.
Do mene nije, verujem, ja jedino ako ne misliš stvarno.
Znam ja da nije ni do tebe, ni do brate.
Kako misliš dobijemo hordu?
Nego ako kažem random. Ne ovaj meč nešto tako imamo tim. Ovo ogrina, dovoljno. Realno.
Još zna da igra s njim.
Ima 5 kocka. Ne možem s njim da... ne znaš da
Po defaultu ima 4. Tako da 5. nije neka promocija. Začudio bi se da ima 4.
Oh, of course they found cover. Ammo!
Bomber.
Kada stisne tab ne piše to da treba
Ne znam. Piše ti gore desno.
ali tab ne piše.
Precision fire underway! Now that site is efficient, I'll give him that.
citizen is above the lex at Soma. You don't do well to remember that.
Stay together and work as a team. The archive is nearly in sight.
Oh no.
Indeed.
Šta uradi, a? Sija, pogleda mene i udari me gulicom. Kroz cover me.
Get yourselves patched up. Ammo.
Reci ti meni, jel on to ide prema meni, majke? Pošto mi čini da nije išao prema tebi.
Prema meni išao, pa sam ja dođao...
Pa se predomislim. Pa se predomislim.
Ide je, ovog sam promašio, ajmo sad na ovom.
Gledam.
Ne znam gdje.
Pogledaj na drugu stranu. Kontra most. Levo. Jel ima? Aha. Našao. Nice.
Crusher! Come get it! You should apply medically. Push it!
Dok. A, random, jebeno, random, kao što je sve u igri, random, to je random. Gledaj. Na random trčim ono bomba ispred mene, znaš. Šta da radim? Lele, idemo, idemo gas. Dobro. Nice. Odi vam po health. Grab health.
If you could, you know, exterminate this place, how would you do it?
A šta radim? A šta radim? Čekujem snajpera da nas razbuci svaku noć. Son of a bitch, wait.
Precision fire! How's dead? Stairs! Sickening! Engaging!
Levo ih ima pun kurac, zašto, znaš? To. Hit that. Got him.
Thank you.
Nice.
Keep moving! Let's make Morrow proud!
Follow me! Enemy sighted! Catch this, heretic!
Engaging priority target!
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
That's bitch. Welcome. Welcome and come again. Rapper incoming.
Stop the trapper!
Control it.
Get clear of that barrel!
Take care of the barrel.
Fury does not have big to make. This approach will serve, associate.
Go into the light. To dva ogrina. Ne, nije nego ima stvarno jako brad.
Engaging critical target!
Ranger troubles pressure no more.
Ranger! The elevator's not far. It's a good time to pick up the pace.
I feel another headshot.
That's a clean kill! Riches!
Nice. Dead. Nice. Bomberman.
00 Tyler Biff. Welcome to my channel.
Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Je tačno tu gdje ti stojiš, mislim da sam tu gledao da vidi stoje. Taj ćošak se sakrio. Jer da te ne bi snajper ubio ako stojiš napred, znaš. Bomber? Gdje? Mislim da je iza tebe. Imaš nekoga gunnera. Poginu čovjek. Sorry, dude. Watch for the bomb. Watch it, watch it, watch it. What?
Eliminating alpha target!
Cover me. guys, heal up. Da, ali opet ćemo poginuti, tačno znam. Sve. Ne mogu da mrdnem. Ne mogu da mrdnem, razumiješ? Pick him up, just pick him up, dude, you can do it, you don't need to... Moram mi da mu objašnjavam kako se igra s tom klasom. Mene udara jedan s buzdonom. Tipa ti idem čovjeka da podigne, zato što je retar tamo spa. Jao, majku ti jebem, jel moguće da svaki put... Znači, dobro je, dosta.
Ovi se spavnuju od...
Ovi se spavnuju na ograničenju.
A to sve zato što vi neću vidjeti. Sve isto!
Dobre, dosta. Šta si ti ono rekao, da hoćeš da završiš bar jedno? Aha. Evo ti.
Strašno. Ovo je katastrofa.
Mogu li da votujem da igram s 2 bota? Evo, izašao sam. Marš u pičku mater. Evo, igra bot umjesto mene, ajde. Znaš da će bot uradi?
Da igra, mrtvi smo svi.
Evo ti bot igra. Bot mrtv.
Moguće ovo. Ovo je katastrofa, bre. Nije normalno, bre.
Ljudi se žale, ljudi se žale kao igre ne valja. Dobro, baš.
Ne valjaju ljudi, kakva bre igre. Igra valja, nego su ljudi.
Nisu igre problem su ljudi koji ih igraju. No. Gledam tamo da se guze, pingujem onom tipu 100 puta. 100 puta mu jebeno pingujem, razumeš, da ode tamo da se nahile, a on je tamo gore negdje, razumeš, popeo se lik. Koji se kurac penješ tamo gore.
Strašno, a ovi isti spawn, svaki put kad ih ubijemo, oni će svaki sekund spanovati tamo, sve dok ne uđemo u taj lift. A oni to ne znaju.
A tako je skriptovan.
Znam.
Operisan je od mozga. Evo ti quick play. Ja znam zašto ne igram League of Legends i Dota, zbog ovakvih gluposti.
Zamislite to, još tamo je PvP.
Brate. Baš neće stajim radi. Pa nek me kikaju. Ne.
If system records can be believed, the primary smelter at Manufactorum HL1736 has been rendered inert. Rumor, though never reliable, suggests demonic activity within the smelter's fabric. Locate and purge. Varlets, we It shall suffer not the heretics to infest the Omnissiah's holy works.
Rock and stone!
Never gets old.
Try not to breathe deeply.
Must you always complain? Air quality will improve beyond the vent outflow.
Spend people to make weapons or lose the war. Your choice. Must be a Corkian important manufacturer.
You are required to locate supply elevator 91D. I'm almost positive you can do so.
You watch my back, I'll watch yours.
Ovo čudan. Dolaze zvuci dva sprata ispod mene. Kao da je pored mene. Let the cake consume you.
I have eyes on the main entrance!
Main functions look like weapons that affect us.
Engaging priority target!
Hoćeš da skočiš gore, a? Pa ne može. Ručak. Ostavit ću te s botom, a ću poslije rejoinujem.
Ne znam, napravit ću ja pauzu. Napravit ću ja pauzu.
Vjerujem mi da nećeš završiti. Možda ćeš imati više sreće s botom, možda sam ja ta karika koja valja.
Da, sigurno. Dobre, pravim ja pauzu.
Derek Butters. Welcome to my channel.
la. Gdje si jebote? Jebi ga, dešava se. Normalno je. Znaš? Šta ima? Antama. A da. Legendarnog daba.
Kao pobiš i disconnectujemo opet. Krv ti, mlade rode.
Ja sam izašao kad i ti odmah, brate. Nemam, brate, živaca s onim, brate. Pa igrali pre Dark Knight. Dark ide.
Zva Milane, šta ima? Kako je? Kum ga jučer raskrinkao, znaš, nisi ti bio.
Što?
Kaže, ti čuješ mog kuma, i onda uzeo našao mu stream. Kako to da se kaže, čuje se kao lijedar, znaš. Muše kum je. Ko malo popije, znaš, pa... Pa tako kum.
Delightful to see you.
Oj, Nik. A zna tebe.
Ja te pesmu zovem, žena toga mirovanja, sve ko tvoj ljubim svako dan. Šta? To. Ja te pesmu zovem, žena tvoga milovanja, sliku tvoju ljubi me svakog dana.
Ko ti je treći? Nek, ja ću s njim malo hunt.
Slobodno.
Fortune find you.
Hoćeš ti s nama kao treći?
Excellent. I'm sure
Pa
you're
što
just
rekao,
what
ne
we're
želim da
looking
se svađam s vama. Želim da ostanem netoksična osoba u životu. Hvala. Ponuđim po čašći. Isto kao Dark Tide, što ja da tryhardam, ne znaš, od čega, isto tako Hunt. Što ja da tryhardam radi
A ovdje ne tryhardamo ništa, nego...
Važi. Se zabetoniram sa žicom i čekam 40 minuta da nekome puša.
Ali gledaj, meni je to bolje nego ovdje, mučiš se 15 minuta kolješ da bi te sjebali.
Aha. Ovdje su ljudi posebna vrsta pacijenta, kako ja vidim. Evo, brale.
Ludilo puta 5. Kad Hanta nisam igrao, jebat.
The cooling system in manufacture HL 1736 has been sabotaged, leaving the power matrix on the brink of collapse. If that factory goes dark, we'll lose a key source of war material, so the coolant needs restoring. Guess who's doing that? Reach the control room, access the cryonic rods and put it to work. Preferably before something explodes.
Ali bukvalno si ga skino sad. Znaš šta ih skinuo ga je sad.
Koga, starca?
Kada preti meni.
Slušaj ti mali, doću tamo, ne jebaću ti se milosne majkice. Jel' tako? Ja sam jednu stvar naučio u životu, a to zna i on bolje, on je stariji od mene. A ako ćeš takve stvari da radiš, ne pričaš o tome, samo odeš i radiš.
Ali viš, kod njega je priča sve.
Dobro je dok i ne priči. Dok ne try hard. This is the way. Is this the way?
Dusa, treći Kesić, Makić.
Behind us.
Nema više mog cheating dead.
Son of a bitch.
Vratim se na remont.
Ti si 90 neki level, tako?
93, da.
Šta hoćeš, koliko si uzeo levela za taj event, kako se zebao? Oko 10, ako se ja dobro sećam.
Ćemo tu, sa kumom na priču si, nema šta da imam.
Ammo! Can't miss, won't miss!
Ti si gotovo.
Precision fire!
Petty.
Stand and gun! Just another day in the car!
Ti nisi verovo. A ima razloga zašto to traje. Zbog shotgunnera. Pa daj.
Ne, nego ću da idem, da tražim konfrontaciju, onda kao gardi da se kidam. Jebi ga, imao je shotgun. Što će to meni?
Stays! Over here!
Yes.
Lost you 220 combat stunts! Powers! Hey, power cell!
Kući ove da. Ujebate, nisam pokrio.
That sounds fun.
This way, past the ogre.
Reloading.
In front of us, in front of us.
Also a maniac.
was this way.
Nego...
Looks like a switch!
Lekovski... Farmaceutski narkotik.
Oh, ja.
Vini Milane jebio.
Whatever.
Ajme, sad se sjećam. Evo prva, stavljamo prvu. Opa.
Mogu ti reći koristim ovaj novi encoder AMD-ov što ide preko grafike, ne preko procesora, radi odlično.
Ej, moram ti ja reći da film 3, brate, lekar.
I odlično ti, baš ti super.
Odlično rade, bre.
Baš super. I get it.
Tri puta se ne da.
Oh, praise be! A healing station!
Add-on here. Pay attention. Data stream. Acceptable quality.
Barrel's going!
Go, he's coming. Ko je? Ne znam.
Someone fix that data interrogator! Good readings to the bomber!
Wow.
Bio baš, a? Ljudi ovdje jebote.
Nice spot.
Connection lost. Compensate.
So noisy now! That's the bomber out of our bases!
Parameters almost met.
Kill the hound!
Get patched up!
No.
The cryonic rods are waiting for you at the base of the Matrix fire. Move with a purpose.
Ammo! How much ammunition could a single pilgrim require? Find the edge, comrades. They'll not bounce when you hit the bottom.
Let's be sure before we head down there.
Right, good eye!
Oh, that tech priest took me to freak. Does her genius intimidate you, perhaps?
The fuck? Am I distinct?
Got someone I want to wind up, if you follow me. sell it.
If we head down, we're not getting back out.
Eat me!
Sniper! That's the rager attended to.
Engaging precision fire!
Coming.
Find comfort in
In my experience, prayers to your carrion lord presage only discomfort. Those heretics have inflicted a great deal of damage. Can it be repaired?
Prevailing damage is cosmetic. Deeper systemic malices lie within reclamation parameters.
What did the tech
What
priest
does
say?
it mean? What does it mean?
Get those cryonic rods into the coolant ducts. Won't do any good in your sweaty meat hooks. Get it in place.
Hentai-chan. Welcome to my channel.
Eliminating Alpha target! Kill the ranger! Skillful strike! You surprised me!
Sniper.
Cover me!
Nice.
Regulations E to 112. Medication! Engaging critical target! Ranger! Dead Ranger! Ranger!
The rager's no longer a problem!
Authorizing extraction.
No kaboom today!
Medic, you owe me a day's leave.
Grenade out! Go get him, you mud bastard! Where's my guy?
Nice. Out. Speedrun. Šta je, izgibli ste?
Da, ubio si ga. Jebi ga. Yes.
A, uzeo si presir skoro, vidim.
Da sam uzeo.
Prestiž.
Da sam uzimo se.
It's refreshing to converse with one who knows their place.
Oh, really?
Yep, почти бит. Exactly.
Ah, you remind me of my youth.
I do. Oh, nice.
I will do as you wish. Goodbye.
This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am.
Your word is my law. Can I assist you further?
Mi se čuje komp jebate nešto.
Kao traktora.
Zašto se toplo, brate, sobi? A ja nemam osjećaj da je toplo, jer sam bolestan. Sam zagreo sobu previše. Loše kad si bolestan.
Misliš, prehlađen praktično.
Kakav prehlađen, uništen. Juče 30 stepeni u, brate, sobi, brate, više i ja ne mogu da se zgrejem, brate, kako mi hladno. Temperatura me u... Da. Da.
Opa. Milan je postao monah, ha?
Da.
Kako se zove taj? False Saint, lažni svetac. Uzeo si svetog čovjeka, ha? Šta nosi to na nozi? Desnoj. Neki štab, šta je to?
Štab, sablja, brate.
To je sablja?
Kinam ona od skrabika.
Da, vidim, nekako gličuje kroz njega.
A, ne vidi se.
Hell no!
Beautiful sight!
Coming.
You'll need to charge it first! Got us a switch!
I've got
Osi ovdje. Moš.
I got it, I got it. Speed running, huh? Run, bitch, run! This way.
It's down!
Up.
Right, this looks like the overseer's office. Next up, coolant control. Looks like a switch.
The door is stuck. The door is stuck.
We go down here, we're not coming back. Grenade! Look left!
Get your data interrogators set. We need to unlock the system, prime the cryonic rods and get them into position.
Medic here.
Ammo, zealots. Medicate station.
Exfiltration faltering. Connection lost. Compensate.
Snuck in the egg! Drills engaged! I'm reloading!
Come to me, big guy. Come to me.
A ja ću umret 2050.
Halfway there. Now get those cryonic rods working. They're in the base of the matrix fire.
Now that is a long way down. Find another way out.
Koja je poenta života?
Money, power, and fame.
Money, power,
Ne, ima stvar stvarno, zove se tako. Money, power and fame.
Dobro, i to game.
What is it? Seriously, big man? You've never heard of that enormous warbrick?
It'd be the source of the largest semen incursion ever known. The source of our greatest sorrow.
Right from the line.
Lust.
Wrong. Look at the state of all this. Breaks my heart. Seal words. Talk straight! Watch for fire! All of it! Can the desecration be undone?
Prevailing damage is cosmetic. Deeper systemic malices lie within reclamation parameters.
Fancy words. Be more direct and future.
Time to put those cryonic rods to work.
Sighting! Engaging!
Sniper.
Get that cryonic rod in position.
First one's down!
Got it.
No long now. Cover ready. Stop! Cover!
Behind me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go.
Now you just need to press the system. It's over.
Major John! My God, Emperor died today. It's a pleasure to watch you, your labor, children. You've got to even learn something. Touch straight!
You're almost done.
One grenade!
Custodi's inbound. Get moving.
Throwing grenade! I think you've forgotten what the cold feels like.
Glad to see you come through. Means I win the bet.
Grenade out! Sighting it! Throwing grenade! Such scout!
Did you dare to ask any questions? A, dobio si kada conversion. A, pa to onda lagano.
A da.
To gira što znam da ti koristiš, jedino nemaš noževe za bacanje.
Točno. Sad ću da ih dobijem sad kad zakoljem boss. Idem po još ovaj trag ispred. I zaćemo da je boss. A zaćemo da je boss, o. Kurac, ne znamo i da... ne znamo i dalje.
Šta znamo? Ne znamo ništa.
Evo, livestock. Si rekao Davant, kakav Davant, bet?
Davant Tranč.
Kaže Davant Tranč, gdje je ovdje Davant Tranč?
Sve je mutno.
Da pređemo
Sve je mutno.
dole, pa da odemo tamo, šta?
Da nije Valentin onaj iz Red Dead Redemption.
To.
Sve je laž, samo pusta laž. Što se oko nas ukrti.
So, end sequence.
Šta je bo... I na lampe?
Mile
Jebe
Lumber.
nas igra. Igra nas... Jebe u mozgu. Da.
The God Emperor sees what you're...
We are all servants of Inquisitor Grendel.
Neka me ubije neko kroz prozor.
Emperor, walk with you.
Dobro. Ajmo dalje. A da, ko bi drugi, ajde.
My grandmother.
Hello bro, what's up? Idiot! Yes. Eto. Wow. Ne može duše da mu izađe prošli event, to da znaš. Eto. Sad gleda prvi. Gleda me pipuje na prozor da bi headshot.
Evo kako dušu odvajam u telu.
Ili la kukarača.
Šta je to? Otkud je on na low HP?
Ma upao u trepnji.
Dobro ga nije ubilo.
La kukarača.
Taj prozor se lagano puca unutra, znaš? Ako si na onom metalnom gore. Bam. Bang, bang.
Je blizu izad, jes?
Da mi izlaz kod Alana.
Ne, tankiš.
Neće igrat te drži gore, a?
Neće.
Padaš sa ni greda.
Neće, ne da tu je zid postavljen, majku.
Imaš nevidljive objekte nekad, znaš?
Da, evo, ne mogu proći. Zid postavljen. Da je ovo neki mulj ovdje.
Ne može. Tekstura, zid bez teksture. Ajmo tako. Znači, bukvalno trt.
Ajmo napolje. U Bloodline, evo mi ga Bloodline. Opa. Bloodline, ako ti nema. Spektra. Daj mi kažeš mislim brate, easy bounty. Jer nije više event pa da možemo da se kušimo. Znaš?
Not a bad day for it.
Lots of work to do
around here. Someone should get on there.
Nema veze, ovdje je put, neću preko vode ići. Znam ja zašto idem ovu vode, ne brini se ti.
I'll get on those debts.
Neću da ja idem preko vode, bret. Tu gdje i ti. La kukarača.
So, what do you think of this place?
Seems fine for now. I know this area a little.
Is there anywhere you ain't been, Jose? Anyway, I won't disturb you.
See you later.
Morning to you. What's been going on?
Good morning, Arthur.
Well, I'll leave you to whatever that is.
Neki mulj.
How are you doing, Molly?
Milan.
Fine. Fed up of moving all the time.
Ide preko vode, kao da je Mojsije.
I need to be alone.
You just keep standing in that mud. Ženska da pošetala u mulji i viče, a ni to bijelo, ja gledam, da samo ti sedi. Bože, sad ću da... To se dešava.
La kukarača. Yes.
You okay with this spot for now, Mr. McGuire?
Oh, sure. I like to keep moving, I do. It's in me blood.
Along with a lot of whiskey. All right, well, I should be getting on. Not bad, girl. Here, eat some.
To,
Već? A? Ne skuče me. A, ubrale. Smolim u čega? Šta? Što mu ne skaču na cev?
Hoćeš ti s nama kao te?
Ne. Zovite me kad bude nešto interesantno.
Nešto divnije.
Easy.
Hurry up and now! Get out of here before the cavalry comes! Wagons up!
Hey,
Move out!
best you keep moving.
Lagano. Sad će da idem da jem nešto.
If anyone comes after us,
La kukarača.
Šta je ovo, šta je s fizikom u igri? Šta? Suzana, ne plače niti, da bit ću pobediti. Prošipšim teške, bez magaca prognoz, srce hoće da mi pukne, druga ćeš poć. Na, 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 na. Svaki tožak radi nezavisno, moguće.
mister. Hey, mister. Hey, partner. Hey, boy. This might be of interest to you.
Para nudiš.
Well, ain't this a lovely little thing? Deal. Spend it wisely.
Koliko je to 5 centi bilo?
So long.
Trezor! A sunce ti. Stara bitango.
Hello again. It's worth buying. I'll buy it.
Okay.
Now where did you get this, I wonder? Oh, yes. People lose these all the time.
Thanks for your help. Thank you. You're all right, girl. Yeah, good girl.
You have some sort of problem?
Yep. You don't like visitors, huh?
Another reason to believe the Two Fingers hold a special power to commandeer one's identity comes from how Aeneas says we can use the Two Fingers to steal the power of remembrances from the champions and demigods we face. If the Two Fingers can reshape memories as they please, it would be grotesque knowing you could be twisted into something you're not after you die, which may be why Aeneas comments on how the tarnished recoils at her initial offer. The way the Two Fingers can control both gold and shadow suggests a dichotomy between the two, but it's a difficult subject to breach. For instance, runes can appear in skulls at night, yet at times darkness and the night sky are explicitly linked to silver. This is largely based on conjecture and might sound crazy at first, but I wouldn't be surprised if life and gold were originally tied to the day and night cycle of the lands between.
Should you rise as the Lord of Chaos, I will kill you. As sure as night follows day, such is my duty, for allowing you the strength of runes.
I wouldn't necessarily attribute it to there just being gold in the blood, but another thing which has stood out to me is the way demi-humans' blood is said to boil when night falls, and the way their eyes turn red when it happens. It's the same as if they were under the effect of a cursed blood pot, which is probably a coincidence. But if demi-humans go mad due to the influence of darkness, it would lend credence to E.G. saying Blythe will transform into a curse as the baleful shadow. The Two Fingers' ability to manipulate shadows and darkness, and Beast's susceptibility to both, may be meant to work on multiple levels. The English description for the Cinque Dea says its design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind, but the Japanese is a little more ambiguous and says it's modeled on 5 fingers, which symbolize the intelligence that was conferred to the beasts. It's possible the 5 fingers mentioned here are meant to be analogous to the 2 fingers, but there isn't quite enough there to make that claim for sure. Either way, both English and Japanese descriptions allude to intelligence not being native to beasts. If one attacks Blythe while Ronnie's 2 fingers are alive, he won't be distracted by beast lure pots, but once the 2 fingers are killed, Blythe's eyes turn red and he's vulnerable to their allure. Although he's still intelligent to some degree since he manages to talk before becoming frenzied, I have wondered whether the beast's intelligence comes from either the fingers, or light in general since demi-humans go mad at night. If light and darkness are linked to intelligence, it might also play into the way the sun is always shining on Fair Missoula, even at night. There's not much evidence to support it, but based on how the undead beastmen of Fair Missoula can be seen carrying Sunrealm shields, I think it's possible the Seat of the Sun was originally in Fair Missoula, though there are humanoid those who live in death that can be seen with Sunrealm shields throughout the lands between. What may be even stranger is during the fight with Blythe as the Baleful Shadow, his weapon is coated with the reddish-black flames of Destined Death. Because Blythe doesn't use Destined Death outside of this fight, and only uses ice after his two fingers have been killed, it would imply his vow to serve Ronnie was superseded by the two fingers, and that the two fingers have some power over Destined Death as well. Now it's time to put on a tinfoil hat and start tying everything together. When Ania tells the player about the Rune of Death, she says it's the forbidden shadow that was etched upon the creation of the Golden Order. I don't think Destined Death is meant to be a literal shadow since it's conjured from flames, but it is questionable how Malekith is able to keep it sealed. It could be because he's America's Shadowhound Beast and shares an affinity with Destined Death, but it could also be that he's able to keep it sealed because no harm can befall a shadow and he's unable to properly die. When Destined Death was sealed, the true power of Black Flame was lost, and compared to the flames used by Blythe, Malekith, and the Black Knife Assassins, Black Flame seems to have lost its reddish hue, similar to the way the Erdtree lost the red tint from the Crucible, or the way modern dragons don't produce the same red lightning of the ancient dragons. However, there may be reason to believe that Black Flames, Destined Death, and Ghost Flame were all originally the same flame. When Ronnie used the stolen fragment of Destined Death to kill Godwin, the curse mark that should have been scarred into his flesh is split into two. If we compare the curse mark of death to the sigil used for Ghost Flame, they're nearly identical, only the curse mark of death isn't a completely closed off circle. This is reason enough to assume there's an unspoken connection between Ghost Flame and Destined Death, but there's more.
Sjedli. Ko je kliktađe? Kako kaže Vlad. Ej, Makarena. Aj, Makarena.
Aj. Može Dark Side?
Može. Samo da dođem do checkpointa, to je gore. To mi je...
Upisao Karina.
Ja rekao, kad si rekao da igraš s Milanom Fan Showdown, ja rekao to će sad da bude ono, znaš, beskonačno.
Ne, smorio se. Milan se smorio.
Šta ću mu, ne možeš stalno da pobeđuješ. Kako da kažem? Ne znam kako da kažem. Da bi se popeo moraš pasti.
Šta si rekao?
Da bi se popeo moraš pasti. Sam ja stari troller. Nagiram lika da izgleda kao da je fighter, znaš, i onda idem okolo i bacam magiju. Zato što imam, a nemam još koliko mislim da hoću, ali ono, imam oko 200 mane, to mi je cilj. Imamo skoro 170. Sa 200 mane možeš baciti dosta magije. No baš trollerski. Halo vi iz publike. Ovdje sam bio da igram onaj Red Dead i uradio sam samo Alt Tab. Prebacio sam se u drugi prozor. Znači nisam ni zatvorio igru. Brate puklo igra, ja odmah ono u lidu. Rekao, ako ću opet Rockstar ne ume da napravi igru, pa to je strašno. A moj ume. Za konzolu napraviti. Ovo bre! Jel moguće? Aha. Da. Krvi do kolena. Ako ne koristiš vod, kao što mi koristili smo, igrali, ti bio zagrejan, u regularnoj igri u Elden Ringu, ti si kao ono host, naš domaćin sesije, ti si izgledaš normalno, a recimo ako samenuješ mene, ja izgledam žutkasto ili tako nekako plavo. Ovi koji te napadaju, oni izgledaju crveno, znaš, imaju kao crveno kao nijansu. Znači, svi osim hosta su drugačije boje. E, sad imaš foru da staviš prsten, da izgledaš identično kao host, kao, znaš, host sesije. možda zebeš ovoga invadera, tog igrača koji te napada, da naš, da utripuje da tebe treba da ubije. Je dovoljno samo da ubije hosta da bi ono, ne znam, svi ostali bili ono kao odmah se završi sesija i skikuje sve. Mada većina invadera ide na to da ubiju druge te fantome. Moguće da ljudi nisu normalni. Treći put nas sabotira. Znaš da sam uzad igram? Quick play na level 1. Znači koliko mogu, što brže mogu da znaš završim mapu. Za po 15 minuta mi treba za level 1.
A što su?
Da. Više se znak staviti.
Ja sam te razumio.
Znam. Da se zjebam.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum.
Treba orke da ubaci. Pečarki ima jebenu licencu, pa nemoj oni sada kupili licencu samo za... Za šta? Za Space Marines. Ne veze, brat. Ubaci orke. Isto kao što imaš u Vermintedu, nemaš samo palcovi 100 kilo, imaš i ove heretike isto. Imaš i ona šumska, ona stvorenja, one panove i ona govna. Ja, ajmo ovako. Dodaca, pausa na podi, se vise, kao svoj, pita se ko je opet. Oho, odbio si me. Zašto me odbiješ? Zašto me odbiješ?
Samo jebeš bar.
Si tako nastran.
Ja bi da pravim nešto drugo.
Engaging. Concluded.
Ajmo da. Može ovo.
俺は狙撃手援護が花道レディーが俺を呼んでいる
みんな今日は暑いな
is under Heritage control. But that doesn't mean we can't use it. There's a warlord coming in by road. You're going to redirect it to a platform of our choice. You'll be travelling with bodyguards, sure. But you'll have the advantage of surprise.
みんなであれしかねえよな、行くぞ。せーので行くからな。せーの、スーパー。
びしょびしょに濡れてますか？びしょびしょに濡れたパンツ見せてもらってもよろしいですか？いや
海賊王に俺はなる。モンキー D ルフィ役の田中真由美です。
これが俺の新時代だ。ブエノフェスタ役ユースケさんとマリアです。
びしょびしょ。
Rock and stone.
Rock and stone.
Hello, hello. It never.
It's not been here a while.
Yeah.
You can see it in their smiling faces.
You're not here to keep moving.
I can see your smiling faces. Have you ever gone through this?
First up, get to the market. From there, you can interrogate Chasm Terminus's auto scheduler.
And it looked like such a lovely day. Reaper! Eat this, okay?
Headhunting!
Markers are ducking.
Corner!
Push B.
Last year 220 engaged.
I feel another headshot coming on.
You can use the ventilation tunnels to reach the marketplace. Put your feet.
Meni dovoljno health za ovu pušku.
Moving to position.
Forward only, no way back.
Laugh this off.
Kill the major, fellas.
Oh, bro. Massacre. Demon host, close, very close.
If I am to die, I will make it count.
Stop moaning.
Svi su te odjednom udarili. Ja jasno.
Right?
I won't forget this, brutes. Diamante! Keep moving! Let's make moral power! I sense a flayed soul! Yes!
Her. Bravo. Šta je sad? Health 11. Znamo za nas blokirao.
Medicaid station!
Hoće ga.
Bude digan kroz ovo. Znaš ti sad kad bi udarao ovdje kroz ovaj zid, digan bi?
Ne bi.
Ne bi?
Ne bi. Molim te siđi dole. Samo ću te zamoliti to. Yes, precious, yes.
Ready and kill shot! Ammo here, big man, if you need it.
Ja ovo te ubio, znaš? Kad ti nestane stamine, znaš?
Veteran's a good soldier.
Wait until I start really trying.
Vidi, vidi, vidi. Vidi, majke.
Ammo. Nice.
Safety in numbers, folks. Group up. That's the splice point. Set your data interrogators to access the auto scheduler.
Ammo, please!
Leave some ammo for me.
It only makes you think.
Okay, I didn't want it to go there. Thank you though. Pas me gurno dole, znaš? Zjebam se. Mrtav ozbiljno. Mrtav ozbiljno. Znaš?
Oi! Soldier! Ammo! Thank you!
Je, je.
Fill your pouches, soldier!
Add on here. Pay attention. Data inbound. Continue. Defend.
Kill some drills engaged!
Your incompetence is showing. The interrogator requires a reboot. Do not disrupt the flow of data again.
Can't miss, won't miss.
Mutant. Sniper somewhere.
Someone fix that data interrogator! Big Mutie's dead!
Almost. I guess.
Eliminating Alpha target!
As you are.
Majke, ti ste uzdali 4 pakovanja municije. Jeste.
Parameters almost correct. Cipher exfiltration faltering. Connection lost.
Možda i ne stalo.
You don't mess with the Emperor's hammer! Engaging priority target!
Ja sam samo jedan, to ja nisam vidio.
Možda je nestalo. Možda je nestalo. Go, 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 go. This way.
All this sneaking about. I prefer a straight line.
Heretics deserve all they get. It's as simple as that.
Behind us, behind us.
Mind that shield! Excessive force authorized! Grenade! Engaging precision fire!
Don't shoot me.
Ammunition!
Brale glajduju, znaš. Pokušavaju da trče, ali ne ide nešto, znaš.
Return, traitor! I don't understand these scars!
Ammo!
Brale, Brale prošao je. He glitched through the wall. Brale nije preskočio zid, prošao je kroz njega, znaš. Prošao je kroz zid. I ti pitaš kako su te uzeli. Kako? Tako što su te četvorice su zgličovali kroz zid i udarili. Kako su te uzeli?
Stand back next time.
Do you see that grenade?
Grenade. Grenade man. Lago je malo. Je. Počet.
Big Beauty's dead! Don't feel right without a cold.
No. It is not dead. Trust me. This point. Može verujem, internet je odličan. Yep, trup.
Grand, I needed more ammo.
Dale, puknem ih, neće da padnu, znaš, padnu posle sekunde. Dve sekunde. Back. Yeah. Kako ću mu... Daj mu još 5 sekundi. se nešto sad desilo, znaš? Maybe wait here. Don't move. Penjat će se oni, samo ih čipaš dobro. Eat dead. Ha, debel je pao dole. We got him.
I don't carkin believe it. Hold that!
Lost you 220 combat stunts!
Heal to the right. Gdje? Kod tebe? Nije. Još napred. Krasni bro. Grab a battery. Yeah.
Let him roar! Which needs cover!
Nice.
Medicare station! Heady pack! Heady pack!
Šta uradi? Sve. Tu možda, znaš. Imaš ovdje iza. Vale. I'm coming. Wow.
Oxburster's dead.
Wow.
An efficient termination!
Meni oni animaciju uopšte ti... Moroni, brate, znači vidi se kako gledaju klinci.
Need ammo, soldier! Soldier!
My mistake!
Away from that bastard!
Through the door.
Cold is vaporized! Kill that dumb thing! Duty dog! Dropper eliminates it!
Nice.
No way back!
You got grenades?
Sickening! Engaging!
Grenade out!
Yeah, grenades. Ajde, brate, umrite. Lezi. Kakva zasada. I'm pushing B.
Grenade here! Grenade!
Niko će moći. Evo. Look here, can you take it? Nemaš ti.
Didn't post.
You don't need that.
Oh, that's the bomber gun!
Look for grenade. Ne vidim ga, sam čekao bacam grenade. Boss is next, I think.
This should be one to remember. Fine. One dead Frogger coming out. Ammo! Out of ammo!
Yeah, come here. There is ammo forward.
Grenade just for you!
Dropper's getting away! Dropper's dead! Refutate!
Da ukome do vam, znači. Let's go.
I'll sell you down.
Second.
On you something special.
Hello?
We're gonna get
Let's go. Sorry.
Section redacted target confirmed. Go to work.
Oh. Oh, grave. Behind us. Guys. Yeah, life. Yep.
Zašto mene on bije, bret?
Ne znam, zašto tebe gađa, jel to?
Don't think that we're mates, you hear? Engaging critical target!
Not the hit!
Yeah, drop a healing. Drop a healing, dude. On mene izluzio kod ljudi. Dude, drop a healing. Almost. Gary. Gary.
Shooting the enemy soldier!
Didn't mean to!
Idemo prvi meč danas. Zna se šta će biti XP od masa.
A hoće, našli smo 3 knjige.
Ne znam.
3700. Slobno. Ja se ne bunim.
Opa, novi X, to mi reci.
Kada velim šakom stojam. Bar nešto za trud.
Bukvalno.
Yeah. Inspect. Svako malo damage. Primer reaction 69, second reaction, moguće. I što je sad ovo kao dobro? Jara, i?
Da, i? Šta i? Znamo.
Se rekao zaboč, javnoš?
Jes.
To je najčuveni ustanik.
How may I assist?
To sam Milana kako učeno ja put.
A ne, on kaže zaboti. On je to malo vulgarno, ja kažem zabolč. Smo radili repair već danas. Jesmo. A možda... raid?
Uš.
Ono da skupljaš knjige.
Lova.
Slušaj, kako ću prvoga, ko će bude teo da, nije problem lov. Ono su knjige, razumiješ, kad se zainate. Prošli put smo, čini mi se, poginuli na ovome raidu sa municijom. Jer kad su ona 2 magarca bili tamo gore na platformi izginuli. A ja i ti nosili 4 one kapsule s municijom. Onda dovukli jednu i uzeli kao da brane ono zgore, ha. Gdje si, Hodore?
We need more special ammo for some of our covert ops. You're going to get it. Recon reports that the scabs have plenty of what we need at the Chasm Station Logistratum. It's up to you to find what we're after and get it aboard the retrieval craft. Can you handle that?
想像もできない無能を祖国のために間引くことがわからないと。貴様のアホな頭蓋骨を強制送還。
いくら攻撃されても俺はお前を止めることをやめんぞ。その代わり責
Oh, hello there. Hello again.
I do not
Stone. Evo ga ovaj lik, Bastian. Već smo igrali s njim.
Many homes, many opportunities.
First stop, maintenance. I know a back way into the Multistratum.
Too late to back out.
Znači, toliki je community da mi igramo sa istim igračima, ja znam ovdje dobro.
Poskoči ga 5 istih ljudi. Yeah, rock on. Come on.
Engaging critical target! Prepare!
For you!
Still alive. Nice. KM4, šta li?
Gdje sam otišao?
Rangers are gone! So noisy now! Hound! Get my hound off our Ogren!
Ti stvarno ćeš da nosiš grimoire.
Imamo dva ogrena jebe.
Baš ćeš.
So much for green fire!
I can't get over how lifeless this place looks now.
Okay!
Watch your ass. Hello? Hello? Oh my god. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? Doug is confused. Medicare. Medicare.
His mind is lost.
A successful termination. Headhunting!
Okay. No worries. hvala. Got a nice cake on a plate in front of me, but no time to eat. Keva donala kolače.
Well, this could be going worse. Could be going better, man.
Načisto upropašćen. Medic. Može i tako.
Ne, kino je on.
Chopper neutralized.
Gdje ćeš? What are you running? Ja, ovo je ono, znam tačno gdje sam. Ovdje kad padneš nema ti gore. Aha. Planting, cover me. Plantam. What the fuck? My friend is trolling a bit, sorry.
Process failure. Reapply. This time pay more attention.
A to ako te gađaju, ja tome ništa ne mogu.
The Omnissiah favors us. Resuming uplink.
Ja ne znam gdje im je spawn, oni samo izađu dole, znaš. Iza ćoška se stvori, razumiješ, niđe logika.
Security bypassed. Pressure door will comply.
worst of the Imperium's horrors. Surely it cannot exist.
And you think this is where demons live, yes?
So, if I ever dream about demons sitting on a mountain of skulls, you're saying it comes true in the war?
Pogledaj gore. Ne čuješ voz možda.
Možda je voz je pred.
Do not be scared, little comrades. I am here. Medic station.
Take station! Heal him!
Medic station.
Hitting armor!
Nice. No.
Some of this ammo, big man!
You can get down to the supply track from here. Next stop, the Logistratus.
Pull up! Okay! Rush them! They're in cover! Forward only! No way back!
He shot me through the crowd, sorry. Ne može.
I one-shotovali te odmah.
Aha.
Precision fire!
Only down. Are we sure?
Išlo je njih 20 na mene. Ja ono pucam jednog po jednog, on opali mrežu kroz njih, razumiješ, samo me vodi.
Boss should send assassins, yes?
If the official assassinorum shows up, you know it's gone to frag.
A da, imaš u Warhammer 40.000, imaš baš asesine kao ono, kao što imaš supermarince, tako imaš konkretno samo asesine. Ono. Grab jedno. Dođi vam. Čuješ ti? Odjedi. Ti.
Puca me kroz zid neko, nije mi
Ma
jasno.
znam, dođi, ja ti pucaj. Odi. Evo box. Nemoj još, ne vredi. Bolje baci dole kad si izvijem. Možeš i sad baciti tu njima.
Will you quit stealing all the ammo?
Can we destroy the controls?
Mid station! Heal up! Ammo crates! Heady back!
Medicate station!
Engaging priority target!
O brale, šta ih je bilo tu dole. Let's go.
One big man! Break them all apart! No more chokes, flavor!
Put your fire pal! Whether you want this!
Open fire! Our open needs cover!
Don't go alone. Dođi da ih pokrivamo, nek nose oni dvojice. Guys, can you carry this? Thank you. Go. What the? Sniper. Can see.
Fury does not appeal to me.
Oče. To.
Group request backup!
Hey, that hit me, you...
Taking your part!
Stick together, team. Gdje si, mamu ti jebe?
Our all grid needs supporting fire!
Recon fabricator, on fire. Steaming, back. What's happened to them? Never you mind. It ain't good to be asking questions like that.
Ništa, ovo je već pišanje. Ljudi XP,
To ti kažem.
Od tebe, ovo se zove XP.
Znaš iz ja?
Evo da si... Zbog čega?
Majka napravila neki, kako ona to zove, kuglov. Pam.
Zovi ove ako hoće s nama.
Koga?
Ove ako hoće s nama, što su igrali se.
Aj ti sad meni nađi ga tamo na listi, ajde, s kim smo igrali? Ajde.
Social previous mission. Jednostavno.
Aha. Kako se zvao? Karakter mu se zvao Bastian. A kako se zvao lik? Piše offline. Sviđa su. Ajde sad.
Ko su onda ovi?
Ajde sad mačin sin.
Ke Morning Star da vidim.
To ti je lobby.
Znamo, ko nema ovako.
Kako to?
Kako to, brate moj?
A tako? Dobra igra.
We are all servants
Znači jedan
of
Dracula.
Inquisitor Grendel. You are an inspiration.
Falati.
I will assist.
Aha.
Function terminated.
Dobar. Moja ona to zove uglov. Šta god od toga. A ovo nije teško. Clean water supply. Mislim da nije teško. Mislim sve je teško, znaš. Kad je ekipa dobra. To je teško, verujem. I ono što nije teško je teško. Drogović, yes.
Alo, Drogaš.
Yes.
The heretics have decided the best way to win is to disrupt Tertium's water supply. They're pumping filth into the silos and we know where it's going down. Get down there. Drive them out and get the fresh water flowing again.
Nema vina više. To su alkusi, jebate. To je alkus. Rock and stone.
Industrious place, ain't it?
Rock and stone.
Stick around here, you'll see it can only get worse. Trust me.
Ja sam se izgubio. Jel ovo pada kiša ili kaplje voda? Kako pada kiša, pa voda iznad sebe. Pokle pada kiša.
Klizi.
A, klizi, a?
Klizi po ove bakale.
Sickening! Engaging!
Teško nešto pinovati, jebate. Pre nego što...
Precision fire underway! There's no way back! Follow the call! Precision fire! Raver! Kill shot drills engaged! Sighting it! They're dug in!
That's Cartel HQ. It's in better days for
Behind
the
us.
lads.
No more big mutiny! Heads down! Sniper! Engaging precision fire!
Ti došliš da me ubiješ, šta? Ne znam, neko me je pukao u bure. Neko je pukao. Nego nemoj da mi se praviš nevešt. Znaš? Da mi se praviš nevešt, znaš?
Corner! Stay! No access here!
Drogović!
Are you on drugs? Are you okay, my friend? Brate... On je pao, nije pao, on je umro. Direkt.
Heard an officer talking about something called the Cicatrix Maledictum. What's all that about then?
Imperium split into the bad half and the even nastier half.
Kakvi bagovi ovo? Nema bagovi.
Wait until I start really trying.
It's never a bug, it's always a feature. Hidden one. Never mind.
Find another way out.
Još je živ. Thank you, brate.
Last year, 220 engaged. Target that thing. Ranger eliminated.
You're almost to the elevator.
I'm digging in. They're dug in. Flankers.
Nešto ovih je.
Eliminating alpha target. Fill your pouches, soldier. Engaging critical target. Rangers finished.
I'm on your side, Scarlet.
Apologies, my error. I'm dead.
Wow.
Grab some ammo, boss. The elevator's gonna take time to get here. Get ready for a fight.
Grenade. Visual on a sniper.
Sniper.
Your skill is not what. Drop it.
Can't see shit, sorry. Sniper.
Headhunting. Demonstrated deep on it. Don't think I'm impressed, Sergeant. Fucking grenade. Bastion 220 combat stunts.
No, nothing. Sniper. Can't see. Go, go, go. Oh, we have a kill guy. Nice.
This place is a warren of thugs and chances. Doesn't seem right.
Not everything in the Imperium is black and white. This place is grey as they come.
Don't sound so bad to me. When I smash, it stays smashed.
Aye! It's a big part of your job!
This ammo serves agreeably.
Time to find that silo. Head on out.
The way these heretics build shrines and pray to icons, it's like they think demons are gods or something.
They believe them to be gods. That much seems clear.
Push it!
Ammunition, roughneck.
Medical station! Oh, that's what I was looking for. Oh, you digging, ain't he?
Calling the war.
Got him.
Precision fire!
Ne vidiš ga? Znaš? Tačno baca ono svetlo u oči, znaš? Ne, nije čak ni to. Kako gledaš u njega tako... Što imamo? Kako? Nenad ti se totalno tuđio od tebe. Da ti nije dužan pare, tako nešto. Da, jeste radili neki biznis sa novcem. Vidite, sigurno. Bori se od kad je... Da tako bori se, od kad si sumnjamo da je... Nešto se desilo ilegalno, čovjek ne dolazi, nikomu nije rekao da ne dolazi. Jednostavno čovjek možda smatra da nismo korektni prema njemu. A ne verujem. Opet, od stare dane. Gledao mene i slajduje, znaš. Uopšte ne radi dodge, nego samo slajduje ulevo. They do not have any animations. Patch up, what have you done? Znači, bukvalno ne kodi, već slajduje. Češko se ono što radi.
taking time. It's all in the wrist.
What the fuck?
Ammunition. And about time.
Šta?
Follow me. Got to heal.
Hello?
Medical station. Stay.
Medical station.
Headhunting. Eliminating primary target.
Oni nemaju odličnih brzova. Jebote, šta ja radim?
They're in cover.
Kako nisu blokirali, bre? Možeš lagano preko ovog da se voltaš ovdje.
No need for fancy shots.
Nemoj to da radiš. Možeš gore, na tu kutiju. Na to gore se voltaš. U ovu kutiju, tu gore. Tu levo gledaš. Eto, vidiš.
Okay. Now what? Hello. Hello, chat. Hello.
Da je ovdje. Pazi, nemoj dalje, ispričaj smart.
Ne.
Samo
Hello.
povoj tekst. Će nas kjerovi naći ovdje.
Evo ti odi vamo. Come here, guys.
Čekaj, možeš. Čekaj. Već smo kukovi, brate, baguju kada se odalji. Jao.
Sighting! Engaging!
What the fuck?
Anyway. What now? Okay.
Engaging war protocols!
Hajde vidimo te dalje. Let's go to the... Let's evacuate. Nope. Yeah, go. Pičku.
A što se radi ovdje?
Idu kurac.
Nešto.
Aha.
Dosta daš?
Ha, ne.
Čekaj.
A ovo je crno, vidi. Neko
kao
je
zid, da.
platno stavio. Isto inače fora ništa se ne spone više, znaš.
Znam, ne razume igre šta se desilo.
The game cannot find us. Ne može. Dobro. So we need to clip back in. Nice.
Moramo skroz nazad. Aj, normalno. Ne tamo. Let's go behind from where you come.
Okej. I to je to, više kjerao nema.
Svidi mi se ovo svjetlo gore.
Hound!
Svido, nema igre i nema blok sistem, koliko se trude. Možeš preko onoga otići kao da je ništa. Znaš?
A dobro, barem... Ovo je Hermit uradio kad je igrao Hand Shodan, znaš? Ispo iz mape, znaš to?
A dobro, ali... Znaš... To je slučajno kroz teksturu.
Ne boga mi, rekli su mu da možda se volto. I on se volto preko žice, ispo iz mape. Ali bio je desinkovan, znaš? Njegovo telo je ostalo po onome što su oni gledali.
No, not there.
Bojim se ja da se nećemo moći tamo vratiti.
Moći. Moramo nekako. Tako su mi već došli odavci, ja.
No way back. I sad ćemo mi morat da izađemo odavde.
O, Drogović!
No! Wait. No, bro, I'm coming to get you. Bro.
We've lost the veteran!
Oh no.
We've lost the boss!
Čekaj. Da vidim, Alt F4. Da ću ja probam. Imate li bot?
Probaj, imamo. Probaj da se joinat, vidi. Wait there to join.
Gdje je bot, jel ga diže?
Ne, botovi stoje u ovim ćoškovima i ne razumiju šta se dešava.
Me zebaš. Pa... Skoči provali, di ćete bot? Probaj tako.
Bravo jebet.
Hajme ti ne razmišljaš.
Pa pada mi jebet. Kako meni je zeleno. Završena misija izgubili su.
Te digo bot?
Ne, tamo se završila misija.
Što, nema igrača?
Da.
Nema se bat.
Ne, dobro. Kako dobro je. Kako je dobra igra, bret. Jebate, u zabrnjene zone ulaziš kao dobar dan.
Ispadaš iz mape.
Strašno, brate. Šta su oni pustili u, brate, prodaji? Pa stvarno čovjek da se prekrsti 50 puta, brate. Ovakve stvari ne bi trebale da se događaju.
A ti hoćeš da ti oni kao developeri zabrane da ti to radiš, a?
Da. Ja kad bi napravio sad igru i stavio pola tekstura, brate, fali. Da.
Pa to je zato što si igru napravio ti. A šta sam ti rekao?
Ovo je stvarno šao.
Znači plazma znači mlijeko. Što znači, fora ne mogu da se joinujem na tebe, zašto si ti kao član drugog tima. Brale, jesam zgražen. Zgražen.
Aj, Dark Tide nas danas jebeniši jebenan kev.
A s tim ja se makar si zebam. Trolajmo mi igru, više nešto igra trole nas. Ajmo, quick play. A kretijeme.
Strašno.
Would you believe that the heretics are brewing a pathogen in an old fuel refinery? Start by heading to
Kaže su ni bolo biti kurac da možda se vratiš nazad u igru, tako? Da se možeš bar vratiti, no. Aj, nema veze. Što ne možeš da se vratiš, što je nača fora.
Najgore, nisu mislili obrati ni o čemu, samo da izgleda...
Bar da su napravili rampu za nazad, razumeš, da imaš rampu i ono kao op, preskočiš nazad.
Igra ne bi trebalo da dobije alfa ili access, nego... Demo, bre. Pohodnici, pohod.
Hoćemo opet da nađemo neku rupu.
Everything's falling apart up here. Seems like a waste. What hopeless lives are eked out in such a place?
Enough chatter. Head out to flow control.
Fight with zeal! Die in glory!
My dream is not for you!
A commendable shot.
We managed to clip out of the map.
Well, you've reached the lower hangar. Shame you need to be in the upper hangar.
I think it's time to kill you!
Jesi probao DMZ?
Previše je malo mapa za DMZ. Za Battle Royale je odlično. To je moje mišljenje. Ono što ja znam. Razumeš, to je kao kad bi stavio... Bez ograničenja da se igra quick play. Znaš kako se igra quick play u Hunter? Kad pokupiš 4-5 tokena, ono, suzi onaj ko ima... Jel tako, ne može da se pomera, on stoji ono u krugu. I to je to. A ostali mogu da idu okolo na okolo. I njemu je jebeno. A oni su samo s vremenom ograničeni. E, zamisli da nemaš limit. Da ima jurnjave po čitavoj mapi. Znaš? E, tako ti je ta nova mapa. Ta nova mapa nije za DMZ. Ne može biti. Mislim, lako je pokazati. Ja sam igrao sa ovim neurotikom malo nešto, a to opet dovoljno. Kako je došao taj debil? Koji bre boss? Kolej Gogrin! Sreća pa me igra bacila negdje, znaš. Jedvrši.
All is as the beneficent emperor ordained it. Have faith.
Too strong for you.
Ti znaš da su mene jurio onaj debeli u full offlopu sa Dovanom i 2 rangera. Kako sam ja pobegao da mi nisu ubili, ne znam. Ono usralo me. A, vratno dole. Baci to dole.
Stick together! Let's not get lost down here! Another ranger dead! Better a swift and holy death than to endure the temptations of the enemy. There's a guilt to surviving the astronomical hunger.
Oh, boy.
The Emperor's grace. Russia!
Nice.
Perhaps I have misjudged your skill.
Si našao? Da. Spada da smo složili tu stvar.
Repeating itself? I can't tell any longer.
Holy ammunition! Settle the bomber, comrades! Watch out! Gunner!
Bring on for my tree!
Sickening! Engaging!
Ne moraš još da upotrebiš torbicu. Čuvaj. Ne moraš.
Tamo je healing station, znaš?
Nazad, ne. Baci tu onda. Baci to. Kam da?
Šta su oni uvijek?
Ti mjerec. Ćemo kika. bot. Ajmo. Go. Kam bot?
Kill shot! The beneficent Emperor has delivered healing!
The heretics have called up some kind of demon to lock the place down. Drive it off!
Uvijek je na onoj strani gdje nigdje nikog nema. Ti si krenuo na drugu stranu.
Engaging critical target!
Ne, uvijek je na suprotnoj strani, to pokušam ti kažem.
Someone call for a bomb!
Debil šta uradi.
Engaging war protocols!
Ne vidim gdje.
Looks like the demon's heading up. Now you can use the elevator.
Go.
How long will the tech priests live? Double! Engaging priority target!
Infection risk.
That is somewhat reassuring.
Ammunition! I heard something. Loyally. Shotgun sighted! Calling the war! Some believe themselves unpopular. Hostile! Not every enforcer realizes, but it's their duty to prove them wrong.
Vengeance is more important than law or justice.
He divides the means of death unto his servants.
Znaš, skinuo si mi kocku bio. Puku gore. A to imam sad pola health. Ono opušteno.
You know the drill. Follow the pipes.
ovo da te klikam, let. Uši me kroz pod odozgu.
Sad kažem.
Ovo je lobna od
I šta će sad? Najviše helpera ga baca. Jele moguće. Da. Sad times for Imperium of Men. Šta da kažem? A tebe je diskonektovalo?
O, vidi, do ja, sviđa mi se. Dobra igra, već. Ide. Moguće da se ovo desi. Ja ne mogu da verujem.
Ja ne mogu da verujem.
It's me. Oh, I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry.
Avlije, pune behara. Šta da se radi? Teško reći. Bug Fiesta.
You'll find the target in the Enforcer station. It's ruined but defensible. The sewers are your way in. From there, you'll be heading up into the torrent proper.
Znaš ti koliko su preko kurca oni radili u ovoj... Pustili to ali... Pa ti odeš kroz zabranjene zone kao dobar dan. Sad u kartu kad bi mogao bar gledati mape.
Oh, we get to see all the nice places. Watch where you're walking.
Rock and Stone.
Get pumped through here. Hopefully you'll
A refuge for some, yes, but a nightmare for others. The torrent isn't kind.
Make your way to the offender.
Je to 3 sekera, make it. Meni se čini da sam pravo. Yes.
Lost you 220 combat stunts! Great shot on her! Stop showing off!
This drawing's not exactly a work of art these days. Probably never was.
Don't waste ammo! Wait for a clean shot! Finally justice for his victim!
No, pa sam ga vidio kako gubi ravnotežu, kako I dalje ide prema vama, znaš. Nema animacije, nema ništa. Gas.
Ready and kill shot! Sighted!
Righteousness be its own reward!
Righteousness invites conceit, which obstructs justice. Ammunition! And about time! Head up those stairs! The enemy is everywhere!
You kill for nothing. Makes no difference.
That cellar go!
Cut them down.
Don't you tell me what to do!
They're coming for you. Send them now.
Adroitly neutralized. Heading back down! Drop it down!
Bije me nešto, ne mogu da provalim šta me bije. Ko bot ušao u teksturu. Slobodno.
Uncomplicated. I actually find it soothing.
Keep going. You've plenty of ground left to cover.
Dude, you got the book. It makes no difference. It will be the same in like 5 seconds.
Precision fire underway! Throw a grenade! Nice shot! Reloading! Cover me! Getting dizzy! Corner!
Imaš gore kocku ako hoćeš da pokupiš onaj dijamantin. Spao. Bravo.
Last year 220 engaged! Thrown them down!
Let me build.
Take it back. You are useful. Right behind dead, at last!
To the left.
I've never seen the market so wide up, shot on it!
Se mi čini da oni stoje u mestu kojim slučajem. Nema animacije trčanja, ništa.
Medicaid station! Veteran! Ammo for you!
A, nemojmo reći sat vremena, neće ti on biti tu za sat vremena, nema on toliko živjeti. To si ti njemu namestio tako li? Metka bez, a? Yes, yes.
Ammo here, Templar! Ammo!
Thank you.
Sickening! Engaging!
Molim te poskoči. Kako ti bi, a?
We can charge this one. Ain't coming back this way. Major trouble special, no more.
Behind us.
Ready and kill shot.
Ako sam prošli put umr. A, imao dve knjige, zato health ne ide nigdje. Thank you.
Engaging precision fire. Blessed throne. Wish we could restore this place. Doesn't seem right, right? Laurel's going. Get out of there. Push it. This ammo serves agreeably.
Nice.
Got some ammo here, soldier. Agreed. My thanks.
Nice.
Igor.
Everyone pay attention and group up as soon as you can.
Cool.
Igor, ništa, play. Stani otisno.
Sounds like we've drawn a congregation!
We'll see him up.
Dobijemo Ford, no? Ford is behind the door.
Feast on defeat, traitor!
Oho.
Be ready,
Oho. Nice. Neće dođe bombit, ne?
Easy now, soldier.
No.
Don't settle on.
No.
That's what I call devotion.
Go, kid! Go!
It's down. Can't miss, you won't miss.
Not far now. Find the elevator and let's
Yeah.
end this heretic.
Engaging priority target. Team effort.
No, Pox Burster.
Initiating crowd control.
I think I'm a goner.
Thank you. Nice.
Kill shot drills engaged!
O jebi ga, pokojnik baci ga van mape. Evo ga kod bossa.
Boss room?
Over that drop. No turning back.
Polako stanje, čuje se negdje debel. Ovdje.
Nemam helta za eksploziv, znaš. Ljudi ne treba da rade ovakve stvari. Znači, ovo je 5. put da nose ove grimoire u boss arenu. Znači, ovo se ne može tako raditi, kao što ne misli. Neće slonču u lumču. O, sinovi. Ja ću da skinem fino PD2. A ti vidi. Da zebam se. Ne znam šta ćeš ti, ja da skinem PD2. Bar mogu da biram misiju.
Aj skini Warhammer jebote Warmintide.
Misliš Warmintide da skinem, jeli?
Da.
Ajde. Ko radi serveri, to jest.
Radi se.
Aha. Ovi likovi troluju Rock and Stone. Ček. Rock and Stone to the bone.
Yes.
Ne. Napiši, molim te, ovdje for Carl. Ovdje napiši kao komentar, molim te.
Dobro.
To.
10% video, ovo je YouTube video.
Ama ne to, majku ti jebem. Ja se izvinjam. To. Iznad kumog posta. Ne znam šta se s njim dešava. Lud čovjek. Lud.
Co?
Iznad kumovog link.
A ne vidim ja njegov onak blokiran.
A ne vidiš?
Ovdje ak. For the car. For the car, tako.
Da. Trolem u Fat Shark. Au. This comment is waiting analysis from our automated content system. Šta? For Karl Marx. To.
A šta si?
It's tough to see, especially while they're moving around, but there's a chance that Deathbirds and Deathrite birds were also imbued with destined death. Just like Black Knives and the Blasphemous Claw, there's a dark gash running down the Deathbird skulls and bodies, and they're even able to inflict deathblight with their shrieks. This gash is also in Malekith's Black Blade and the Rune of Death itself, though it's a little easier to make that out in their concept art rather than what we see in-game. Now, although Ghost Flame is black and white and the Rune of Death is red and black, something that may be worth considering is that Ranni only stole a portion of Destined Death, and the fragment of what we can see in the Black Knife print is blue. I know the Black Knives still produce red and black flames when they use the Blade of Death, but if the missing blue portion of Destined Death were returned to the rune, would it end up becoming purple or violet? I was originally going to make the point that Grey Violets are said to be the same hue as Ghost Flame, but it turns out this information differs slightly from what's in the Japanese, which just says that Grey Violets are the flower of Ghost Flame. This is a little disappointing, since we could have argued something must have happened to Ghost Flame to change its color. Even so, there is still some connection between purple and Destined Death with the way the murky violet iris of the beast eye writhes when near Deathroot, and the way Tibia Mariners glow a spectral shade of purple and can reanimate those who live in death. For what it's worth, in the unpatched version of the game, some of Malekith's attacks that used Destined Death had purple flames, but they were the ones parable with the Blasphemous Claw, and most of his attacks still used red. Maybe it was more of an idea earlier in development that the true flames of Destined Death were meant to be purple, and it got walked back later on. The Beastmen of Fair Missoula also used to have yellow lightning on the weapons back then, so they may have just not finalized a lot of visual effects until the very end of development. It's tough to say.
Jesi igrao one kao dungeone u Vermintedu?
Da, nisam.
Nesi kurac.
Imali smo ti jedan meč tu. Osti premium, njih ne možeš često stvoriti.
A vidim da ima drugačiji skilla.
Osti premium, to pay to win, što bi se... Nije pay to win. Ovo stvari koje se plaći u pas.
Ovaj sin ima minigun.
Nije bi kill. Da su ti ga psajkir.
Ko? Ma kak, nije, on je druid kao, znaš. A šta je ovo nazad, nemam pojma. Možda sam ja igrao s onim, čekaj. Vidim, o.
Draculazer. Welcome to my channel.
Petar se ovdje. I onda trolaš. Ono u fullu. Šta bi s ovim? Ovo je bilo previše easy, šta?
Seems like an old mate of mine has been whispering in Balthazar Gelt's ear. Wonder what they talked about.
Šta?
Vikuša igra na konzoli, ali preko čarapa, to jest preko tepiha, fazom.
Dobro.
Platform. Evo, Elden Ring.
Šta bre, preko čarapa? Šta me jebeš? Ta tripuš.
Brate, kao platforma, ona... Tepih, postolje.
A, nije preko čarapa, nego preko touchpada.
Šta god da je pogledao, recimo mi neko sprda još ja rekao ovo igra neko drugi, a ona igra s nogama, bre.
Jesi gledao onu žensku što igra sa onim
Oh,
headsetom?
message from the Bright College, Sienna. Seems they want their stuff back.
Heal? Ow, 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 ow. I should probably heal again. Oh my god. Okay. Sweet. She comes up for the kill. Woo, that was clean. Nice. Woo. That was really clean. Damn. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah. Yeah, she came up just like for me to kill her. Thank you guys. Thank you. Animals. Well done. Thank you, Sneaky Toilet. My match. GG. Dear Mikela, I'm sorry. This is Mika when not throwing fights all the time. That was great. How many tries was that? Like 3 or something? Oh, look at that. Cousin, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. What form? What grace. Impressive. Thank you.
Franz Lohner, defender of the Reichland. Has a nice ring, doesn't it?
Interesantno. Mada gledao sam i ono, ne znam, gledao sam sa headsetom. Si gledao to?
Gledao sam, jebo sam gore, gledao sam bolje.
Sad budeš vulgar.
Nazivam se, kako si to rekao, krenuo da kažeš, rekao, neka kaže to.
Sam ja tamo neki... Miki Milane, na 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 na. Stalno oni nešto diraju. Ako me resetao, ja sigurno nisam.
Listen, Alicia's got a good shot at gaining some proper information about the Skittergate. She's going into Helmgart, and so are you. Difference is, she'll be sneaky, and you'll be loud. Provide a distraction by ringing the bells at the Temple of Sigmar. Let's allow the old woman to work in peace, eh?
Time for a distraction. Are we ready? We'll have to go over the wall, Story. Fancy a climb?
Right, but can you repeat it?
I hear something. Gas rat! Gas!
Shit.
Oh, balloons! Bloody thing's gonna blow!
Voice chat works.
Listen! Side by side, fighting together.
No more dancing for that one.
Over here, Dory, down this street. Good stubby, he'll drain your life, Dory.
That's better. Thought I was done for.
Now that's a Globadeer. Hear that? Something great flash the back.
Watch it! Gas!
Gas gun, toss and blast.
All
right, come on, hell for old Trooper.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Nice.
Chaos Warrior sighted! Fire that! Dead Chaos Warrior! Cannot hide!
Blacker was never here. Off the head!
The Rock Elm breathes his last.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, does it?
Zephyr? No.
This ain't done, mates. Keep them peeled.
This battle's long over. Climb the steps. I bet the Ratmen are well pleased. Poor boys. This is but the start.
That's a hot rat.
they come, and in a foul mood, too.
Let me tend these wounds. Better? Can you not sense it? Like dung-coated fingers dragging through the breeze. Plague bugs! Incoming! Hold fast! They may be repulsive, but they die easily enough. Help!
Karen! Someone help her!
I won't die like this! What a taste! We need to reach the battlements!
SRB. Welcome to my channel. Hashtag A.
Sad ti vodiš.
That's a fire rat. These stairs go up.
Come on, this way.
Što pa kao Fairmage, što ti to?
What a sight! Don't they know they're doomed?
Hashtag B.
A potion!
Chasing Spirits, to ne može biti dobro.
Through this door! Taking down a potion! Arise, flames! Burn them all!
Au. Vidim. Evo problema.
Fare thee well, fire rat!
Hashtag B.
Sneaking stabbing, I like it. Što me neko uvijek podmetne u bocu.
This is the right door. Up the steps. Get a
King, from the shadow. No.
He'll have you by the neck. Fire rat, careful on the first.
Moguće. One-shotom. Brale, razvalit će botove, znaš?
Hashtag A.
Kako smo ovo preživjeli, ja ne znam. Šta? Aha. To ti je ne da.
Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel. Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky, Fuller 16 Smoky.
Welcome.
A metaphor for my life.
I hear a Globadeer.
Typical Sigmarite temple. Gold aplenty while the poor starve.
Got gas incoming. Bogger can't kill a windstorm, can we?
The wind! The sorcerer torments them. Mud! Fire!
That's what you get for blind storming. Ammunition stash. Up here. Let's hope the green skin relax my car stay nice and quiet. Frothing Northlander.
Through here. A horde of them. Down this way.
Over this way, Nicolati.
Darlings, give an old woman a moment. Take your time killing it, Widow's.
Do it! And the thirsty one!
Witness the majesty of the born Lord. Twice the majesty of the monstrous.
Where the bloody Uber-Christ fall? Oh, doesn't matter. Nobody pushing. I'll be back.
Coming!
There's a damn Kentucky to that's what it is!
I don't die that easily.
You hear what I hear, mate?
Here, ammunition.
Leeches no more!
We're here, and about time too. Are we ready, darlings? Let the bell sing, darlings. Hold them to the dance. Happy hunting, lumberjanes.
Stand together! Take those buggers back into the field! Let's call a fire rat!
I'm still standing, young licker!
We're getting together, I've got ya!
That's enough. My thumb's out. Gas rat! No quarter! Let none survive unseen!
Close! Bloody rotters, bloody ratmen. Worse all the time. Stand ready!
Belvedere's throwing!
You don't want none of that poison, Sharon!
da mi je bilo ovo malo mnogo. Ovo ti isto kao malo pre, znaš što je bilo? Niđe balans. Na kada mi dođe ovaj debeli. Duše je bilo random, znaš. Znaš, sam bio 3 one kockice, ali nismo preživjeli. Nažalost. Čekaj, ovdje ne možeš da kupuješ oružje, ili tako bilo ono? Interesantno. Kiss me my darling, be mine tonight. Ljudi se navijaju za bez veze. Nevjerovatno.
Anyway, if the Rune of Death or Flames of Destined Death were originally violet, it would do quite a lot to explain.
Today's video is sponsored by Mel Science, a monthly subscription box that combines hands-on experiments with virtual reality in order to help kids fall in love with science. Mel Science wants to break that old stereotype that science is too tedious, too heady, too inaccessible. Science doesn't have to be like it was when our parents were at school, or even when we were at school, stuck in a dark wooden lab room with equations on the board. Mel knows that science should be everyone's favorite subject, and they're bringing it into 3 dimensions in the 21st century. So if you have a child that's 6 years old and you want them to learn about how the world works in a fun and exciting way, they can try simple projects at home by following instructions laid out in a comic book by 2 young dino scientists. Or if you have kids who are a little bit older, they can build their own chemistry lab or run exciting physics experiments right at home. And if they want more, they can deepen their knowledge by diving into virtual reality lessons. Every kit is completely safe, thoroughly tested, there's a new content, and you can mix and remix science subjects however you like. This is great for all kinds of families who want to homeschool your kids, or if you're a parent who wants to recharge your kids' fascination with science and the world, this is a great idea. It's also a great choice for families who want to spend some quality time together and do something a little bit different. That's what I did. I tried it with my kid, who's not even 6 yet, and we had a good time. So give Mel a try by clicking on the link below, or just scan the QR code on the screen. You'll get 50% cost box with the promo code BRAINFOOD. Thank you, Mel Science, for sponsoring today's video. In the pantheon of worst humans to ever, you'll find no shortage of bastards. Hitler probably has the most collective conscious panache, but at least he had the decency to bravely, and with no regard for his own personal safety, infiltrate the Hitler bunker and then put a bullet through the cranium of Hitler. But individuals like Hitler did their killing via proxy. As for those who were a little more hands-on, the Hitler of these was arguably a man by the name of Vasily Blokhin, who, as we've covered previously in our video, who has directly murdered the most people by their own hands, personally killed at one time over 7,000 people in under a month, let alone countless others he opted other points in his career. Vasily and many others like him, however, killed for their respective states. In contrast, within the subset of individuals who killed by their own hand, we have a special class that in recent decades has been given the moniker serial killer. Which brings us to the macabre topic of today. Who was the most prolific serial killer of all time? To begin with, we should briefly discuss what classifies someone as a serial killer instead of one of the other individuals who rid the world of humans. To wit, the FBI definition of a serial killer is a person who has, quote, 3 or more separate events with an emotional cooling off period between homicides, each murder taking place at a different location. Of course, the definition is rather lacking on a number of fronts, not the least of which is that individuals like Vasily Blokhin or other decorated soldiers, as he was, and veterans of countless battlefields, almost fit that definition, though nobody would consider them serial killers. Going a little further, it's often put forth to add someone who repeatedly kills for psychologically gratifying, often sexual reasons. Further muddying the waters, those sometimes called spree killers, whose acts may, in many cases, mirror that of a serial killer, but with the distinction generally put forth that a spree killer...
Ja sam još hteo da ti pitam, kad igraš ovu civilizaciju 6, zašto hoće da ovo, kako se kaže...
Pukne igra.
Zašto hoće ono stalno open...
Šta? Pitate ono DX1112?
Open borders.
Kako to misliš? Zato što alt-tabuješ?
Pa kad ti nude.
Zato što alt-tabuješ, je li to? A jesi ikad uradio alt-tab, ono da se prebaciš iz igre u desktop?
Ne to, brate, nego hoće da kada ti recimo nude za zamjenu neke resurse i ovo, ono i hoće open borders ti nude.
Pa moraš otvoriti granicu. Kako ćeš trgovati s nekim kad ne može da ti uđe u teritoriju? Objasni mi. Open borders su otvorene granice. Po defaultu, na početku, svi mogu da idu kroz svačiju zemlju. Kad se razvije diplomatija malo, onda niko ne može da prolazi nekako nepisano pravilo da ne smeš da uđeš u tuđu teritoriju jer ćeš odmah zratiti s njim. Zato oni da ne bi zaratili s tobom, ako hoće da trguju uvijek moraju da prvo pitaju za otvorene granice. Eto. To ti je open borders. Ja mislim da me pitaš zašto open border, pitaš me zašto se igra ponekad pokrene u border, kao bordera smo. Sve se dobro razumeli. Ne možeš nekom traži da trguješ s njim i onda mu reći, a znaš šta, ne znam kako ćeš uzeti robu, kako znaš i umeš. Baciš mu iz...
Open bordere se važi za ove njihove...
Jedinice, da, jest. Ali ako hoćeš da trguješ, također moraš da mu dopustiš ne moraš da trguješ, jel tako? Ako neko...
Znaš šta, kasnim za vojnom tehnologijom mnogo jer ovaj mi se...
Možda nemaš gvožđe, barote ili tako ti gluposti.
Nije, brate, da nema, ovaj mi se mnogo jak.
Kao protivnik?
Mnogo jak, mnogo se i raširio, ne znam kako da mu...
Nikako sklopi savez s njim.
ćemo raditi.
Squeal1zy. Welcome to my channel.
Welcome. Hooked on a feeling. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Dobro.
Dinje, jedna svinja, izramada.
Bolesna.
To ti nije izgovor. Da mi tu potrguješ ovo.
Nemoj da ga skinem, dobro. Sad treba da crknem, šta? Što neko dođe pijen pa me masira ovdje, razumiješ to... To je okej.
To nije okej, a ovo...
To je okej, ne, to je okej. To je okej.
Nije okej kad ja podignem.
To je okej. Daj to. Kako mogu sad da zapalim jedan dan, ali neće.
Što brate, ajde ga zapali.
Pa igra onu igru od hrvatskih onih developera na Skama. Nemam ja ništa protiv ni njih i ta igra nije loša, ali znaš, on je uvijek bio veliki Srbin i to patriota i tako to, sve mogu da ga zapalim, šta je to? Prešao si u drugi tabor.
Sad su napravili igru koja se zove Vukove.
Ozbiljno?
Da, first shoot and play, nešto kao... Kako se zove, nešto, nemam pojma što je popularno sad.
Neka ratna simulacija, šta?
Pa tako nešto, nemam pojma.
Znate šta je hrane? Samo cepaj. kad je američka vojska platila da se napravi ona igra American Army, znaš?
Da.
To ti je besplatan šuter kao Counter Strike. To ti je u suštini, ono, propaganda za američku vojsku.
Znam. Tu igraju ovi njihovi majmoni i onda se jave u vojsku misli da je kao video.
Pa da, znam. Što? Pa napravi ti igru za srpsku omladinu, isto tako, razumeš? Da se prime. Ko nema kriv. Nismo dovoljno maštoviti. Neću sad ja nikoga da hvalim, nego samo hoću da kudim, razumeš, kako se ne ulaže, razumeš. To je najjeftinija propaganda moguće, razumeš.
Kako nije da ti je?
Ne se zjebate. Platiš razvojnom timu da napravi šuter, da napravi par.
I ono, da promovišeš neke svoje stvari.
Možeš šta hoćeš. Znaš da li Kaida ima svoju igru?
Ne, nisam znao za to.
Da, ima. To sam gledao pre ne znam koliko godina. Ne ubijaš, nego imaš kao da učiš kako se postavlja eksploziv, loviš američke vojnike i tako to, znaš, NATO isto. Koristiš kalašnjikov, improvizovani eksploziv. Jašeš konja, znaš, tako te stvari. Gerilski rat, zamisli. Isto kao igra za decu, razumeš? Ili možda ne igra za decu, propaganda obično. S koje strane dolazi? Aha. Dobro. Ajmo vamo.
Šta misli, misli dugo odigrao?
Ma, ne bre.
Isti kurac, a?
Isti kurac. Kad uvati RNG, vrate, guzicu ti razvale, ne zajebavaj. Bijem se protiv ovih mobova, dođe mi, razumeš, boss. Ne zajebavaj. Ne mogu botu i efikasno da ga kopnu, znaš. Gdje su mi topovska džulad? A tu su. Bunga bunga. Udri dušman. Stone Mason.
Snake, da ti još nešto pitam, brate, ja sam napravio špijuna jednog, znaš.
Neko špil da si cijel reći, da?
Kako bi ja najbolje sad mogu da ga infiltriram i negde šta da on radi, brate, a?
Moj kum tvrdi da je najbolje rešenje za špijuna je da ga pošalješ da krade umetnička dela. Imaš da ga staviš u protivnički grad, tu imaš opciju.
Dobro, a gde, recimo, kako to ja...
I je li napravljen špijun?
Da.
Jel ti daje opcije da ga pošalješ negde?
Da.
Pošalješ ga u protivnički grad. Imaš listu gradova. Sad ti valjda znaš kako se...
A u koji, jer u neki veći ili u neki manji?
Pa mogući su veći grad. Ako misliš da će da ga uvate lako, ti ga pošalju neki mali grad da dobije, oni kako špioniraju tako dobije experience. I što je veći level, to mu je bolja šansa da ga ne uhvate. Jer ako ga ovdje možda pošalješ odmah u predstavnicu, može se reći da ga ukebaju i da ga ubiju. Nekad pobegne, nekad ga mogu ubiti. Nekad ga zarobe. Kako kad, najbolja ti opcija da ga ubiju. Ako ga ubiju, možda kupiš novog. Ako ga zarobe, ne možda kupiš novog. Znaš?
Da.
To je zajebano. Znači, pošalješ ga u protivnički grad. Mada, ja lično, ja kad igram, ja ga stavim u kontrašpionažu. Stavim ga u glavni grad i stavim ga da čuva kao, recimo, gradski centar. I stavim ga kao kontraspionaž. I onda čuva moj grad da protivnici ne kradu od mene moju tehnologiju. Jer ako kradu od tebe tvoju tehnologiju, ne kradu oni bukvalno to, nego oni kradu, recimo, umjesto da se njemu istraži za 30 krugova, nešto njemu se istraži nešto za 15, na primjer. Zato što je ukrao tebe podatke. I u suštini ti istražuješ, a on se koristi tobom. Zato ja stavim moje špijune u kontrašpionažu. To je ono što ja radim. Ako dobijem drugog špijuna, njega stavim da mi čuva pijacu. Imaš kao da staviš market da ti čuva. Da mi ne kradu pare. Opet kaže, ne kradu oni bukvalno pare, već recimo tvoj gradski centar generiše novac. I ako ne staviš da ti čuva kao gradski centar, dešava se da protivnički AI da recimo stavio špijun oko tebe, da krade pare i recimo na konto toga on recimo dobije 20-30 zlatnika po krugu ili 50, nebitno koliko, zavisi koliko dobar špijun. Znači on se koristi tobom. Zato ja uvek stavim u kontrašpionažu. To je lično što ja radim, to je moj neki ukus. Tako ja volim da igram. Ne mora tako svako da igram. To je neka moja ideja. Uzmem ja seme. Nemam semena više.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Malo da igram PUBG. Sad tako starim.
Sve pušćem.
A šta mi radi stomak, već? Samo se čuje...
Čaj.
Strašno, već.
Čaj pi.
Izginut ću. Ma ne, ovi lekovi protiv srački i to sve.
A, pa jel piješ probiotik?
A, To je to. To se posao.
Ajde.
Generally has little time between killings, or more aptly, little in the way of a cooling off period, simply going on a rampage for possibly even days or weeks, but otherwise mostly non-stop until they do stop for whatever reason. And then, assuming they survive, they never take up killing again. Given all the ambiguity here, it's noteworthy that these sorts of classifications are more for media and the like, talking about these individuals, and generally considered to have little benefit for law enforcement themselves. And indeed, from agency to agency, nobody quite agrees perfectly on the set definition. That out of the way, when focusing on which serial killer murdered the most people, the ambiguity mostly resolves itself given the sheer scope and time spans needed to commit their many murders, most definitely including cooling off periods and some serious mental health issues. So who was the most prolifically awful person in this way in known history? Often cited individuals include the likes of nobles such as the 15th century Baron Gilles de Rais and the 16th century Countess Elizabeth Bathory de Exeter. As for Rais, who was a compatriot of none other than Joan of Arc, he is generally stated to have killed potentially even upwards of several hundred children for sexual gratification purposes. However, nailing down a definitive figure for these crimes is impossible. Not only this, what also might surprise many is that when digging into the matter, there is considerable question as to whether he actually committed any of the atrocities that he was tried and convicted for. As for the evidence against him, this on the surface seems ironclad in the form of a detailed confession from the man himself, testimonies from some of the parents, a confession from his bodyguard who was apparently heavily involved in the events, etc. However, despite having supposedly brutally tortured and murdered a truly massive number of children, there was zero physical evidence found to support this. Not so much as a scrap of clothing, a bloodstain, or bone found on his estate that could be tied to any of the children. This is noteworthy, as it's contrary to accounts you'll read in many biographies of the man that frequently claim that the remains of 40 bodies were uncovered at his residence. Support for this claim, however, seems non-existent, and it appears to be something someone wrote at some point in relatively modern times, and everyone else just assumed it to be true without looking at the original records that show no such evidence was ever presented at the trial, nor came up in any of the primary records of the investigation. As for rape, he claimed that he burned the bodies and the remains from there were thrown into places like the cesspit or buried. It's further noted that it was not any parents of the hundreds of missing children or the like that brought these alleged atrocities to light, but simply that Ray had gotten on the bad side of the church, who would soon after make these claims against him. A second investigation was then launched separate from that of the churches, which came to the same conclusion. Ray had kidnapped, brutally tortured, raped, and murdered countless children. In support of the skeptics, an important point to note in all of this was that the two judges prosecuting the trial, the Duke of Brittany, Jean de Montfort, and the Archbishop of Nantes, Jean de Maustrat, were slated to acquire the titles to many of Ray's lands if Ray was convicted of what the church had alleged that he'd done. On top of this, we should probably at this point mention that he was subjected to an Inquisition-style interrogation and further threatened with pretty brutal torture if he didn't confess. On top of that, he was also threatened with excommunication from the church if he didn't confess, which for an extremely religious man, as he appears to have been, was no small thing, especially when facing his imminent death. As Morgan State University professor of history John D. Hostler notes, all in all, the affair contains a number of pretty standard medieval tropes and accusations. Gilles' actual guilt is much held in doubt by historians today. That said, as he did technically confess and it can't otherwise be proven that he didn't do it either, he is still generally considered one of history's most prolific serial killers despite the doubt. Although exactly how many people he may or may not have killed, combined with the reasonable skepticism that he did any of it, well, let's just say we're not prepared to give him the crown of King of Awful. So, moving swiftly on, we have the case of Hungarian Countess Elizabeth Bathory de Axert, who is said to have brutally tortured and killed for her own perverse pleasure several hundred individuals of the female persuasion, potentially as many as 650. If estimates are true, she would not only be a relatively rare example of a female serial killer, but also likely the most prolific serial killer of all time, except here too, skeptics note that there are some fishy things about the trial, as well as the considerable benefit to others if the enormously wealthy countess and her family's influence in the region were curtailed. Much like Ray, this doesn't necessarily mean she didn't do...
Ako na tvoj teritoriji nema,
Niter, za barutovi.
moraš da ili otmeš tu teritoriju ili da... Jesi ti istražio taj niter? Kad ga istražiš, on ti pokaže da li na tvoj teritoriji ima ili nema. Ako nema, moraš da trguješ. Ili da uzmeš tu teritoriju na kojoj se nalazi. Mislim da nije teško rješenje. Znači, ili nađi teritoriju gdje ga ima, ili trguj. Ne postoji drugo rješenje. Ne možeš da ga kupiš za stalno, možda ga kupiš određenu količinu i to je to. Recimo, tebi treba da bi kupio jedinice koje koriste barut ili nebitno da su topovi ili jedinice koje nose puške, one kubure. Treba ti određena količina toga nitrata za eksploziv ili barut. I ti kad kupiš tu jedinicu, tebi više nitar ne treba. Treba ti ako ćeš da tu jedinicu kao opraviš. Ako je recimo kupio si one musketmene, one što imaju kao kubure. I oni su recimo povređeni bili u borbi. I da bi se njihov health napunio, moraš da imaš nitra. Da bi se vratio health njima. Možda zvuči glupo, ali tako je. Ma nitar je trt. Znaš kad ti posle treba uranijum. Treba ti nafta recimo. Nafta treba za svaku jedinicu. Aluminijum. Ali recimo aluminijum ti treba za avione i za moderna recimo oklopna vozila. Ali aluminijum recimo možda proizvodiš u svojim gradovima. Imaš kao napraviš fabriku. I ta fabrika ti recimo proizvodi 1-2 aluminijuma po krugu. Za taj grad. I to na nivou države dobijaš to zbirno. I svaki grad ima to postrojenje za pranje aluminijuma, možda praviš recimo avione. Ili oklopna vozila. Znači moderne jedinice. Baru ti treba na početku. Za moderne jedinice nije nešto bitno previše. Hoćeš ja nafta i uranijum. Mada ja iskren da budem nešto negotivim one robote velike. Imaš nekakve mehaničke robote koji hode ili oni su kao samohodna artiljerija. Radije bi da igram bez toga ono. Kompjuter kad ih napravi ne znam kako da ga ubijem. Razumeš, naporan jako. Šeta mi se svuda kroz teritoriju i... bombarduje.
To my turn!
Gdje mi je top?
Onto my turret!
none of these things, just that there is some reason, at the very least, to doubt the extent and, well, maybe even the entire thing. For example, many of the testimonies given of directly having seen physical evidence of these crimes were extracted via torture, and most of the rest of the testimonies were of people saying someone else had told them that they had seen things rather than witnessing them themselves. On top of this, the man who ordered the investigation, King Matthias II, owed a massive sum of money to the Countess, but if she was convicted, the debt was going to be cancelled. For whatever it's worth, she was in the end convicted and sentenced to more or less house arrest in her castle, where she remained until her death 4 years later in 1614. Thus, while both of these individuals could potentially be the most prolific serial killers of all time and are frequently cited as such, in both of these cases, and indeed many others similar from the distant past, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the claims against them. So, we are otherwise going to ignore them in crowning the king. So, this all brings us to more modern and better documented times. Enter 4 individuals, all vying for the top spot, a couple of which are still alive and kicking. One even released from prison, then immediately absconded from his parole, and nobody knows where he is. Another who was recently recommended to be released from prison for good behavior, and he wants to get into politics, apparently, despite, as we'll get into shortly, having brutally tortured, raped, and murdered hundreds of children. We'll do our best to cleanse your palate with some good vibes at the end of this one, as I think we can all agree that we're going to need it. So, okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Candidate number 1 on the list is often given the top spot, despite the other 3 individuals that we'll get to shortly, very likely having killed more. That said, Mr. Harold Shipman is often cited as the most prolific serial killer of all time, simply because his murders were extremely well documented, because he was a physician. Mr. Shipman was born in 1946 and seemingly had an otherwise normal middle-class upbringing, though his mother died of lung cancer when he was 17. This is generally pointed to as a possible significant event in his later deeds, given during her decline she was administered copious amounts of morphine by a home physician to ease her suffering. Why is this possibly important? This was more or less the method in which he would kill his elderly patients, most of whom were women, though not terminally ill as his mother had been. Mr. Shipman's particular method of murder was not unlike another famous serial killer, the nightmare nurse Jane Topham, who had administered doses of various drugs to mostly elderly patients, generally alternating morphine and atropine in her case. She later stated she enjoyed bringing them to the edge of death and back over the course of several days or weeks before ultimately decided to kill them. As for her motivation, this appears to have been sexual, and she apparently enjoyed crawling into bed and holding them while they died. For example, in one account of a surviving patient, one Amelia Finney, she described Topham giving her some drug after Finney underwent an operation. Not long after taking the drug, Finney lost consciousness, but later vaguely remembered Topham in bed with her, kissing her around her face before suddenly jumping out of bed and fleeing the room when someone was heard walking by. For much more on Miss Topham, you can go see our video, The Horrific Story of the Nightmare Nurse, on our sister channel Highlight History. In any event, going back to Shipman, his dastardly deeds were first suspected by one Linda Reynolds of the Brook Surgery in Hyding. In particular, she had noticed that an abnormally high number of Shipman's patients had a tendency to just up and die. The matter was ultimately investigated by the police, but no charges were filed, owing to a lack of sufficient evidence pointing to the deaths being murder and not just the unlucky physician having many of his elderly patients die. Despite the investigation, after being cleared, Shipman went on with his murderous ways, which seems more than a little bizarre after the spotlight had been on him. Things became even more questionable in terms of either his intelligence or maybe just because he wanted to get caught. As his last victim, one Kathleen Grundy, he didn't just kill. On top of the murder, he created a will that not only excluded her children, but left nearly £400,000 to Shipman himself. Let's just say the authorities had collective raised eyebrows when her daughter, Angela Woodruff, brought all of this to their attention. Body exhumed, the investigators found that Grundy had diamorphine, also known as heroin, in her system. Shipman countered that Grundy had a heroin addiction and even backed up these claims with notes that he'd taken about this. Unfortunately for him, these digital files were later shown to have been written after her death. And it was on. A full investigation was launched, coins the Shipman Inquiry, with the 2-year investigation coming up with some startling conclusions. Among other things, The findings estimated that at least 218 of Shipman's patients had been murdered, with another couple dozen in question, but potentially who also have been murdered. For reference here, over the course of his work, a total of 459 of his patients died under his care over a 27-year span. As for the subset that died via murder, as noted, the vast majority of these individuals were elderly women, with his modus operandi being to give the patients a lethal dose of diamorphine. After he murdered them, he would go back and alter records to make it seem as if they'd been much sicker than they actually were. 4 years after his conviction on 15 of the murders, Shipman was found on the morning of January the 13th, 2004 by prison officials having performed his final murder, hanging himself in his cell using bedsheets that he'd tied to the bars in his window. Not long before this, he'd told an official he was considering killing himself, as if he lived past 60, his wife would no longer be entitled to his National Health Service pension. He was 58 at the time of his death. Now, while Shipman holds the crown in terms of relatively verifiable murders, the next 3 individuals are generally thought to be actually the leaders here. And even if they aren't, while Shipman's acts were reprehensible, let's just say his victims had it easy compared to the victims of the following gruesome threesome. Enter the Beast, Luis Alfredo Garavito Cabillos. Born in 1957 in Colombia, as with most serial killers, Cabillos' home life wasn't exactly awesome as a child. Frequently abused by his alcoholic father and allegedly his mother, not particularly caring for him, the general environment he grew up in was one of neglect and alcoholism, with a heaping of domestic violence thrown in. His school life was apparently little better, with later accounts from teachers and those who knew him there noting that while he was an eager student, he wasn't terribly gifted academically and was frequently and mercilessly bullied at school, as well as almost completely ostracized by his peers. Things didn't get much better for him when a family friend allegedly began sexually abusing him when he was 12. If all of this wasn't bad enough, Cabillos' homosexual preferences didn't sit well with dear old dad, who gave him the boot out of the house because of it. In the ensuing years, he would find various odd jobs, attempt to kill himself, attempt to get psychiatric help, and begin regularly molesting random boys. This ultimately progressed to also severely abusing the boys in other ways while molesting them, similar to what had been done to him as a child. Things progressed even further, and according to Garavito, the devil told him that he should kill the kids. The supposed first attempt at murder did not, however, go well when he attempted to lure the boy to his death. The police caught and beat him, as well as his money and the ring that he had before letting him go. Unfortunately, long after he was successful, on October the 4th, 1992, he killed a boy named Juan Carlos. Now, this video is dark enough, so we're going to otherwise spare you his specific acts in any detail. But briefly, just to give you an idea, just remember honestly, that is the tip of the iceberg. So we'll just sum up and say that these children were brutally tortured in some of the worst ways imaginable. So was the only way that he could reach them, and moving swiftly on. From here we see Garavito begin compulsively torturing, raping, and murdering with his modus operandi being to do things like often treats, alcohol, birth, etc. He is also known to have murdered these 5 adults, though in those cases, Garavito's luck ran out, however, on April the 22nd, 1999, when he abducted a 12-year-old by the name of John Sabagal. While he was doing his thing to the boy, another teen saw and began throwing rocks at him, at which point Garavito tried to chase after the other boy, but lost him. Ultimately, in the aftermath, the police were called. Then, long story short, Garavito was finally arrested, thanks to the fact that he'd left his underwear, shoes, and glasses at the crime scene. Significantly, his underwear had some of his DNA, and they were able to confirm that they were in fact his. Ultimately, Garavito decided to be extremely cooperative, showing the officials his journal, which had a list of 140 of his victims by name, as well as lead the police to where he stashed some of the bodies. All total, he was convicted of murdering 138 children, though the real number was thought to be much higher. And indeed, the man himself confessed to another 50 or so, on top of the 140 in his book, bringing his horrid total of murders up to around 200 or so if true. Garavito was subsequently sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison. However, in Colombia at the time, the maximum sentence that could be carried out was just 40 years. And because Garavito was so cooperative with the authorities, this was further reduced, and he's eligible for parole in 2023. Yes, that's a thing. On top of that, owing to, quote, exemplary behaviour while in prison, as well as his willingness to take part in various studies on himself, then director of Valle de Bar Maximum and Medium Security Penitentiary, Cesar Fernando Carabello, he recently failed to give Garavito an even earlier release, much to the chagrin of literally everybody. However, the judge in the case was able to find an out to the whole thing, given that Garavito has not yet paid the required $41,500 restitution to the victims' families. Thus, the request for early release was denied. Excellent. Then the Colombian president, Ivan Duque, also chimed in on the matter, stating, "That beast is a bandit, a criminal. He is a stinking rat who has done nothing but harm children in our country, and the destiny of that criminal is to continue in jail. I have profound indignation at the possibility that anyone would suggest that that beast leave prison." Legend. As the man himself, he seems still optimistic he will be released at some point and wants to get into politics on a platform of advocating for abused children. However, even in prison, he has to be mostly isolated from other inmates, as officials are quite sure his life would abruptly end not long after if they put him with the general prison population. So let's just say we're guessing the general public is likely to have similar designs should he be released, and thus, we're further speculating, unlikely to vote for him. It's also noted that apparently he has relatively recently developed leukemia, so that may well put a damper on his political aspirations. Some people just can't catch a break. And this brings us to Pedro Alonso Lopez, who also happens to have been Colombian. And interesting aside here, the number of Colombians from around this era who are ranked among the top serial killers of all time is a fascinating phenomenon. As to why, it's conjectured that this had to do with the unrest in the region during these individuals' reign of terrors, and how many impoverished children there were around and unlikely to be reported missing, allowing these individuals to get away with their reprehensible acts on a mass scale. Whatever the case, Lopez was born in 1948 in Colombia. The son of a prostitute, he seems to have been introduced to sexual acts at a rather young age, and subsequently was caught by his mother fondling his little sister when he was 8, at which point his mother gave him the boot. Not long after, living on the streets, he claims a man promised him food if he'd come with him, but then instead he brutally raped him. Later in an orphanage, he was allegedly molested by one of his male teachers, though the veracity of these claims are difficult to determine. Whatever the case, he ran away from the orphanage and turned to a life of crime, ultimately resulting in him finding himself in the clink for stealing a car. While in prison, he was gang raped, resulting in him committing his first known murders, killing the 3 men who raped him, after which he no longer had any trouble with anyone else in the prison attempting to harm him. While you might think these murders would have drastically extended his stay there, only 2 years were added. Upon release from prison, he lived in various places, including Peru, Ecuador, and of course Colombia. In these various locations, according to him, he would rape and murder about 3 girls a week at his peak, targeting girls around 9 to 12 years old. As to why this age, he stated, "Because I lost my innocence at the age of 8, so I decided to do the same thing to as many girls as I could." He also noted his preference for Ecuadorian girls because, to quote this asshole, "I like the girls in Ecuador. They are more gentle and trusting, more innocent." He also claims he liked to occasionally go back and dig up the girls that weren't dead too long to have tea parties with their bodies. Nearly having to face the music in 1978, a local tribe caught him attempting to kidnap one of their children. They then beat the ever-loving crap out of him, followed by burying him up to his neck. Next, they intended to cover his head in syrup so that ants would eat his face. Unfortunately for his later victims, a US missionary witnessed the event and managed to get the tribe to release him to the police instead. Not long after, he was set free by the police. At this point, he would later state had already raped and murdered over 100 girls. In another instance in Ecuador, he was caught trying to abduct a girl, and when those around became aware, they attempted to lynch him. The police intervened on this one. This time, they looked into the matter, especially as they had a large list of missing children they had been investigating, and they believed him to be part of a gang who was abducting the girls. He confessed, however, that there was no gang, and at this point had kidnapped and murdered, to quote, over 200 in Ecuador, some 10s in Peru, and many more in Colombia. Lopez backed up these claims by taking the police to around 53 of the bodies that he buried in Ambato, Ecuador alone. For his crimes, Lopez was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Yep, 16 years. As to why such a small sentence, at the time this was the maximum that could be levelled in Ecuador for murder. Much like Garavito after him, Lopez was a model inmate, and in his case, this earned him 2 years off his sentence, and he was released in 1994. It wasn't over for him yet, though, however, as his first act was to attempt to illegally leave the country to Ecuador. Rather than continue to deal with him, he was deported to Colombia to answer to his crimes there. However, upon investigation, he was determined to be insane, and instead of prison, wound up in a mental hospital, where he was kept until 1998, when he was deemed rehabilitated and perfectly sane. $50 bail later, he was released under the stipulation that he regularly reports to the police. And that's the last anyone seems to have heard of the man, outside of a visit to his mother, in which he apparently made her get on her knees in front of him. Naturally, she was quite sure he was going to murder her, but instead, she says he blessed her, and no known person has heard from him since. Some speculate that he didn't actually abscond at all after blessing his mother, but rather locals simply took matters into their own hands and made him disappear. However, there is no real evidence of this or his current whereabouts, whether alive or dead. For the final candidate on the list of potentially the most prolific serial killer of all time, we have yet another Colombian, one Daniel Camargo Barbosa. Born in 1930, Camargo is thought to have raped and murdered around 200 girls across Colombia and Ecuador around the same time Lopez was doing the same. In Camargo's case, his mother died when he was a baby, and his father would later remarry, with his stepmother apparently being the very definition of the wicked stepmom, abusing him physically as well as mentally, including at one point forcing him to dress as a girl and go to school that way. As an adult, life proceeded pretty normally at first, until he found out that the woman he was going to marry was not, in fact, a virgin. Rather than leave her, the pair simply teamed up to find him virgins to have sex with his woman Esperanza luring the girls in and then drugging them so that he could rape them. At this stage, that was all he did, let him go after. Of course, this couldn't go on forever without being caught, and after 5 such rapes, the twisted couple were arrested and convicted. As for Camargo, he was initially given just 3 years for these crimes, but a later judge upped it to 8. Upon release in the early 1970s, after a bit of minor shenanigans in Brazil, he was deported to Colombia. While working as a street vendor in Colombia, he saw a 9-year-old girl and he decided to kidnap, rape and murder her. On this later atrocity, he stated he decided to kill her simply as a way to help avoid getting caught. It's speculated upwards of 80 other girls in Colombia met the same fate by his hands before he was caught and convicted, sentenced to 30 years in prison, but later reduced to 25. However, this sentence was meaningless as he managed to escape prison in 1984. Over the course of the next 2 years, while living on the streets in Ecuador, he then raped and murdered at least 54 other girls. Noteworthy here is that he apparently made a living while on the streets by collecting ballpoint pens and reselling them, which begins to paint a picture of what happens to all those ballpoint pens that we all use, never use up, but then we can never find when we simply need a pen. Serial killers simply take them and resell them apparently, probably taking them from your home while you're sleeping. Finally, in February of 1986, directly after raping and murdering a 9-year-old girl, police discovered this douchebag carrying a bag containing the clitoris of bloody clothes of his latest victim. He would later confess to killing 72 girls since his prison break, and led the authorities to various grave sites in the woods to corroborate some of this. For these crimes, he was given a mere 16-year prison sentence, once again the maximum that could be levelled in Ecuador for murder. Unlike Garavito, Camargo was not kept from the general prison population for his protection, and unfortunately for him, unfortunately for fucking everybody else, one of his victims had a relative serving time in the same prison, and said relative wasted little time stabbing and killing the 64-year-old Camargo on November the 13th, 1994. So, at least one of these stories has a very happy ending. So there you have it. Among the pantheon of awful humans, the crowned king of the serial killer variety is either a physician offering his more seasoned patients by giving them copious amounts of heroin, or 3 Colombians who did things we wish we'd never had to read about. And now, because we ourselves need to cleanse our palate and prefer genuinely happy endings, we are going to leave you with a couple of stories of bastions of awesome. First up, we have one Albert Goering, brother of Hitler's right-hand man, Hermann Goering. Now at this point, given his family associations, you might be wondering how Albert could be a bastion of awesome. But stick with us. Not just despising the Nazis, Albert also put his life on the line to do something about it, and particularly as he was mostly vilified in his lifetime, he deserves to have his story told. According to the book 34 by William Burke, Albert's first known open act to help the Jews was a small one. While in Vienna, he happened upon a group of Jewish women who had a vicious mob around them and were being forced to scrub the streets. When he saw this, he simply walked up to one of the women, asked for a scrub brush from her, and knelt down and began scrubbing the street as well. This didn't sit well with the officers who were overseeing the whole thing, but when they realized who Albert's brother was, they quickly ordered the scrubbing to stop and the mob to disperse. In a similar incident, this one which resulted in his own arrest, he came upon a small mob that was harassing an elderly Jewish woman, putting a sign around her neck that stated, "I am a Jewish sow." Albert pushed his way through the crowd around her and helped the woman escape the little mob. In the process of doing so, he had to physically attack 2 members of the Gestapo, for which he was ultimately arrested. As before, once they realized who they'd arrested, he was set free. More significantly, Albert is thought to have helped countless Jewish people by helping fund an underground movement that helped Jews escape to freedom. He also forged his brother's signature on several occasions to get Jews and others released from concentration camps and prison. Other times, he'd simply convince Herman to sign an order to let certain people go, playing on his brother's vanity for his love of display and power. In his most daring act, he drove up to concentration camp and simply demanded to be given Jews for labour for the company Skoda Works, where Albert worked at the time. Normally, as he had no official papers for such a request, he would have been turned away, but because he was the brother of Hermann Goering, his request was granted. After loading his truck with as many Jews as he could, he drove them off to a remote area and let them go with instructions on their best route to freedom. After that, though, the jig was up and an order was sent from Berlin to have him shot. He managed to escape to a safe house, however, and the war ended very soon after. However, upon presenting himself to Allied soldiers, he was promptly arrested. Unlike his older brother, Albert was acquitted during the Nuremberg trials, though not before spending around a year and a half in prison, with no one believing him that he had actually spent the war actively working against the Nazis and helping as many people as possible escape their clutches. In fact, when he first told his story after being arrested, Major Paul Kabbalah noted in Albert's file, "The results of the interrogation of Albert Goering constitute as clever a piece of whitewash as we have ever seen." However, Albert finally did find someone willing to listen in Major Victoria Parker. He had given Parker a list of 34 Jews he knew the names of that he had personally helped escape. By an extraordinary coincidence, one of the Jews on that list was Major Parker's uncle. After verifying the claim with his uncle, the Major pursued the other names on the list, who all testified in Albert's defense, and he was finally set free. Unfortunately, after the war, he found himself largely shunned due to his association with his brother, and that few knew of Albert's real activities during the war. As a result, he struggled to find work for the remainder of his life and ultimately became an alcoholic. As his health began to fail and his death was imminent in 1966, he was dying of pancreatic cancer, Albert decided to marry his housekeeper. Seemingly a good man to his end, this was not out of love.